Aiden finally understood the world he had awakened in. This was a reality where games and the real world had merged 1,000 years ago, plunging humanity into chaos. Monsters appeared, secret realms opened across the planet, and society transformed into a world ruled by classes, levels, and talent. Everyone awakened a profession, and today was Aiden's awakening day. Unfortunately, his result was the worst possible. He had awakened as a Magic Apprentice, a common rank class that barely counted as a successful awakening. If he failed to complete his second-class advancement and become a true wizard, his future would be permanently limited. As Aiden checked his status screen, his expression darkened. His class was common rank. His level was only 1. Every stat sat at a pathetic value of 1, and his health was only 50 points. He possessed just 2 basic skills, Fireball and Healing Spell. The situation was grim. Only 1 month remained before the college testing, an event that could determine his entire future. In this world, talent mattered more than anything else. No matter how hard someone worked, a weak class could lock them into an ordinary life forever. Still, Aiden refused to give up. Even before arriving in this world, he believed effort could overcome fate. That belief had not changed. Before he could think further, another voice interrupted him. It was Elira, his girlfriend. Instead of offering comfort, she looked at him with disappointment and disgust. She couldn't hide her frustration over his awakening result. According to her, Aiden had embarrassed both himself and her by becoming the weakest awakened student in the entire school. Aiden calmly asked whether she was truly ashamed of him because of his common rank class. His question only made her angrier. Elira pointed out that nearly everyone else had awakened powerful classes. Even students who had once performed poorly in academics now possessed far greater potential than him. In her eyes, talent was all that mattered. Aiden remained silent. He knew awakening had nothing to do with academic performance. For 3 years, he had been one of the school's top students, but none of that mattered anymore. The class rankings determined everything. From lowest to highest, the ranks were Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starlight, Epic, Legendary, and Mythic. This year, First High School had produced an unusually strong awakening generation. Elira herself had awakened as a Diamond rank Flame Mage. Kale, the heir of the powerful Long Glow Guild, had awakened an epic rank Holy Knight. Compared to them, Aiden was insignificant. Looking directly at Elira, he asked what she intended to do. Her answer came immediately. She wanted to break up. Without hesitation, she declared that she no longer wanted any relationship with someone she considered worthless. To her, Aiden's weak class had erased any value he once possessed. Aiden let out a cold laugh. He asked whether a person's worth was truly determined only by their class. Did all the effort and sacrifices someone made become meaningless simply because they awakened a weak profession? Elira didn't seem troubled by the question. To her, the answer was obvious. Strength and potential were everything. Nothing else mattered. As Aiden listened, memories and feelings from the original owner of this body surfaced. Although he had come from another world, he could still feel what the previous Aiden had experienced. The former Aiden had no parents and lived alone. To support Elira and satisfy her demands, he attended school while working 3 different jobs every day. Yet all of those sacrifices had been taken for granted. None of them meant anything to her. Elira even dismissed the small acts of care he had shown throughout their relationship. Buying breakfast, helping her, and working hard for her sake held no value in her eyes. If he couldn't provide strength and future potential, then he was nothing. Aiden's silence deepened. Behind his calm expression, anger slowly burned. Seeing the situation unfold, Kale eagerly stepped in. He mocked Aiden without restraint. According to him, Aiden's previous academic achievements were meaningless and possibly even fraudulent. Now that awakening day had arrived, the truth had supposedly been exposed. Kale laughed at the Magic Apprentice class and called it garbage. Then he turned his attention to Elira. When Elira acknowledged his epic rank Holy Knight class, Kale immediately became excited. He proudly declared that his class placed him among the elite of the entire nation. Given enough time, he was confident he could complete his second-class advancement before the college testing and become one of the strongest people in White City, perhaps even throughout Ironvale. Elira paid little attention to his boasting. Instead, she focused on Aiden once again. She reminded him that their relationship was over and made it clear there would be no reconciliation. In her eyes, his good looks were the only thing he had ever possessed. She continued speaking, but Aiden barely heard any of of it, because at that moment, something unbelievable happened. A dazzling light appeared in his vision. Aiden froze. His heartbeat accelerated as a mysterious notification echoed inside his mind. A system had appeared. Beep. Host detected awakening success, unlocking the God class system 10000X. Critical hit. Aiden's eyes widened. Then another message followed. 10000X. Critical hit. The harder you work, the stronger you become. 1 unit of effort, 100 times the reward. The moment those words appeared, everything changed. Aiden quickly focused on the details of the 10,000 times critical system. A transparent interface appeared before him, explaining its effects. The system was incredibly simple. Any reward he received could trigger a critical hit, and the multiplier could reach up to 10,000 times. The moment he understood what that meant, his breathing quickened. As someone who had read countless web novels in his previous life, Aiden immediately realized how powerful this ability was. Even if he had awakened the weakest possible class, the system gave him a chance to completely change his future. Only a month remained before the college testing. In this era, failing that exam meant losing almost every opportunity for advancement. Before obtaining the system, Aiden believed a common rank magic apprentice had almost no chance of standing out. Now, everything had changed. For the first time, he could see a path toward top universities, elite academies, and perhaps even Harvard University, the highest educational institution in the world. As those thoughts crossed his mind, a faint smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, Elira noticed it. Seeing him smile after their breakup only irritated her further. She demanded to know what he was so happy about. Aiden's expression immediately turned cold. He reminded her that she was the one who had ended the relationship and declared they should never contact each other again. Since that was her decision, they no longer had anything to do with one another. There was no hesitation in his voice and no sign that he wanted to reconcile. To Aiden, Elira's beauty no longer mattered. After everything she had revealed about herself, all he felt was disgust. Elira was caught completely off guard. Breaking up with Aiden had always been her intention, but she never expected him to accept it so calmly. In her mind, things should have gone differently. She had planned to end the relationship first and then enjoy watching him chase after her attention. After all, Aiden was one of the most handsome students in the school and had always treated her well. Keeping someone like him devoted to her had greatly satisfied her vanity. Instead, Aiden simply told her to move aside. Then he pushed past her and walked out of the school without looking back. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was testing the new system. Watching him leave, Elira felt increasingly frustrated. She stared at his departing figure with a dark expression and silently swore that she would make him regret this. Nearby, Kale saw an opportunity to get closer to her. Confident after awakening as an epic rank holy knight, he proudly reminded Elira of his achievements. He talked about becoming one of the strongest people in White City and even offered to help her level up in the wilds. He also invited her to celebrate at the Voyage Guild later that night. Voyage Guild was an A+ rank guild and one of the strongest organizations in White City. But Elira had no interest in listening. Still angry from her encounter with Aiden, she immediately told Kale to get lost before turning around and leaving the school herself. As she walked away, her thoughts remained fixed on Aiden. After dating someone as handsome as him, she found ordinary-looking men far less appealing. She convinced herself that Aiden would eventually come begging for another chance, and when that happened, she planned to reject him completely. Soon, she disappeared from sight. Kale stood there in confusion. After a moment of thought, he came to his own conclusion. He convinced himself that Elira's anger wasn't directed at him at all. In his mind, Aiden was the true cause of her bad mood. Narrowing his eyes, Kale silently vowed to teach Aiden a lesson. He intended to show him the power of the Voyage Guild and the terror of an epic holy knight. With that, he followed Elira out of the school. As the two left, the entire campus exploded into discussion. Students eagerly talked about the dramatic breakup and the apparent rivalry between Aiden and Kale. Many mocked Aiden's common rank Magic Apprentice class, saying that all his academic achievements had become meaningless overnight. Others repeated the common belief of this world: talent was everything. Hard work could help, but but it could never compensate for a lack of talent. Some students even predicted a bleak future for Aiden. They claimed he had no chance of entering a top university and would eventually become an ordinary worker. A few went even further, saying that with KL targeting him, he might not survive long enough to have any future at all. At the same time, many students couldn't stop talking about the extraordinary awakening results of this year's class. An epic holy knight and a diamond rank flame mage were more than enough to make First High School famous throughout the region. While the entire school buzzed with rumors and speculation, Aiden had already left. His destination was Adventurer Street, the busiest area in the center of White City. The moment he arrived, countless voices filled the air. Street vendors loudly advertised equipment, potions, and skill books. Some claimed to possess rare treasures, while others promoted powerful items capable of increasing a person's strength. The crowded street was packed with adventurers and merchants. Aiden calmly observed the stalls as he walked through the market. After a brief glance, he ignored the black market dealers entirely. Most of their merchandise was unreliable, and he wasn't interested in wasting time on low-quality equipment. His goal was simple. He needed proper gear so he could enter the wilds and begin training as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Aiden left the noisy street vendors behind and stepped into a legitimate equipment store. Inside Starlight's store, a saleswoman named Lunara greeted Aiden and asked what he needed. Without wasting time, Aiden requested a set of armor and a wand. As a magic apprentice, he needed a wand to properly use his skills, and with his terrible level 1 stats, some armor was essential if he planned to survive in the wild. Lunara immediately recommended a beautiful set of gold rank armor that had been obtained from a high-level dragon realm. The armor shimmered with colorful elemental light and looked extremely impressive. Aiden could tell it was excellent equipment, but he quickly shook his head. There was no point looking at gear he couldn't afford. Instead, he asked for iron rank armor and a black iron wand. His financial situation was simple. He had no family in this world and survived by working part-time jobs after school. Most of his savings had already disappeared because of the money he spent on Alira. Altogether, he only had around 70,000 left. Seeing that he was serious, Lunara didn't show any disappointment or contempt. She maintained her professional attitude and soon returned with a pale blue set of armor and a wand embedded with a gem. The equipment looked much rougher than the dragon armor, but Aiden cared more about the stats. The armor granted 10 constitution and 100 health. The wand granted 10 spirit and increased damage by 2%. The moment he saw the attributes, Aiden was surprised. Most iron rank equipment only provided a single bonus effect, but both of these items carried 2 separate bonuses. They were clearly top-tier pieces among iron rank gear. The wand, in particular, exceeded his expectations. When he asked for the price, Lunara replied that the armor and wand together would cost exactly 70,000. Aiden immediately fell silent. The price would consume every coin he had. Still unwilling to give up, he asked if there was any discount available. Lunara explained that Starlight's store guaranteed all of its equipment. If the armor broke within 3 months, customers could exchange it for a replacement. Since iron rank equipment was relatively fragile, that guarantee alone provided considerable value. She also added that the purchase included a high-level health potion and a high-level mana potion free of charge. After hearing the explanation, Aiden finally agreed. The payment emptied his savings completely. Once the transaction was finished, he equipped the armor and accepted a membership card and warranty card from Lunara. The membership card would provide 10% discounts on future purchases. Aiden thanked her briefly before leaving the store. As he stepped outside, he couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Every cent he possessed was now gone. Everything depended on the mysterious system. If the 10,000 times critical system failed to deliver, he would be left with no money and no future. Back inside the store, Lunara watched him leave and quietly remarked that it was a shame such a handsome guy was so poor. Aiden soon boarded a high-speed train and headed toward the area outside White City's safe zone. The moment he exited the station, he found himself surrounded by experienced reclassers. Bounty hunters, adventurers, merchants, and monster hunters filled the area. Newcomers like him were practically non-existent. Normally, a freshly awakened high school student had no business entering such a dangerous place, but Aiden had already made up his mind. He could either risk everything now or accept a future as an ordinary worker after failing the college testing. For him, there was no middle ground. Around the station, people shouted non-stop. Some were recruiting healers for parties. Others were organizing boss raids. Many sold skill books, materials, and equipment. Merchants were everywhere, buying cheap and selling expensive. Aiden paid little attention to them. From his experience on Adventurer Street, he already knew most of these traders specialized in low-quality goods and scams. Real treasures weren't sold at bargain prices. As he continued walking, a surprised female voice suddenly called out. Someone seemed shocked by his level. Aiden turned and saw a beautiful girl wearing a school uniform. She was young, attractive, and clearly drawing attention from the people nearby. Still, Aiden wasn't interested in stopping. He glanced at her once and continued forward, more concerned about testing the effects of his new system. The girl quickly caught up and stepped directly into his path. Introducing herself as Selena, she immediately pointed out that he looked like a high school student who had only recently awakened. She warned him that the wilds were far more dangerous than anything he had experienced in school, and that level 1 beginners could easily die after leaving the station. Then, without hesitation, she offered to help him. She suggested teaming up and leveling together, saying it would be a waste for someone as handsome as him to die so early. Aiden stared at her quietly. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. Then it finally clicked. He remembered exactly who she was. Selena wasn't just an ordinary student. She was one of White City's most famous young geniuses and attended 7th High School. Not long ago, she had successfully completed her class advancement and become an epic class professional. More importantly, her background was extraordinary. She was the daughter of the guild leader of Warrior God Guild, the strongest guild in all of White City, and the head of that powerful guild was none other than Selena's father. Aiden checked Selena's information and confirmed what he had already suspected. She was an epic class high priestess of the elves, at level 12. In this world, reclaimers could view the basic class and level of other reclaimers, while monsters and bosses revealed their full status information. Looking at Selena, Aiden couldn't help feeling the difference between people with powerful backgrounds and those without. A week earlier, 7th High School had completed its awakening ceremony, allowing Selena to start leveling before students from 1st High School. During that single week, she had already reached level 12. Considering how difficult it was for epic classes to level up, the achievement was remarkable. If she had possessed a lower-ranked class, she might have already reached level 30. That thought surprised even Aiden. Level 30 meant reaching the 3rd class stage, while he was still hoping to complete his 2nd class advancement before the college testing. Although he already knew who she was, Aiden still asked if she was Selena from the Warrior God Guild. Selena cheerfully admitted it. Then she invited him to join her. She planned to practice her skills and challenge a level 10 boss alone. Any weaker monsters they encountered could be left to Aiden so he could gain experience. She explained that they were both students from White City and should help each other. Aiden could tell she wasn't lying. Selena truly didn't seem to have any bad intentions. Still, he refused. He wasn't interested in being carried through battles. More importantly, he wanted to test the power of the 10,000 times critical system himself. Without another word, he walked away. Selena stood there in surprise as he left. She couldn't understand why a level 1 magic apprentice would reject free help. Instead of being offended, however, she became curious. A level 1 rookie entering the wild alone and daring to challenge monsters required a certain amount of courage. As she watched him disappear into the distance, Selena's interest only grew stronger. Unlike Elira, Selena didn't care about status or potential when it came to liking someone. As the daughter of the Warrior God Guild's leader, she already stood at the top of White City. To her, background wasn't important. Afterward, she quietly followed behind Aiden. Meanwhile, Aiden entered the hunting grounds and soon encountered his first target, a long-hair bunny. The magical beast was only iron rank and level 1 with 20 health points. Aiden immediately raised his wand and cast Fireball. The spell exploded on contact, instantly killing the bunny and burning the surrounding grass to ash. The reward notification appeared. 1 experience point. 1 long-hair bunny fur. Aiden stared at the screen. Where was the critical hit? For a brief moment, he wondered if the system had failed. Then the notification suddenly changed. The rewards multiplied. 1 experience point became 100. 1 fur became 100 furs. Aiden froze. The critical hit had activated. A 100 times multiplier. multiplier. A flood of experience rushed into him, and level up notifications appeared one after another. His level jumped from 1 to 2, then 3, then 4. Aiden could hardly believe it. One bunny had taken him directly to level 4. The system was real. Without wasting time, he searched for another target. Soon, another long-hair bunny appeared. Another fireball, another kill. The same thing happened again. The original rewards were displayed before being multiplied 100 times. This time, he received 100 furs and 100 bunny fangs. Watching the results, Aiden started thinking carefully. The critical hit wasn't always the maximum value. So far, every reward had been multiplied by 100 rather than 1,000 or 10,000. Before he could analyze further, two larger monsters suddenly emerged. These weren't ordinary rabbits. One of them was a bronze rank level 10 long-hair bunny with 1,000 health points. The other was also far stronger than the creatures he had fought previously. Seeing such powerful monsters appear, Aiden immediately used the accumulated experience he had gained. Level up notifications exploded across his screen. His level rose to 7, then 8, then 10. In just a few moments, he had reached the maximum level for his first class. A notification informed him that he could no longer level up until he completed his class advancement and entered the second class stage through the Reclaimer Association. But there was no time to celebrate. The two powerful rabbits were already charging toward him. Aiden quickly drank the mana potion he had purchased from Starlight Store. His mana instantly recovered. He raised his wand and launched another fireball. The explosion engulfed both monsters. When the rewards appeared, Aiden's heartbeat accelerated. The level 10 bunny provided massive experience. Then the critical hit activated. The rewards exploded by 100 times. Experience skyrocketed. Materials multiplied. And among the rewards was something even more shocking. A gold rank weapon. The Crimson Flame Staff. Aiden stared at the notification in disbelief. The smaller bunny only provided several thousand experience points and ordinary materials, but the level 10 elite monster had produced a completely different result. At that moment, Aiden finally began to understand how the system worked. The multipliers weren't fixed. Different kills produced different outcomes. Some rewards received ordinary critical hits, while others generated far more valuable results. But none of that mattered right now. His eyes were locked onto a single item, the Crimson Flame Staff. A gold rank weapon had just dropped into his hands. Aiden immediately checked the attributes of the Crimson Flame Staff. The moment the stats appeared, he was stunned. The gold rank weapon granted 300 spirit, 10% increased damage, and an additional 15% fire damage bonus. Aiden couldn't help but tremble as he stared at the numbers. 300 spirit points from a single weapon was simply outrageous. Normally, players only gained 1 stat point per level. If someone wanted to obtain 300 spirit through leveling alone, they would theoretically need to reach level 300. But in this world, even level 100 was considered the realm of gods. The difference between iron rank and gold rank equipment was beyond imagination. As he thought about it, a possibility formed in his mind. The level 10 long-hair bunny probably shouldn't have dropped a gold rank weapon at all. Normally, it would have dropped something much weaker. But after the system's 100 times critical hit effect, the reward itself had been upgraded into a gold rank item. That realization made his heart pound. If a level 10 monster could produce a gold rank weapon after a critical hit, then what about stronger enemies? What if a level 20, level 30, or level 40 boss dropped equipment? Could the system upgrade those rewards into epic gear, legendary equipment, even legendary artifacts? The more Aiden thought about it, the more excited he became. For the first time, he truly understood how terrifying the 10,000 times critical system was. Without wasting any time, he gripped the Crimson Flame Staff and continued deeper into the wilds. His level had already reached 10, and with a gold rank weapon in hand, he had far more confidence than before. He wanted to test the limits of the system. Far behind him, Selena continued secretly following. What she had witnessed left her completely confused. From her perspective, Aiden had casually killed a few ordinary long-hair bunnies, and somehow his level had skyrocketed from 1 to 10. Then, instead of returning to complete his class advancement, he had continued walking deeper into increasingly dangerous territory. To Selena, none of it made sense. The areas beyond White City's safe zones weren't filled only with weak monsters. Powerful creatures capable of destroying entire cities could be found deeper inside the wilds. A level 10 magic apprentice apprentice shouldn't even think about entering such places. The only explanation she could come up with was that Aiden wasn't actually level 10 at all. In her mind, he must have been hiding his true strength. She convinced herself that he was using some powerful item or special ability to suppress his displayed level while secretly possessing much greater power. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. After all, even she, an epic-class high priestess at level 12, only hunted in relatively safe areas. Yet Aiden was calmly advancing toward much more dangerous territory. That kind of confidence couldn't belong to an ordinary person. Selena's imagination quickly ran wild. Maybe Aiden was level 20. No, that still didn't seem enough. If he was willing to face high-level monsters alone, perhaps he was already above level 30. Then she noticed the crimson flame staff in his hand. The moment she recognized it as a gold rank weapon, her speculation intensified. To Selena, everything suddenly made sense. Aiden couldn't possibly be a local student from White City. He must have come from a larger city. Perhaps he belonged to one of the nation's strongest guilds. Maybe he was even a member of a hidden noble family. Only someone with a terrifying background could possess such strength, such confidence, and such equipment at such a young age. Compared to the true giants standing at the top of society, even the warrior god guild was insignificant. As these thoughts filled her head, Selena became increasingly certain that Aiden was an extraordinary genius from the highest levels of society. Meanwhile, Aiden continued moving farther away from White City's base until he finally found a suitable target. A giant snake emerged before him. Its information immediately appeared. It was a flame viper, silver rank, level 13, 7,200 health points. The enormous serpent was covered in fiery scales that shimmered beneath the fading light. When it raised its upper body, it stood over 6 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. Although it wasn't classified as a boss, it was still an elite silver rank monster. Aiden's eyes lit up. Compared to the rabbits he had been farming earlier, this was a completely different level of prey. The rewards from killing such a monster would undoubtedly be much greater, and if the critical hit effect activated again, the loot could become truly incredible. Holding the crimson flame staff tightly, Aiden felt determination rising inside him. His strongest skill was still fireball. Now, with the weapon's massive spirit boost, increased damage, and additional fire enhancement, the spell's power had grown dramatically. The flame viper would be the perfect opponent to test his current strength. The moment the giant serpent noticed him, it raised its massive triangular head and released a threatening hiss. Its tongue flickered through the air while its golden eyes locked directly onto Aiden. A chill immediately ran through his body. This wasn't a game. There were no respawns, no second chances. If he died here, he would be dead for real. Facing the massive flame viper, Aiden forced himself to stay calm. He reminded himself that every bit of effort now could return 100-fold reward. If he couldn't overcome a challenge like this, then all the opportunities given by the system would be meaningless. Without hesitating, he raised the crimson flame staff and launched a fireball. The blazing projectile shot forward and struck the flame viper directly. The attack landed perfectly. A painful hiss erupted from the giant snake as a charred hole appeared in its body. Its health bar plummeted, dropping below half in a single hit. Aiden stared in disbelief. The damage far exceeded his expectations. The combination of the gold rank staff and its fire-enhancing effects had transformed an ordinary fireball into a devastating attack. If the skill itself had been of a higher rank, the first strike might have killed the monster outright. Before Aiden could celebrate, the flame viper retaliated. Fire crackled through the air while dark green poison sprayed toward him. At the same time, the enormous serpent charged through the grass with frightening speed. Aiden's heart nearly stopped. The level 13 silver rank monster was much faster than he expected. Its poison attacks and explosive flames were deadly. If even one attack landed, his iron rank armor would be useless. Against an enemy like this, getting hit meant death. Drawing on everything he had learned about combat, Aiden immediately moved. Instead of running in a straight line, he began weaving in unpredictable shaped patterns. The technique worked. The flame viper burned through all of its active skills while trying to hit him. Once its abilities entered cooldown, it was left with only basic attacks, but Aiden's mobility gave him the advantage. Although his attributes weren't particularly high, his smaller body and agile movements allowed him to dart through trees and tall grass. The giant snake couldn't catch him and eventually slammed directly into a tree. The impact left it bleeding and disoriented. Aiden immediately seized the opportunity. His fireball cooldown had finished. Without hesitation, he cast another one. The fireball exploded against the wounded serpent. Moments later, the flame viper collapsed. Aiden stood frozen. He had actually killed it. A level 13 silver rank monster had fallen to a level 10 magic apprentice. Even Selena, who possessed an epic class profession and had been leveling for an entire week, might not have been able to defeat it so easily. But Aiden's attention quickly shifted toward the reward screen. That was what truly mattered. The first notification appeared. 2,700 experience points. Then the critical hit activated. The reward instantly exploded into 270,000 experience points. Material drops multiplied as well. Flame viper hearts, fire snake skins, poison eyeballs, flame snake horns. Every material multiplied by 100. Then another reward appeared. A skill book. A platinum rank skill book. Aiden felt his entire body heat up as he stared at the notification. First, he had obtained a gold rank weapon. Now, he had acquired a platinum rank skill. The rewards were becoming more unbelievable with every battle. Even after calming himself down, he couldn't stop thinking about the system's mechanics. So far, every critical hit had only reached 100 times. There had been no 1,000 times or 10,000 times multiplier. After considering the situation, Aiden arrived at a possible explanation. The monsters he had killed weren't bosses. Even the flame viper was only an elite silver rank monster. Perhaps higher multipliers required stronger enemies. Regardless, 100 times critical hit was already more than enough to satisfy him. His gaze landed on the floating skill book. Rainbow-colored light radiated from its pages as its information appeared before him. Blazing tornado, platinum rank. The skill summoned both flame and air elements, creating a destructive tornado capable of reducing everything in its path to ashes. It dealt continuous critical fire damage, possessed powerful offensive effects, and consumed relatively little mana. The more Aiden read, the more shocked he became. This wasn't just a fire skill. It combined two elements. It inflicted continuous critical damage, and it had low mana consumption. Most importantly, he was currently wielding the Crimson Flame Staff, which significantly boosted fire damage. The skill seemed perfectly suited to him. Aiden couldn't wait to test its true power. He wanted to know how much destruction it could unleash and whether it would be enough to challenge even stronger monsters and bosses. But before he could do that, unexpected voices suddenly echoed nearby. Several people had arrived. A group of middle-aged men emerged from the surrounding area wearing bronze rank and silver rank equipment. Some carried swords, while others held various weapons. The men immediately noticed the enormous pile of materials scattered around the dead flame viper. They were visibly shocked. 100 flame viper hearts alone represented an incredible fortune. The group quickly realized how valuable the loot was. At the same time, they noticed something else. The dead flame viper, a level 13 monster that was almost boss level, had somehow been killed. Then they looked at Aiden, a level 10 magic apprentice. None of them believed he could have defeated the monster himself. Aiden's expression immediately darkened. His eyes became sharp as he stared at the newcomers. "What do you want?" he asked. One of the men stepped forward. He was short and sly-looking, with a smug smile on his face. The man raised his chin and sneered. "What do you think?" His gaze swept over the materials and rewards scattered around Aiden. Then his smile widened. He ordered Aiden to hand everything over and leave. Otherwise, they weren't going to let him off so easily. Aiden immediately recognized what kind of people he was dealing with. Robbers. Back in his previous life, he had seen the same thing happen countless times in online games. Players would wait until someone defeated a powerful enemy, then appear at the last moment to steal all the rewards. Unfortunately for these bandits, they were making a serious mistake. Although Aiden was only level 10, his actual combat power was far beyond that. He quickly assessed the group. One of them was a level 14 bronze rank assassin. The strongest member appeared to be a level 19 silver rank heavy shield knight. Normally, a level 10 magic apprentice would have no chance against opponents like these. Either one could easily defeat defeat someone at Aiden's level. But Aiden had advantages they didn't know about. He possessed a gold rank weapon. He had just learned the platinum rank skill, Blazing Tornado. And most importantly, reclassers were much weaker than monsters of the same level. The level 13 Flame Viper he had just killed could easily handle multiple level 12 reclassers. After counting carefully, Aiden determined there were 7 enemies altogether, including those hiding nearby. A faint smile appeared on his face. The description of Blazing Tornado clearly stated that it was a large-scale area attack. If the skill was as powerful as it sounded, it might be able to eliminate the entire group at once. The assassin noticed Aiden smiling and immediately became suspicious. He mocked him, reminding him that he had only just reached the maximum level of his first class and warning him not to resist. Then the man's eyes suddenly landed on the Crimson Flame Staff. His expression changed instantly. The weapon's appearance alone revealed its extraordinary quality. The assassin practically shouted in disbelief when he realized it was gold rank equipment. The rest of the group quickly noticed as well. Greed immediately filled their eyes. Some of them openly complained that they were still using bronze rank gear, while a mere level 10 Magic Apprentice possessed a gold rank weapon. Others wondered where Aiden had obtained such equipment. For a moment, caution appeared among the bandits. Someone even asked which guild he belonged to. A low-level Magic Apprentice carrying such a valuable weapon naturally suggested a powerful background. The dead Flame Viper nearby only increased their uncertainty, but their hesitation didn't last long. The Heavy Shield Knight stepped forward with a cold smile. He mocked his subordinates for being afraid of a mere teenager. According to him, it didn't matter whether Aiden belonged to the Warrior God Guild or not. Killing him and selling the staff on the black market would earn them a fortune. Afterward, they could simply leave White City and join the dark cult. His words immediately reignited the group's confidence. The bandits began closing in from all sides. As they tightened the encirclement, Aiden's expression grew colder and colder. He had deliberately waited. The closer they gathered together, the more effective his attack would become. Finally, when they were all within range, Aiden moved. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, he activated his newly acquired skill, Blazing Tornado. The moment the spell was cast, a terrifying surge of magical power erupted throughout the forest. Even Aiden was stunned by what happened next. High above the trees, a colossal tornado materialized out of nowhere. Flames and wind intertwined together, creating a destructive storm unlike anything he had imagined. The tornado expanded rapidly. It swallowed not only the group of bandits, but almost the entire surrounding forest. Aiden estimated its diameter at over 100 meters. Only then did he truly understand how powerful a platinum rank skill was. Gold rank equipment was already worth an incredible fortune. Platinum rank skills were even more valuable. There were very few people in White City capable of using magic of this level. The bandits immediately panicked. Their faces turned pale as they stared at the enormous tornado. Some of them screamed that it was a forbidden spell. Others couldn't understand how a level 10 Magic Apprentice could possibly cast such a skill. The moment fear took over, they tried to run, but it was already too late. The tornado's range was simply too large. Even if they sprinted with everything they had, escaping a 100-meter-wide magical storm was impossible. And this wasn't an ordinary tornado. It was a fusion of flame and air element magic. Explosions erupted, one after another. The bandits were caught directly inside the storm. Their screams echoed through the forest. Then their bodies exploded apart under the overwhelming power of the spell. One after another, the reclassers were torn to pieces and reduced to bloody fragments. Aiden watched the destruction unfold before him. A complicated feeling surfaced in his heart. This was the first time he had killed another human being, yet he felt no guilt. These men had clearly spent their lives preying on weaker people. They had likely robbed and murdered countless adventurers and students in the wild. Some of them might even have been wanted criminals already. Soon, the final explosion echoed through the forest. Silence returned. The entire group had been wiped out. At the same time, massive amounts of experience flooded into Aiden. But as he reviewed the results, his expression suddenly changed. He frowned. Something was wrong. Not all of them were dead. One person was still missing. Aiden quickly spotted the one survivor. The assassin who had escaped the blazing tornado stood trembling in place, his face completely drained of color. He stared at Aiden as if he were looking at a monster. The man couldn't understand what had just happened. 7 experienced killers had attacked a teenager. Among them was a level 19 silver rank heavy shield knight. powerful enough to defeat level 20 opponents. Yet every single one of them had been wiped out. Shaking uncontrollably, the assassin demanded to know who Aiden really was. He refused to believe someone like him could exist in White City. Aiden didn't bother answering. Instead, he calmly reviewed the battle in his mind. As a top student, he had a habit of analyzing everything. The fact that one enemy had survived showed that his control over Blazing Tornado wasn't perfect yet. If he had positioned the spell more accurately, nobody would have escaped. After reaching that conclusion, he raised the Crimson Flame Staff once more. There was no need to waste a platinum rank skill on a wounded assassin. A simple fireball would be enough. The assassin immediately panicked. He desperately begged for mercy and shouted that he possessed valuable items he could hand over. But Aiden wasn't interested. His lips curved into a faint smile. "If I kill you, all of it becomes mine anyway." The fireball shot forward. The next moment, the assassin was engulfed by flames and reduced to ashes. With the last bandit eliminated, Aiden felt his heartbeat quicken slightly, but there was no guilt in his heart. These men had tried to kill him first. As he turned his attention toward the reward notifications, his expression suddenly froze. The amount of experience pouring in was ridiculous. The assassin alone granted thousands of experience points. After the critical hit effect activated, the rewards exploded into hundreds of thousands. The Flame Mage's rewards reached over 600,000 experience. The Heavy Shield Knight's rewards surpassed 1 million experience. Aiden was stunned. The sheer amount was enough to make him dizzy. Normally, even killing a level 20 boss would only grant a few thousand experience points. Yet after eliminating 7 reclassers and triggering critical hits, he had obtained experience comparable to defeating countless high-level bosses. The rewards were simply absurd. Aiden immediately realized what this meant. Once he completed his first-class advancement and unlocked the level cap, all of this stored experience could be used at once. He might instantly rise to the peak of the second-class stage. His heart raced with excitement. The college testing that once seemed impossible now looked completely different. Class rank was important, but level was just as critical. Even a legendary class professional couldn't bridge the gap between level 1 and level 100. By the time the college testing arrived, his opponents wouldn't be facing a weak Magic Apprentice anymore. They might be facing a massively overleveled Magic Apprentice equipped with top-tier gear. Trying to calm himself, Aiden continued reading the reward notifications. Then, his eyes widened again. The loot was even more shocking than the experience. 100 enhancement gems, 200 high-tier health potions, 200 high-tier mana potions, 400 high-tier damage amplifier potions. Then came the equipment. A critical ring, wounding bracers, gale boots. All of them were gold rank. And then one final reward appeared. An abyssal belt, diamond rank. Aiden froze completely. Diamond rank equipment was practically legendary in White City. Not even the city's mayor possessed an item of that grade. Yet now a diamond rank belt had landed directly in his inventory. The rewards felt unreal. Aiden quickly began examining the items one by one. The enhancement gems were gold rank consumables that permanently increased attributes. The ones he received increased strength by 10 points each. The high-tier health potions could rapidly restore health while also providing additional recovery afterward. The high-tier mana potions worked similarly for mana. Then there were the high-tier damage amplifier potions. These rare gold rank consumables temporarily boosted either physical or magical damage. Multiple potions could stack for even greater effects, although excessive use reduced efficiency. As Aiden read through the descriptions, his excitement continued growing. The health and mana potions alone represented an enormous fortune. Even Starlight Store treated such potions as valuable resources and only handed out a few at a time. Now, he possessed 200 of each, 400 high-grade potions. Selling them alone would make him rich overnight. The damage amplifier potions were even more valuable. Their rarity made them highly sought after among reclassers. In White City, a single damage amplifier potion could be traded for multiple health potions. And Aiden now had 400 of them. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable the reward seemed. Something about the critical hit system still didn't add up. The experience gains clearly looked like 100 times amplification, but the quality of the rewards felt far beyond a simple 100 times increase. The original bandits probably carried only a handful of ordinary consumables. Yet after amplification, Aiden had received hundreds of top-grade items. As he analyzed the situation, a possible pattern emerged. Perhaps experience experience, rewards, and item quality follow different amplification rules. Or maybe defeating multiple powerful enemies at once increased the effectiveness of the critical hit. Aiden couldn't say for sure, but one thing was becoming clear. The greater the challenge, the greater the rewards. If he wanted to maximize the power of the 10,000 times critical system, then he needed to hunt stronger bosses and defeat more powerful enemies at the same time. As Aiden studied the rewards he had obtained, his determination only grew stronger. Who said hard work didn't pay off? With the critical hit system multiplying his gains, every battle had the potential to transform his strength completely. He immediately opened his equipment panel and checked the stats of his newly acquired gear. The critical ring granted a 10% critical hit chance and 20% critical damage. The wounding bracers provided 100 spirit, 100 strength, and a 15% damage boost. The Gale boots granted 200 agility, increased escape speed during battle by 10%, and provided an additional 5% agility boost in combat. Most impressive of all was the diamond rank Abyssal belt. It granted 500 spirit, increased maximum health by 30%, raised physical defense by 10%, and provided 10% resistance to all elemental magic. Aiden was stunned. The stats were far beyond what he expected. The critical ring alone felt powerful enough to rival equipment of a higher rank. The wounding bracers dramatically increased both offense and attributes. The Gale boots improved mobility, making survival much easier. And the Abyssal belt was on an entirely different level. Not only did it provide an enormous amount of spirit, but it also strengthened nearly every important defensive category. As he calculated the total bonuses, Aiden realized his spirit had increased by roughly 800 points. Combined with the additional damage boosts, critical chance, and critical damage, his combat power had skyrocketed. After thinking it through, he reached a startling conclusion. His current strength had likely surpassed that of an ordinary level 20 boss. If a level 30 boss didn't possess unusually high health, he might even be able to kill it. And all of this had happened while he was still, technically, just a level 10 magic apprentice. The growth was so ridiculous that anyone hearing it would think it was impossible. Yet Aiden knew his weaknesses still existed. His offensive power was incredible, but his health, defenses, resistances, and survivability still lagged behind. He was essentially a damage-focused glass cannon. His skill selection was also limited. Blazing Tornado was overwhelmingly powerful, but it was his strongest trump card. Fireball provided additional damage, but if both skills entered cooldown at the wrong time, he would have very few options remaining. The strengths were obvious. The weaknesses were just as obvious. After considering everything, Aiden made a decision. He would return to White City and complete his class advancement first. His level was already capped. Without advancing to the next class, all the experience he had accumulated couldn't be fully utilized. Once he completed the advancement process, he could immediately convert that stored experience into levels. With his current reserves, reaching level 20 instantly seemed entirely possible. That would help solve many of his current weaknesses. Satisfied with the plan, Aiden performed one final sweep of the battlefield to make sure he hadn't missed any loot. Then he turned toward White City. Night had already fallen. The moon hung high in the sky. Aiden knew that darkness dramatically increased the danger level of the wilds. Powerful monsters became active after sunset. Even worse, demons from the abyss often appeared during the night. Ordinary demons feared sunlight and rarely appeared during the day, though noble demons were powerful enough to ignore that weakness entirely. As he traveled back toward the city, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Groups of reclassers came running out of the forest. Their faces were pale with terror. Some shouted for everyone to run. Others screamed about a terrifying boss appearing near White City. Aiden immediately caught an important name, Iron Dragon Teshin. His eyes narrowed. A red name boss. In this world, red name bosses were monsters far stronger than ordinary creatures of the same rank. They were considered elite among bosses, similar to geniuses among reclassers. Such monsters were infamous. Cities often placed bounties on them. Even stronger threats could earn worldwide bounties and become recognized as world bosses. Defeating one brought enormous rewards, prestige, and official recognition. Listening to the panicked crowd, Aiden felt something completely different from fear. Excitement. Then a burly, middle-aged man spotted him. Seeing a young level 10 magic apprentice standing there, the man immediately shouted at him to run. According to him, Tetian was attacking White City itself. Anyone who remained nearby sky, risked dying before they could escape. But before he could say anything more, the forest behind him suddenly erupted with violent movement. The ground trembled, trees shook. Then a gigantic figure burst into the sky. Everyone froze. Bathed in moonlight, an enormous dragon rose above the forest. Its body was covered not in ordinary scales, but in metallic armor-like plates that made it look as if it had been forged entirely from steel. The creature stretched roughly 60 meters long. Even more terrifying, it possessed 6 massive wings instead of the usual 2. Each beat of those wings generated powerful gusts that swept across the forest. The sight alone shattered the courage of many nearby reclassers. The burly man collapsed onto the ground in terror. His legs stopped responding. His voice shook as he cried out that Tetian had arrived. Panic spread throughout the area, but while everyone else focused on escaping, Aiden remained where he stood. His heart tightened as he stared at the monstrous dragon dominating the night sky. The pressure was immense. The danger was obvious, yet instead of retreating toward White City, Aiden raised his head and looked directly at the Iron Dragon. His eyes burned with determination. More than fear, he wanted to know one thing. What kind of rewards would a red name boss like Tetian drop if he managed to kill it? The frightened, middle-aged knight quickly stood in front of Aiden and told him to run. Although fear was written all over his face, he still gripped his heavy sword and prepared to stay behind. In his eyes, Aiden was just a student and the future hope of White City. Aiden looked at the man with slight surprise. This world valued strength above everything else, but people like this knight still existed. Unlike the criminals Aiden had killed earlier, this man was willing to risk his life to protect a stranger. The knight was level 17, but Aiden already knew the outcome if he fought Tetian. The gap between bosses and reclassers was enormous. Even 100 level 17 bronze rank knights would be little more than cannon fodder against a red name boss like the Iron Dragon. Softly, Aiden told him not to. The knight immediately became confused and urged him to leave again. He admitted that he was old and likely going to die anyway, while Aiden still had a chance to study, take the college testing, and build a future. His words left Aiden slightly moved. Then Aiden made a decision. If he wanted to challenge Tetian, he needed every advantage possible. Without hesitation, he pulled out all 100 enhancement gems. Originally, he had planned to sell them. He wasn't even sure how valuable they truly were, and the stat increase from each individual gem didn't seem extraordinary compared to the massive bonuses from his equipment. But now, a red name boss stood before him. If he succeeded in slaying the Iron Dragon, the rewards would far outweigh the value of a few gems. One after another, he activated them. Spirit gems, strength gems, agility gems, constitution gems. The enhancement notifications continuously flashed before his eyes. By the time he finished, all 4 of his primary attributes had increased by a total of 1,000 points. Aiden couldn't help taking a deep breath. Even epic class professionals were famous for their superior stat growth, yet a level 10 epic class reclasser would normally only possess around 1,000 bonus stats. Aiden had just gained that amount through enhancement gems alone. Combined with his high rank equipment, his overall power reached a completely different level. But he wasn't finished. Next, he pulled out a massive stack of high-tier damage amplifier potions. Dozens of bottles floated in the air. Then he opened them all at once. The enhancement messages flooded his vision as potion after potion increased his damage output. Only after drinking 92 bottles did the system finally inform him that he had reached the enhancement limit. Aiden slowly exhaled. Now everything was ready. His stats had increased dramatically. His equipment was equipped. His damage output had been pushed to its limit. Although consuming so many valuable potions hurt a little, he believed the rewards from killing Tetian would make the cost insignificant. Above the battlefield, the Iron Dragon continued spreading destruction. Flames poured from the sky. Reclassers were burned alive and reduced to ash wherever the dragon passed. The middle-aged knight tightened his grip on his sword and once again told Aiden to run while he held the monster back. Despair was obvious in his voice. Aiden simply shook his head. Then he calmly spoke words that completely stunned the man. "I can kill this dragon." The knight stared at him in disbelief. Before he could say anything else, Aiden had already moved. He sprinted forward and headed directly toward the Iron Dragon. The closer he got, the more overwhelming the creature's size became. Its enormous body blocked the moonlight itself. Looking up at the massive dragon, Aiden couldn't help gritting his teeth. The monster was truly gigantic, yet the danger fear only made him more determined. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Even without a critical hit, the materials from a dragon's body would be worth a fortune. As Aiden approached, Tetian finally stopped chasing the fleeing reclassers. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed as it focused entirely on him. Then, to everyone's surprise, Tetian spoke. The dragon looked down at Aiden with obvious mockery and contempt. Through the system's translation, Aiden understood every word. Tetian called him an insignificant bug and questioned how someone like him dared challenge the Iron Dragon. The dragon promised to show him the hopelessness of humanity before turning him into food. As the dragon spoke, powerful magical energy gathered around it. The pressure in the air intensified. Countless elemental lights began swirling above the battlefield, while ancient dragon magic formed around Tetian. Aiden immediately realized what was happening. The dragon was preparing a powerful spell, and while Tetian was channeling that magic, it couldn't easily dodge or interrupt its own casting. That brief opening was exactly what Aiden needed. His eyes sharpened. The moment had arrived. Aiden raised the Crimson Flame Staff. First, he launched several fireballs. The attacks weren't intended to deal the most damage. Instead, they were aimed at cutting off Tetian's possible escape routes. Then he unleashed his true attack, Blazing Tornado. In an instant, a colossal storm materialized across the battlefield. Even Aiden was shocked by what he saw. The tornado was far larger than before. Flames and wind merged together into a destructive force that swallowed half the forest. Its diameter exceeded 300 meters. The terrifying sight towered over everything in the area. For the first time, even Aiden realized just how monstrous the power of his platinum rank skill had become after all of the enhancements. The moment the massive tornado appeared, Aiden was completely stunned. Its diameter had grown from 100 meters to over 300 meters. That wasn't simply 3 times larger. The difference in scale was overwhelming. The colorful storm transformed the battlefield into a deadly zone of destruction. Compared to the gigantic tornado, even the enormous Iron Dragon looked small. Tetian was even more shocked than Aiden. The dragon stared at the approaching storm with wide golden eyes and immediately fell into panic. It couldn't understand how a human it viewed as an insignificant insect could unleash something this terrifying. In desperation, Tetian roared that it couldn't die. Then it did something even more surprising. As the tornado swallowed half of its body, the dragon begged for its life. It offered to become Aiden's mount if only he would spare it. Aiden's eyes narrowed. An Iron Dragon, a red name boss, a dragon mount, was undoubtedly tempting. For a brief moment, he was genuinely moved. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The blazing tornado had already been released. He wasn't a high-level mage capable of controlling a spell of this scale with perfect precision. He couldn't stop it, even if he wanted to. With a helpless smile, Aiden admitted that he couldn't recall the skill. The next moment, the tornado swept through the forest completely. A thunderous explosion echoed across the area. The ground shook violently. Like a collapsing mountain, Tetian's massive body crashed into the forest and created an enormous crater. Looking at the devastated battlefield, even Aiden swallowed hard. He was still just a level 10 magic apprentice, yet he had just killed a red name boss by himself. After the shock faded, he immediately turned his attention toward the reward notifications. His fists clenched as excitement mixed with nervous anticipation. Then the messages began flooding in. The first thing he noticed was the experience reward. 100,000 experience points became 100 million after amplification. Aiden froze. Then came an endless stream of materials. Iron Dragon Hearts, Steel Wings, Petrified Steel Dragon Eyes, Flame, Storm, Blood, Dragon Reverse Scales, Ice Blue Dragon Claws. Every material appeared in stacks of 1,000, but the most shocking rewards came next. Iron Dragon's Staff, Epic Rank. Iron Dragon's Armor, Epic Rank. Aiden stood motionless for several seconds. Epic Equipment, 2 pieces at once. His mind almost stopped working. White City didn't even possess diamond rank equipment. As far as Aiden knew, even the city's strongest figures might not own gear of that level. Yet now he had obtained 2 epic rank items. Epic was far above diamond rank. The gap was enormous, and the rewards weren't finished. Because he had defeated a red name boss, he also received 100 honor points and a basic medal. The notification explained that both rewards rewards needed to be claimed at the Reclasser Association. Aiden quickly remembered that he already planned to return there for his class advancement anyway. He could claim everything at the same time. Still, the equipment wasn't even the most unbelievable part. The materials and experience rewards were so massive that they nearly made him dizzy. 100 million experience points, thousands of high-grade dragon materials. The sheer value was impossible to calculate. As he inspected the material descriptions, his shock deepened once again. Iron dragon wings were diamond rank materials capable of creating rare wing equipment that granted flight. They could also be used for forging weapons and brewing potions. Iron dragon hearts were equally valuable and served as essential crafting materials for many high-level reclassers. Most of the materials were diamond rank. Only a small number were platinum rank, and Aiden possessed 1,000 of each. The value was staggering. Just the iron dragon wings alone could theoretically produce more than 1,000 wing-type pieces of equipment. Flight was a dream shared by countless reclassers. Wing equipment was so valuable that even diamond rank wings could rival starlight rank or even epic rank gear. Aiden could hardly believe it. After quickly storing the materials inside his storage space, he turned his attention toward Titian's gigantic corpse. The body itself was worth a fortune. Unfortunately, another problem appeared. His storage space was already full. As a level 10 magic apprentice, his inventory capacity was limited. Titian's body was simply too large. Leaving it behind would be a huge loss, but taking it away seemed impossible. While Aiden considered the problem, the middle-aged knight stood nearby, completely frozen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After a long silence, he finally spoke. In his mind, there was only one explanation for what he had witnessed: a forbidden spell. A level 10 magic apprentice had used a forbidden spell to kill the Red Name boss, Iron Dragon Tetian. The idea sounded insane. Aiden simply smiled faintly and asked if the man was all right. The knight quickly nodded. Still overwhelmed, he introduced himself as Eric from the Warrior God Guild. His words came out awkwardly because he was still trying to process everything that had happened. Then, after taking a deep breath, Eric looked at Aiden with respect and gratitude. He thanked him for saving his life. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Eric asked whether Aiden was a prodigy from another province. Because after witnessing a level 10 magic apprentice kill a Red Name boss with what looked like a forbidden spell, Eric simply couldn't believe someone like Aiden could be an ordinary local from White City. Aiden calmly told Eric it was nothing. From Eric's perspective, Aiden had saved his life. But in Aiden's eyes, he had simply encountered the Iron Dragon and happened to possess the strength to kill it. When Eric mentioned the Warrior God Guild, Aiden was slightly surprised. Earlier that day, he had already met Selena, the guild leader's daughter. Running into another member of the same guild felt like quite a coincidence. Eric continued speaking, completely convinced that Aiden was some extraordinary genius. In his mind, Aiden had mastered a forbidden spell and deliberately suppressed his level to train himself. He even tried asking what rank Aiden truly was. Hearing that, Aiden almost laughed. He had never even seen a real forbidden spell before. Everything he knew about them came from textbooks. The attack Eric had witnessed wasn't a forbidden spell at all. It was only the platinum rank Blazing Tornado. The reason it looked so terrifying was much simpler. Aiden had consumed nearly 100 high-tier damage amplifier potions before casting it. Even he admitted that was practically cheating. When Aiden didn't answer, Eric immediately became nervous and apologized for asking too many questions. Aiden simply nodded and prepared to leave. Before heading back, he planned to collect what he could from Titian's corpse. Even if he couldn't take everything, he could at least salvage some valuable materials. At that moment, Eric suddenly realized something. He quickly approached and asked if Aiden was running out of storage space. Aiden nodded. Eric immediately looked as though everything had finally clicked into place. He started talking about how top talents from the Imperial Capital and Magic Capital were often sent to other regions for training. According to him, these geniuses would deliberately suppress their levels and challenge stronger enemies to improve their combat awareness. In his imagination, Aiden was obviously one of those elite prodigies. Aiden could only smile helplessly. The story Eric had created was completely wrong, but somehow sounded convincing. Then Eric respectfully held out a special container. Although it looked no larger than a ring, it contained an enormous amount of storage space. According to Eric, it should be more than enough to hold the entire Iron Dragon corpse. He offered it as a gift to thank Aiden for saving him. After a brief pause, Aiden accepted. At the same time, he casually tossed over 10 high-tier health potions and 10 high-tier mana potions. Then, he took out an Iron Dragon wing and handed that over as well. The wing was a diamond rank material. Eric nearly dropped it in shock. To him, a gold rank storage item was already an incredible treasure he had treasured for years. Aiden didn't want to take advantage of him. Besides, after receiving 1,000 Iron Dragon wings from the critical hit reward, giving away one hardly mattered. Eric immediately tried to refuse. A diamond rank material was far too valuable. Even Tatine himself wasn't expected to drop something like that so casually, but Aiden simply told him to take it. Then he activated the storage item. The massive corpse of the Iron Dragon disappeared instantly into the container. In reality, the value of Tetian's body far exceeded the value of a single wing, so Aiden wasn't losing anything in the exchange. Seeing Aiden insist, Eric could only accept the gifts while repeatedly thanking him. By now, his admiration had reached a completely different level. In his eyes, Aiden was unquestionably a young lord from a top family. No ordinary student could possess such strength, composure, and generosity. After an exhausting day of fighting, Aiden finally looked toward the distant White City base and started walking back. Eric remained where he was and respectfully called out his farewell. Aiden answered with a simple goodbye before disappearing into the distance. Even after he left, Eric stood there for a long time. Soon, surviving reclassers from the battlefield began gathering around him. For several moments, nobody spoke. The silence was absolute. Then, the shock finally erupted. Everyone started talking at once. Some were still trying to process the forbidden spell they believed they had witnessed. Others debated whether Aiden came from the Imperial capital or the Magic capital. Many insisted there was no way he was truly level 10. In their minds, he had obviously been suppressing his level to train himself. After all, how could a real level 10 Magic Apprentice possibly kill a red name boss in a single attack? Others claimed his strength must already rival or even surpass White City's mayor. One person quickly warned everyone to stop talking carelessly about someone that powerful. The discussion only intensified when they noticed the massive dragon wing in Eric's hands. The wing looked like a smaller version of Tetian's own wing and stretched several meters long. Everyone immediately recognized it as a diamond rank material. When they asked where it came from, Eric revealed the truth. The mysterious young lord had simply given it to him. After briefly explaining what had happened between them, the entire crowd fell silent once again. Then a fresh wave of shock swept through everyone present. The more they learned about Aiden, the more unbelievable he seemed. In their minds, the image of a hidden top-tier genius from a great city became even more firmly established. The surviving reclassers could barely believe what they had heard. Aiden had casually handed Eric a diamond rank material as if it were nothing. Some people argued that it wasn't completely unreasonable, since the Iron Dragon's corpse was worth far more than a single wing. Others were confused about why someone so powerful would have such limited storage space. But before long, everyone came to the same conclusion. It was training. In their minds, Aiden was a top genius, deliberately restricting himself. The fact that he lacked certain conveniences only made them more convinced that he came from an extraordinary family that forced him to rely on his own abilities. The rumors quickly became more exaggerated. Some people suggested there might be a hidden guardian watching over him from the shadows. Others claimed an expert above level 80 could be secretly protecting him. Nobody questioned these theories. After all, they believed Aiden had mastered a forbidden spell and casually killed a level 30 red name boss. The more they discussed it, the more terrifying Aiden's imagined background became. Eric suddenly realized something and broke out into a cold sweat. Not only had he spoken casually with such a person, but he had also accepted a diamond rank material from him. Thinking about it now, Eric couldn't help looking nervously toward the sky, wondering whether some hidden powerhouse was watching everything. Meanwhile, someone else had witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. Selena, standing far away from the crowd, the daughter of the warrior god guild, stared in shock. Her body trembled, her lips shook. She could barely process what she had just seen. From the moment Aiden killed the long-haired rabbits, to the battle with the flame viper, and finally the death of the Iron Dragon, she had followed him the entire time. Everything she saw only deepened her confusion. Aiden had supposedly supposedly gone from level 1 to level 10 almost instantly. To Selena, that was impossible. The only explanation she could think of was that he had intentionally hidden his true level and only revealed part of his strength when necessary. Yet even after facing a level 30 red name boss, Aiden still appeared to be level 10. The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. Soon, her imagination ran wild. Maybe Aiden was involved in some internal struggle within a top family. Maybe he had been hidden away in White City for 18 years for protection. Or perhaps this entire thing was an extreme training exercise arranged by some terrifying force. No matter which explanation she considered, all of them sounded absurd. Without hesitation, Selena immediately contacted the Warrior God Guild. Her voice trembled as she demanded that they contact her father right away. Then she gave a single order: remember Aiden's name and never offend him. The people on the other end of the call fell silent. The daughter of the Warrior God Guild was one of the most talented youths in White City. If even she was this frightened by someone, then who exactly was that person? While everyone else continued speculating about his identity, Aiden had already returned to White City. After taking the high-speed train back, he headed directly to his rented apartment. Once inside, he took a quick shower and finally lay down on his bed. Looking around the tiny room and the slightly leaking ceiling, he couldn't help falling into deep thought. Everything felt unreal. Just that morning, he had been mocked by the entire school for awakening as a magic apprentice. Now he had personally killed a dragon. Not an ordinary dragon, a diamond-rank Iron Dragon boss. Even now, it felt difficult to believe. His storage space was overflowing with valuable materials, equipment, potions, and resources. Among them were 2 epic rank items he hadn't even had time to examine properly because there had been too many people around earlier. Then there was the experience. After doing a rough calculation, Aiden was stunned. The amount he possessed was enough to push him beyond level 30. Just the 100 million experience points gained from Tetian alone would be enough to raise his level dramatically after his class advancement. Even someone with an epic class profession would have no problem reaching level 30 with that amount of experience. Thinking about it made Aiden feel excited all over again. Unable to stay still, he got up, prepared a simple meal from the ingredients in his refrigerator, and ate. Afterward, he felt much calmer. Then his attention returned to the greatest prizes from the battle, the 2 epic rank pieces of equipment. With anticipation building in his chest, Aiden opened his storage space and took them out: the Iron Dragon's magic staff and the Iron Dragon's battle armor. Aiden finally examined the 2 epic rank items he had obtained from the Iron Dragon. The moment he saw their stats, he froze. The Iron Dragon's magic staff granted 3000 spirit, 20% critical chance, 20% critical damage, 10% fire damage, reduced mana consumption by 50%, and cut skill cooldowns in half. The Iron Dragon's battle armor granted 3000 constitution, increased maximum health by 30%, boosted all elemental resistance by 40%, and raised physical defense by 30%. Both items were already enchanted. Aiden took a sharp breath. The numbers were absurd. It wasn't that epic equipment wasn't supposed to be powerful. The problem was that these items were exceptional, even among epic rank gear. Something clearly wasn't normal. As he thought about it, a realization suddenly hit him. The Iron Dragon itself shouldn't have dropped enchanted equipment. The only explanation was the 10,000 times critical system. Just like a long-haired rabbit had somehow dropped gold rank equipment, the system wasn't merely increasing rewards, it was changing the quality of the rewards themselves. In other words, it was altering the world's normal rules. That was why these 2 epic rank items had become so powerful. After understanding that, Aiden carefully inspected them. The battle armor was a magnificent full-plate suit that looked like something from a medieval legend. A large shield was attached to its back, and a brilliant gem embedded in the chest glowed brightly. Looking closely, Aiden felt as though a dragon was moving inside the crystal. According to the description, the armor contained the soul of the Iron Dragon itself. Then he turned his attention to the staff. Unlike ordinary magic staves, it resembled the staff of a high-ranking bishop. It was decorated with gems and felt strangely heavy in his hand. The moment he touched it, a cool sensation spread through his body, clearing his mind and refreshing his spirit. Even that effect surprised him. Without wasting any more time, Aiden equipped both items. Then he stood in front of a mirror. For a moment, even he couldn't suppress his excitement. Just yesterday, he had been the student everyone looked down on. Now he was wearing equipment that had probably never appeared in White City before. Even the mayor would likely be shocked if he saw it. After calming himself down, Aiden entered the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Tomorrow's schedule was already clear. He needed to visit the Reclasser Association to obtain his second-class advancement mission and collect the medal and honor points awarded for killing Tetian. He also planned to sell some of the countless materials filling his storage space. Just the Iron Dragon materials alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The fortune sitting in his inventory was difficult to imagine. Looking up at the leaking ceiling of his apartment, Aiden couldn't help laughing. He possessed enough valuable materials to make countless people jealous, yet he was still living in a tiny, run-down room. It was definitely time to move. Eventually, he returned to bed and fell asleep. The next morning, a ringing phone dragged him awake. Still half asleep, Aiden answered the call. Immediately, a familiar voice began shouting at him. It was his homeroom teacher, May. She berated him for awakening as a magic apprentice and accused him of skipping school. She even claimed that without him, the school's overall performance would be better. Aiden checked the time. It was only a little after 8 in the morning. He was late, yet instead of a normal warning, he was receiving a full lecture. His expression darkened. May had always been the type to bully the weak and flatter the strong. After listening to her insults, Aiden calmly replied that if that was the case, he would simply drop out. The other end of the phone fell silent for a moment. Then May's mocking voice became even louder. She ridiculed him for being a magic apprentice and claimed that leaving school would leave him with no diploma and no future. According to her, he needed to arrive by 9 o'clock to complete the withdrawal process. Otherwise, the school would simply expel him. After several more insults, the call ended. Aiden stared at the phone before slowly smiling. Drop out? Fine. He didn't care anymore. When the college testing arrived, he wanted to see how May reacted. Right now, he was level 10. He possessed enough experience to reach level 30. There was still an entire month before the college testing. That meant he had a genuine chance of entering the exam as a level 30 reclasser. Combined with his equipment, there was likely no student in White City who could compete with him. The city champion was practically within reach. Even the provincial champion or national champion no longer seemed impossible. And even if he left school, he could still participate in the college testing as an independent candidate. The real problem would be for the school itself. If May forced out a future city champion or something even greater, the consequences would be severe. The principal and school board would never let that go. As he drank a cup of coffee, Aiden narrowed his eyes and thought about the situation. The more he considered it, the stranger it felt. Being slightly late didn't justify this level of hostility. Soon, he reached a conclusion. Illyra, KL, Dragonlight Guild, was one of the school's investors. Kyle had always disliked him. Meanwhile, Illyra had awakened as a diamond rank flame mage and instantly become one of the school's prized students. Putting the pieces together wasn't difficult. Someone was clearly trying to embarrass him. Aiden let out a cold laugh. Regardless of their intentions, he still needed to visit the school. Without properly handling his student records, registering for the college testing later could become troublesome. After making up his mind, he got ready, washed up, called a taxi, and headed toward First High School. On the way to school, Aiden opened WeChat and messaged Lunara, the salesgirl from Starlight Store. He asked a simple question. Did the store buy materials? The reply came almost instantly. Lunara sounded shocked. She immediately asked whether he had really gone into the wilderness wearing only the iron rank armor and staff he had bought the previous day. Aiden simply replied and asked what was wrong. Lunara was even more surprised. According to her, something huge had happened in White City overnight. She asked whether he had checked TikTok. Aiden admitted that he had gone to sleep early and knew nothing about it. Lunara explained that Starlight Store didn't purchase materials because it already had stable supply channels and strict quality control. However, she offered him discounts on equipment and mentioned that a new batch of enchanted gear had arrived. Aiden wasn't interested. Right now, his inventory contained gold rank, diamond rank, and even epic rank equipment. Starlight Store probably couldn't offer anything better. Instead, he began considering other options. The two largest trading organizations in White City were backed by the Warrior God Guild and the Dragonlight Guild. Since Selena belonged to the Warrior God Guild and Kale's family controlled Dragonlight Guild, Aiden quickly decided that he would visit the Warrior God Guild after completing his class advancement. Before ending the conversation, Lunara urged him to check TikTok. She warned him that the entire city was talking about a major incident and that White City might even be facing a disaster. Confused, Aiden opened the app. The moment he logged in, he was stunned. The top local trending topics were all about him. Not only TikTok, but news sites and video platforms across the region were discussing the same story. The headlines were everywhere. A red name boss appears in White City. Genius teen slays a 30-level dragon. A mysterious genius wielding forbidden magic. The entire city was panicking over rumors of an approaching catastrophe. Aiden couldn't help laughing bitterly. The huge event everyone was discussing was actually something he had caused. He opened the comments section. People from major cities across the country were discussing the footage. Many were convinced he was the heir of a powerful family. Others claimed his combat movements proved he had undergone countless life and death battles. Many insisted that someone capable of casting a forbidden spell at level 10 simply could not be an ordinary person. Some viewers regretted that his face had never been shown in the footage, while others argued that revealing the face of someone with such a terrifying background would be dangerous. The more Aiden read, the more ridiculous the theories became. Everyone seemed determined to create an increasingly unbelievable story about his identity. Still, one comment caught his attention. Someone mentioned that Iron Dragon Tedian had supposedly entered the Abyssal Sanctum long ago and should not have appeared near White City. That made Aiden pause. The Abyssal Sanctum was not a simple secret realm. It was an enormous world, far larger than Earth itself, filled with demons, undead creatures, ghosts, skeletons, witches, and countless other horrors. The noble demons living there were among humanity's greatest enemies. Whenever powerful demons opened space rifts and entered Earth, disaster followed. Some invasions could destroy entire cities. Thinking about it, Aiden finally understood why Teachin had appeared. The dragon had likely emerged through a space rift. Without that accident, he never would have encountered the Red Name boss or obtained its incredible rewards. After that realization, he put away his phone. The sudden fame didn't matter much to him. Fortunately, nobody had captured his face, and the videos portrayed him positively, making him look like a heroic genius instead of creating trouble. For that, he was satisfied. Soon, Aiden arrived at First High School. He headed directly toward the student office. As he approached the door, he glanced through a crack and immediately spotted two familiar figures inside. One was Elira, the other was his homeroom teacher, May. The two were talking while half smiling. Then Aiden heard Elira speaking. She claimed that Aiden had always been nothing more than a bottom feeder. She even suggested that perhaps his previous academic achievements weren't real and that he might have cheated on exams. May looked shocked. Elira continued, saying there had been a girl in school with good grades who secretly liked Aiden and might have passed him answers during tests. The accusation instantly made May angry. She declared that she finally understood the truth. According to her, Aiden was a bad student who had relied on cheating all along. His awakening as a magic apprentice had supposedly exposed his true nature. May even stated that she should expel him immediately. Elira quickly waved her hand and pretended to be reasonable. She told May not to be too harsh. After all, she had awakened an epic class profession. She said she could personally help train Aiden and perhaps give him a chance to enter an ordinary college during the upcoming college testing. Standing outside the office, Aiden listened quietly as the conversation continued. Inside the office, Elira continued her act. She told May that Aiden still deserved help despite being a troublemaker. May immediately praised her, calling her an outstanding student with both talent and character. Then Elira revealed her real move. She took out a glowing damage boost potion and handed it to May as a gift. Although it was only a mid-level potion, May's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of refusing, May happily accepted it. The two exchanged smiles while praising each other. Elira spoke about helping classmates, while May admired her generosity and character. Standing outside the office, Aiden saw everything. He almost laughed. Elira was twisting facts and putting on a performance. No one understood her personality better than he did. She didn't want to help him. She wanted to keep control over him. Even after breaking up, she still wanted Aiden to keep revolving around her and feeding her ego. As for May, she talked about principles while happily accepting gifts from students. At that moment, Aiden pushed open the door. "I'm here to drop out," out. The sudden appearance of the nearly 2-meter-tall Aiden startled both women. His level increase had given him a natural pressure that made them instinctively tense. May quickly recovered and announced that the school had decided not to force him out. Instead, he would study and train under Elira's guidance before the college testing. Then, she ordered him to thank Elira. Aiden almost laughed. Thank her? May immediately launched into another lecture, reminding him that he was only a magic apprentice and claiming he wouldn't even qualify for the college testing if he failed to reach level 5 within a month. Aiden remained silent for a moment. Then he smiled. No need to talk anymore. Bring me the paperwork. I'm dropping out. Elira's expression darkened. She claimed she was only trying to help because they were classmates. She accused Aiden of being ungrateful and difficult. May joined in, calling him a rotten student. That was enough. Aiden slammed his hand on the table and told them to shut up. He reminded them that he came to drop out, not to discuss reaching level 5. The irony almost made him laugh. Elira was only level 2. May was only level 12. Meanwhile, Aiden had already reached level 10 and possessed power neither of them could imagine. Yet, neither of them had even bothered checking his level. They were so convinced that a magic apprentice could never become stronger in a single day that they simply assumed he was still the same weak student as before. May finally lost her patience. She pulled out the documents and threw them onto the desk. Aiden immediately signed everything. Then he handed the papers back and calmly told her to stamp them. May continued mocking him, insisting he would never find success without the school, and warning that he was throwing away benefits like the school's future purification ritual. Still, she stamped the papers. Aiden collected his copies, slammed the office door behind him, and walked away without looking back. Inside the office, both women sat there in shock. May couldn't understand why he would willingly leave. Without the school's support, she believed he wouldn't even pass the college testing requirements. Elira was equally frustrated. Aiden's indifference annoyed her more than anything else. In her mind, he would eventually fail and come crawling back to her for help. She narrowed her eyes and silently looked forward to that day. Outside, Aiden felt completely refreshed. A burden had finally disappeared. School was finished. No more excuses, no more attendance, and no more dealing with May or Elira. From now on, he could focus entirely on becoming stronger. His next destination was the Reclasser Association. The organization stood in the center of White City, on some of the most valuable land in the entire region. Walking into the luxurious building, Aiden approached the front desk and handed over his documents to a beautiful employee. "I'm here for a class change." The receptionist blinked in confusion. She thought she had misheard him. Aiden calmly repeated himself. He explained that he had awakened yesterday as a third-year student from White City First High School, had already reached the maximum level of first class, and now wanted to receive his class change mission. The girl froze. For a moment, she simply stared at him. Then she asked if he was serious. Was he really claiming to have reached the first-class level cap in less than a single day? Aiden calmly nodded. Without another word, he handed over his student ID, student card, and the freshly signed withdrawal documents. The receptionist looked down at the paperwork. Then she looked back at Aiden, and in the next second, her entire expression collapsed into complete disbelief. The receptionist stared at Aiden in complete disbelief. According to the records, he had awakened as a magic apprentice only yesterday, yet he had already reached the maximum level of first class. Not only that, he was the first student in White City's newest generation to do so. Even the city's two biggest talents, Kale and Elira, hadn't reached that point yet. What shocked her even more was the fact that Aiden had already dropped out of school. Trying to calm herself, Tina asked why he had come. Aiden simply reminded her that he was there to claim his class change mission. Realizing she had gotten distracted, Tina quickly apologized and guided him through the official process. After fingerprint verification and magical identity confirmation, she handed him a colorful crystal ball. Aiden crushed it immediately. The system notifications exploded before his eyes. The message praised him for reaching maximum level in a single day and described him as an excellent magic genius. Then came the actual mission. To unlock second class, he had to defeat a level 10 abyssal boss. Aiden's eyebrows twitched. This was completely different from what he had expected. Based on everything he had learned in school, second-class missions were usually simple tasks. Most people only needed to collect a few materials or kill weak monsters. His class was only a magic apprentice, supposedly one of the weakest professions possible. His mission should have been easier than than everyone else's. Instead, he was being sent after an abyssal boss. Even worse, the mission specifically labeled him as a genius. Aiden found that absurd. How could a magic apprentice be considered a genius when people like Elira possessed diamond rank classes? Still, the system clearly saw things differently. The real problem was the abyss itself. The abyss was one of the most dangerous places in existence. It was an enormous world filled with terrifying monsters and impossibly difficult dungeons. Even experienced military experts were cautious about entering it. Aiden quickly realized he would need an abyssal permit. Those permits were expensive and difficult to obtain. His best option was obvious: sell the mountain of materials he had obtained from the Iron Dragon and use the money to purchase access. After thinking it through, he accepted the challenge. Danger and rewards always came together. Then Aiden asked another question. Did the Reclasser Association purchase materials? Tina immediately shook her head and explained that they generally didn't buy low-level monster materials. Aiden calmly clarified that he wasn't talking about low-level materials. He was talking about materials from a level 30 dragon boss. Tina casually started responding before her brain finally processed what he had said. A second later, she practically jumped out of her chair. Level 30, dragon boss. Diamond rank materials. The words hit her like lightning. The mayor of White City was only level 42, yet this young student was talking about dragon materials as if they were ordinary items. After hearing that the materials were diamond rank, Tina's entire attitude changed. She immediately escorted Aiden to a private elevator and brought him to the top floor of the Reclasser Association. Along the way, she repeatedly apologized for underestimating him earlier. Aiden simply accepted it and followed her. Soon, they arrived outside a large office. After knocking on the door, Tina led him inside. The room contained two middle-aged men sitting on a leather sofa. One was tall and muscular. The other had white hair. Before Aiden entered, the two were already discussing equipment. The white-haired man seemed frustrated because he needed several diamond rank dragon materials for a project. The muscular man kept insisting that the materials were necessary because he planned to create enchanted equipment. Aiden immediately recognized one of them. It was Lucian, the manager of the Reclasser Association and one of the most influential figures in White City. The other man was unfamiliar. Using his observation ability, Aiden checked their information. One was a level 35 epic class red flame artisan. The other was a level 38 diamond rank dragon knight. Their levels reflected multiple class advancements over the years, and both were clearly among White City's strongest figures. What surprised Aiden most was the red flame artisan. Artisan classes were incredibly valuable because they could create equipment and perform enchantments. Even an epic class artisan could rival far stronger combat classes simply because of the gear they produced. As Tina nervously introduced Aiden, Lucian calmly nodded. It was obvious he already knew why the young man had come. The atmosphere inside the office immediately shifted. Aiden had arrived carrying materials from a level 30 dragon boss, and the very people inside the room were currently searching desperately for diamond rank dragon materials. Neither Lucian nor the artisan knew it yet, but the solution to their problem had just walked through the door. Lucian initially assumed Aiden had only brought some gold rank materials and casually asked whether they contained any dragon blood. Aiden immediately noticed something was wrong and asked why Tina hadn't mentioned the materials were diamond rank. Tina froze in embarrassment. In her nervousness, she had completely forgotten to mention the most important detail. That explained Lucian's indifferent attitude. Beside him, the epic artisan master Lysander laughed and mocked the idea of obtaining true dragon materials from ordinary gold rank loot. To him, even dragon blood from low-level creatures would be useless for crafting diamond rank equipment. Lucian awkwardly apologized and turned back to Aiden. Since he believed the materials weren't particularly valuable, he casually suggested that Tina handle the transaction later. The moment Tina nervously repeated the words diamond rank materials, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Lucian's expression froze. Lysander stopped speaking. Both of them stared at Aiden. Without saying another word, Aiden waved his hand. A mountain of materials instantly poured into the office. Golden dragon scales crashed onto the floor like a metallic waterfall, quickly filling the room with dazzling light. These were reverse dragon scales, diamond rank materials, and there were 1,000 of them. The scale Lucian and Lysander had been examining moments earlier suddenly looked worthless in comparison. Both men dropped what they were holding. Lucian stared at the shining scales and immediately recognized their quality. Every single one was top grade. His attitude changed on the spot. He hurriedly apologized for his earlier behavior and ordered Tina to leave the room. Even then, Tina remained frozen for several seconds before finally recovering and rushing out in shock. After the door closed, Lucien personally poured tea for Aiden. Aiden calmly explained that the reverse dragon scales had all come from the Iron Dragon boss. Then he casually opened his storage space again. Besides the scales, he also possessed 1,000 Iron Dragon hearts, 1,000 petrified steel dragon eyes, 1,000 flame storm hearts, and many other materials. Altogether, he had nearly 10,000 diamond rank dragon materials. The only reason it wasn't a full 10,000 was because he had already given one Iron Dragon wing away. Lucien felt his scalp go numb. As the manager of the Reclasser Association and one of White City's strongest figures, even obtaining a single diamond rank material was difficult for him. Yet this young magic apprentice had casually produced almost 10,000 of them. Nothing about it made sense. At that moment, Lysander suddenly seemed to realize something. His eyes widened as he stared at Aiden. He immediately connected the materials to the rumors spreading through White City. The mysterious young man who had supposedly cast a forbidden spell, the person who had single-handedly killed the Iron Dragon Tetian. Looking at the mountain of materials, Lysander could no longer believe Aiden was ordinary. Even a red name boss shouldn't have dropped this much loot. The only explanation he could imagine was that Aiden came from one of the terrifying noble families of Sovereign City. The thought alone made him break out in cold sweat. The confident artisan from earlier immediately bowed and apologized. Lucien also realized the implications. The mysterious genius everyone in White City had been talking about was sitting right in front of him. Neither man dared show any disrespect. Aiden ignored their assumptions and got straight to the point. He wanted to sell the materials. More importantly, he needed a permit to enter the Abyssal Sanctum. The moment they heard that request, both men froze again. Lucien quickly agreed to purchase some of the materials. He explained that flooding the market with nearly 10,000 diamond rank items would crash prices across the region. His suggestion was to auction them gradually. Lysander immediately interrupted. He wanted 100 pieces himself. As an artisan crafting diamond rank equipment, he desperately needed dragon materials and was willing to buy them directly. Lucien followed right after, saying he would also purchase 100 pieces. He even offered to personally handle the sale of the remaining materials without charging any commission. Neither of them was thinking only about profit anymore. They understood exactly how terrifying this stockpile was. With enough supporting materials, these dragon parts could create thousands of high-tier pieces of equipment. That kind of wealth could completely transform White City. The city could rise to an entirely different level of power. Lucien's excitement grew as he imagined the possibilities. But Aiden didn't care about any of that. He frowned and cut straight through the discussion. The value of the materials, auction plans, and future profits were secondary. There was only one thing he wanted to know. Did they have a permit for the Abyssal Sanctum? And if they did, what was the price? The room immediately fell silent. For Lucien and Lysander, the mountain of diamond rank materials was already unbelievable. But now the young man who possessed all of it was asking to enter one of the most dangerous places in existence. And, judging from his expression, he had already made up his mind. Compared to selling the materials, Aiden cared far more about getting an Abyss Pass. As long as he could complete his class change and grow stronger, he believed there would be countless chances to obtain more high-tier materials in the future. Lucien explained that the Reclasser Association had different grades of Abyss Passes. An Epic Pass only allowed entry to the safer outer regions of the Abyss, where monsters were weaker and rewards were limited, while the single Mythic Pass in the White City granted access to Infernal City deep inside the Abyss. Since his level was still too low, Aiden chose the Epic Pass that led to the outer area. When Lucien handed him the pass, Aiden discovered it cost 10 million. Seeing his hesitation, Lucien immediately offered it for free in exchange for one favor. The Reclasser Association wanted to reserve some of Aiden's dragon materials before the public auction, while the rest would be sold in batches without charging any commission. Aiden agreed, as long as they paid him the reserved amount immediately after the city's major guilds arrived. At that moment, Lysander Lysander eagerly asked if he could use some of Aiden's materials to forge an epic-grade weapon. He admitted that even with his abilities, the success rate was less than 0.1%, but crafting with such rare materials could help him improve as an artisan. If he succeeded, he would give the completed epic equipment to Aiden for free, and even pay him 1 billion as thanks. Instead of refusing, Aiden casually gave Lysander 1,000 diamond rank materials to practice with. The overwhelming generosity stunned everyone. Lysander immediately handed over a bank card containing 300 million as a sign of gratitude. He explained that with this opportunity, he might eventually become a legendary rank craftsman after his next class change. Realizing Lysander's potential, Aiden quietly took note of him. Having someone capable of crafting legendary equipment in the future could become extremely valuable. Lucian was equally shocked by Aiden's generosity and assured him that the Reclasser Association would support him however it could. He also cautiously asked if Aiden needed any additional help. Aiden immediately revealed his next priority. His offensive and defensive equipment were already strong thanks to the 2 epic items from the Iron Dragon, but he still lacked enough skills, and his mana pool remained too small for prolonged battles. Before entering the Abyss, he wanted more powerful skill books and any equipment that could increase his mana. Lucian replied that the association did have high-level skill books available, although they didn't possess any suitable mana-boosting equipment. Without questioning why someone they believed was a powerful hidden genius still wanted beginner magic apprentice skills, Lucian simply accepted the request. A short time later, he returned, carrying several skill books, preparing to let Aiden choose the abilities that would strengthen him before his dangerous journey into the Abyss. Lucian soon returned with 7 skill books for Aiden to choose from. Although most were only gold rank, there were 2 platinum rank books and 1 diamond rank book, the highest quality skill books available in the entire White City. After looking through them, Aiden immediately picked 3. The first was Light Healing Spell, a platinum rank healing skill that restored health, increased maximum HP, and continued healing over time. The second was Ultimate Frost, another platinum rank spell that could freeze enemies, reduce their attributes, deal continuous damage, and leave them dazed after the effect ended. The final choice was Thunder's Wrath, a diamond rank lightning spell capable of striking every enemy in a large area with devastating damage, while also having a chance to inflict true damage and triple lightning critical hits. The 3 skills perfectly filled the gaps in Aiden's build. He now had healing, crowd control, and another powerful area of effect attack. Even though Lucian praised his eye for selecting skills that worked well together, Aiden simply knew they were the strongest options available. The total price came to 2 billion, but Aiden chose to deduct the cost from the value of his dragon materials instead of paying directly. He then told Lucian to continue organizing the materials for auction because he planned to leave soon and complete his class change mission. Lucian and Lysander were both surprised, believing Aiden was heading for another high-level class change. Before he left, Lucian suddenly remembered one final reward. Since Aiden had slain the Red Name boss Iron Dragon Tetian, he received 200 honor points, along with a junior medal. The medal immediately boosted all 4 basic attributes by 10 points each, increased his mana by 1,000, and raised his maximum HP by 10,000. Seeing the massive stat increase, Aiden equipped it on the spot and became even more confident about entering the Abyss. He even began thinking about defeating multiple Abyss bosses, or perhaps even a noble demon. As Lucian and Lysander escorted him to the lobby, they repeatedly reminded him to be careful inside the Abyss. Neither of them doubted the rumors that Aiden was a hidden genius from a powerful family, and Aiden could only smile to himself as he listened. After leaving the Reclasser Association, Aiden decided to grab a meal before entering the Abyss. With more than 300 million now in his account, he felt he could finally enjoy himself a little. However, just outside the building, he ran into Kale, who had arrived with several senior members of Dragonlight Guild. Aiden checked Kale's status and discovered that despite awakening as an epic paladin, he had only reached level 3. Kale immediately mocked Aiden for being nothing more than a magic apprentice and introduced him to the guild members as the weakest student in the city. The guild elders barely acknowledged Aiden before heading inside to meet Lucian regarding the newly discovered diamond rank materials and the talented artisan. Watching them leave, Kale proudly bragged that Dragonlight Guild would soon possess diamond rank equipment, completely unaware that every one of those priceless materials actually belonged to the very person he was looking down on. Kale proudly boasted that Dragonlight Guild would soon obtain several diamond rank weapons, claiming the guild was destined to become one of the strongest in the country. He mocked Aiden for never even seeing diamond rank equipment and arrogantly declared that once the guild rose to power, getting rid of someone like him would be effortless. Aiden remained calm from beginning to end. He already knew why KL had come. The Dragonlight Guild, along with the Warrior God Guild and the other major guilds, had all been invited to compete for the diamond rank materials. The funny part was that none of them realized those priceless materials belonged to Aiden himself. Smiling to himself, he wondered how KL would react after paying a deposit, only to discover that the materials he was dreaming of buying were owned by the very person he had just insulted. Leaving KL behind, Aiden entered one of the city's most luxurious restaurants. He enjoyed an expensive meal overlooking the entire White City before heading to Starlight Store. Since he had already learned 3 powerful new spells, he wanted equipment that could increase his mana before entering the abyss. Potions weren't necessary because he already had hundreds stored away. Lunara warmly welcomed him, but when Aiden asked for the highest ranked mana equipment available, she explained that the store's greatest treasure was a damaged platinum rank item worth over 400 million. Expecting him to settle for something much cheaper, she was stunned when Aiden immediately decided to buy it. Aiden paid with his bank card and asked Lunara to call Lucian to transfer the remaining 100 million. The moment Lucian answered, Lunara froze. The second most powerful man in White City spoke to Aiden with complete respect and instantly agreed to send the money, even saying that billions wouldn't be a problem if Aiden needed them. Realizing the status of the customer standing before her, Lunara was left speechless. She apologized for treating him casually the previous day and hurried to complete the purchase. When she returned, she handed Aiden the beautiful platinum rank ring along with an unexpected bonus from the owner of Starlight Store. Besides discounting the price by 50 million, the owner also gifted Aiden 2 platinum rank skill books. The first, Cloaking Art, allowed him to hide his class and level while resisting lower ranked detection abilities. The second, Eye of Insight, let him inspect the detailed information of monsters, reclassers, bosses, and even rare items. Both skills were exactly what Aiden needed. Eye of Insight would greatly improve his ability to gather information, while Cloaking Art would conceal his true strength from others. Recognizing the value of the gifts, Aiden thanked the store owner before turning his attention to the exquisite platinum rank ring that would further strengthen his mana for the battles waiting inside the abyss. Aiden examined the platinum rank heaven-devouring ring and was immediately impressed. The ring granted 1,000 points of magic power, increased his maximum mana by 30%, and reduced skill mana consumption by 10%. According to its description, it had once belonged to an ancient great demon lord and was forged by a powerful dwarven artificer, making it far stronger than an ordinary platinum rank item. Lunara explained that the ring had been the greatest treasure of Starlight Store for years. Even a powerful reclasser from Ironvale had tried to buy it, but the owner refused to sell it. She also revealed that if someone could repair the damaged ring, its effects would double. Hearing that, Aiden immediately thought of Lysander. Although the artisan was only epic rank now, Aiden believed that if he ever advanced to legendary rank, he might be capable of restoring the ring to its original strength. With the purchase complete, Aiden activated his epic Abyss Pass. A glowing 6-pointed magic circle appeared beneath him as his body slowly faded away. Before leaving, he silently hoped everything would go smoothly inside the abyss. Watching him disappear, Lunara was left completely stunned. She couldn't believe Aiden had casually entered an epic-level dungeon alone after spending billions on equipment and speaking to Lucian as an equal. She even began wondering if he was connected to the mysterious genius who had recently defeated the Iron Dragon with a forbidden spell. Moments later, Aiden arrived in the Abyssal Sanctum. The environment was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Endless darkness covered the sky. The freezing air cut through his body, and the ground was littered with bones, corpses, and dried blood. To light his way, Aiden cast a fireball, using its flames for both visibility and warmth as he carefully advanced through the silent wasteland. Before long, a strange noise echoed through the darkness. A level 10 silver rank skeleton soldier emerged, its body made entirely of black bones with glowing blood-red eyes and a sharp bone blade in its hand. Aiden reacted instantly, launching a fireball that blasted the undead monster apart in a single hit. The system awarded him 20,000 experience through a 10-fold bonus and dropped a skeleton bone sword, ragged armor, and several bone shards. After taking one look at the rewards, Aiden dismissed them as worthless and left everything behind. Compared to the incredible 1,000-fold rewards he had received before, this 10-fold bonus confirmed his suspicion that weaker monsters no longer triggered massive multipliers because his own strength had increased. increased. Realizing he needed stronger opponents to trigger greater rewards, Aiden continued deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, a violent magical disturbance erupted ahead. A massive figure emerged from the darkness, forcing Aiden to tighten his grip on the Iron Dragon's magic staff. Using his detection skill, he identified the creature as a level 15 gold rank fire demon boss with 40,000 health. Seeing a boss appear almost immediately after entering the abyss, Aiden instinctively leaped backward, raised his staff, and prepared for battle. The moment the fire demon boss appeared, Aiden didn't underestimate it. Even though his equipment had dramatically increased his strength, he was still only a level 10 magic apprentice. Against a level 15 abyss boss, a single mistake could cost him his life. The towering flame demon mocked him without hesitation, calling humans weak and laughing at the idea that a mere magic apprentice had entered the abyss. It even revealed that it was a noble demon with the qualifications to compete for the title of Demon Baron, making it far superior to ordinary abyss monsters. The demon offered Aiden a cruel choice: surrender, become its meal, and eventually be transformed into a skeleton demon to hunt other humans. Instead of responding, Aiden decided to test his new skills. He immediately cast Ultimate Frost. A massive wave of ice spread across the battlefield in an instant, freezing the ground before engulfing the flying demon. The fire demon boss was completely trapped inside solid ice, unable to move. Its mocking expression instantly turned into terror, as it couldn't believe that a magic apprentice possessed such a terrifying high-level spell. Before the boss could escape, Aiden unleashed Thunder's Wrath. Violent lightning tore through the dark abyss as countless bolts crashed down from the sky. The frozen boss had no chance to resist. Wave after wave of lightning struck its body until the powerful demon was completely annihilated. The system immediately rewarded Aiden with 2 million experience points through a 100-fold bonus. He also obtained 100 copies each of Flame Demon Hearts, Flame Demon Skins, Flame Demon Wings, Flame Demon Horns, and Flame Demon Swords. The Flame Demon Sword was especially valuable because it was an advanced gold rank crafting material that retained the original power of abyss demons. At the same time, his second-class mission was instantly completed. Even Aiden couldn't believe the result. He had defeated a level 15 abyss boss in a single combo attack. Although he was slightly disappointed that no equipment or skill books had dropped, the sheer amount of high-grade crafting materials more than made up for it. Producing gold rank equipment in large quantities would be enough to shock every major city. With his class advancement mission already finished, Aiden decided not to leave the abyss just yet. He began roaming through the outer region, treating every monster he encountered the same way. Ultimate Frost locked enemies in place, and Thunder's Wrath erased them moments later. Skeleton Knights, small demons, fiery demons, skeleton archers, and even a death spirit ghost boss all fell one after another without putting up any meaningful resistance. As monsters continued to die, the system flooded him with enormous amounts of experience and hundreds of valuable materials, including skeleton blades, golden skeleton skulls, crimson demon wings, fiery hearts, abyss bows, spirit fragments, bloodshot golden demon eyes, fiery flame claws, and blue glowing spirit skulls. By this point, the abyss had become a hunting ground for Aiden, and the endless stream of rewards was so overwhelming that even he was left speechless. After sweeping through countless monsters, Aiden's excitement only grew. Although he was still locked at level 10, his stored experience had already reached hundreds of millions. If the class change restriction didn't exist, he believed his 1000x critical strike system could have pushed him all the way to level 100 inches no time. His hunt also produced a mountain of loot. Most of the equipment was only gold rank, which no longer interested him because his current gear was already far superior. But among the drops, one item immediately caught his attention: a Starlight rank skill book. The skill was called Demon's Domain. It created a massive field of darkness that continuously damaged every target inside with magic, physical, and spirit damage while consuming surprisingly little mana. The domain could even be expanded up to 10 times its original size. Aiden instantly realized how valuable it was. This was the first Starlight rank skill he had ever obtained, ranking above his Diamond rank Thunder's Wrath. path. However, learning it came with a serious risk. He knew that a mage's future class changes were influenced by the skills they mastered early on. Learning light magic could lead to holy classes, while healing skills shaped support classes. Dark skills were different. They could corrupt humans, and, in extreme cases, even transform them into mindless demons. After thinking briefly, Aiden made his decision. Strength mattered more than anything else. Without hesitation, he learned Demon's Domain. The moment the skill entered his mind, he could immediately sense dark elements surrounding him. Curious about its power, he raised his hand and activated it. An enormous dark domain instantly spread across the battlefield. A violent shockwave erupted as every monster within range exploded into pieces. Even a level 13 demon boss was erased alongside more than 100 other monsters. The incredible destruction left Aiden stunned. The skill was far stronger than he had imagined, yet it barely consumed any mana. Just as he wondered how terrifying the spell would become at its maximum size, frantic shouts echoed through the abyss. A group of young reclassers came sprinting toward him while desperately fleeing a monstrous demon. Using his detection skill, Aiden's heart skipped a beat. The creature was a level 40 fire demon boss. He quickly examined the fleeing group and was equally shocked. They possessed extraordinary classes and equipment, including 2 legendary rank reclassers, several epic rank fighters, and even the weakest among them held a starlight rank class. Then Aiden recognized the girl leading them. It was Vespera, the legendary genius of Sovereign City, and one of the nation's most famous young talents. The moment she saw Aiden standing still, she urgently shouted for him to run, because the level 40 fire demon boss was closing in. Behind her, the demon god's messenger unleashed powerful magic to slow the monster, while the epic troll warrior desperately tried to hold it back. But he was quickly blasted aside, and the enormous fire demon emerged from the flames with a cruel grin, mocking the humans for being too weak to stop it. As the terrifying flame demon Oslu cornered the fleeing students, it mocked the group, saying that consuming the hearts of talented humans, especially those with epic and legendary classes, would allow it to evolve into a legendary demon itself. Vespera refused to back down. She warned Oslu that humanity possessed level 100 gods capable of destroying him, and declared that even her own father could crush a mere demon baron with one hand. Although Oslu hesitated for a brief moment, it quickly chose to fight, unleashing a wave of dark energy that engulfed the battlefield. Using his eye of insight, Aiden finally saw Oslu's full information. The monster was a level 40 epic fire demon baron with 5 million health, incredibly high physical and magical defenses, and was even listed as a national red name boss wanted by humanity. Realizing how dangerous the enemy was, Aiden immediately pulled out his damage boost potions. One after another, he drank them until he reached the new limit of 200 bottles. His already overwhelming power surged to an entirely new level, far beyond what he had possessed when fighting the Iron Dragon. Without hesitation, Aiden stepped in front of Vespera and the others, raising his staff. He cast Ultimate Frost. An enormous wave of ice instantly swallowed the battlefield, completely freezing the powerful demon baron in solid ice. Vespera was stunned. She had never expected a young man around her own age to possess such an incredible spell, but instead of wasting the opportunity, she immediately ordered everyone to attack. The entire group unleashed their strongest abilities at once. A storm of powerful skills slammed into the frozen demon, tearing apart its body and rapidly draining its health. Within moments, Oslu's health bar crashed from full to half before the ice finally shattered. Enraged, the demon roared and entered its second phase. Vespera immediately transformed into her draconic form. Golden scales covered her body, dragon wings spread from her back, and she summoned a long sword before charging straight at Oslu. Her attack landed successfully, but the enraged demon retaliated with overwhelming force, blasting her away and sending her crashing back beside Aiden. Even after witnessing her strength, Aiden couldn't help but admire her. At less than level 20, Vespera and her companions had already pushed a level 40 epic boss to half health. Their talent truly lived up to their reputations. But Aiden also knew something they didn't. He possessed 2 epic grade equipment pieces, had just learned a starlight rank skill, and had boosted himself with 200 high-level damage potions. His current combat power exceeded everyone else on the battlefield. With no reason to hold back any longer, Aiden activated his newest skill. A massive black demon's domain spread across the battlefield, instantly swallowing the flame demon Oslu inside its terrifying darkness. Aiden's demon's domain engulfed the battlefield, but the flame demon Oslu only sneered. As a powerful demon, noble on the verge of becoming a count, he immediately recognized the skill and believed a level 10 human could never threaten him with it. He was completely wrong. The moment the domain activated, an overwhelming wave of dark energy crashed into Oslu, trapping him inside. His expression instantly changed from confidence to panic as he desperately tried to escape. Seeing the opening, Vespera, Vivi, and John surrounded the demon from every direction to stop its retreat. Even while fighting for their lives, Vespera couldn't help wondering who Aiden really was. He looked about her age, yet his mysterious power had already surpassed hers. Aiden ordered everyone to stay back while he continuously drank expensive mana potions to fuel the demon's domain. The endless stream of mana kept strengthening the skill, relentlessly crushing Oslu until the demon's 5 million health dropped to around 30%. Although the situation looked favorable, Aiden knew this was an incredible opportunity. Defeating a level 40 epic abyss boss would produce epic-grade materials far more valuable than anything the Iron Dragon had dropped. Suddenly, Oslu erupted with blazing red flames that resisted the dark energy, slowly forcing his way toward the edge of the domain. Aiden immediately called for the others to hold him back. Vespera understood at once. She ordered Vivi to use her strongest support skill. After chanting in an ancient language, Vivi released Demigod Boost, transferring black and white energy into Vespera before collapsing from complete exhaustion. Empowered by the blessing, Vespera transformed into her dragon form. Golden scales shone across her body, her wings spread wide, and she charged forward with her ultimate attack, Dragon Roar Sword. A gigantic golden dragon phantom roared across the battlefield and slammed directly into Oslu. The impact blasted Vespera backward, leaving her coughing blood as she crashed near Aiden. But the attack also ripped apart one of Oslu's arms, exposing bone and reducing his health to only 10%. Even so, Vespera wasn't celebrating. That had been her strongest attack, and it still wasn't enough to kill the demon. Realizing she and Vivi could no longer continue fighting, she told Aiden to escape while he still had the chance. Instead, Aiden calmly canceled Demon's Domain and started drinking mana potions even faster. He only asked for one thing: 10 seconds. Vespera immediately trusted him and turned to John. John activated Frenzy Blood, causing his body to swell into a towering giant as his strength exploded. Ignoring the terrible side effects, he stood directly in Oslu's path to buy Aiden the precious time he needed. Oslu laughed at the desperate resistance. Believing victory was already his, he ignored everyone else and focused entirely on Aiden, smashing a flaming fist toward John while mocking Aiden's promise that 10 seconds would make any difference. Watching the demon approach, Aiden simply smiled. Vespera watched Aiden smile despite the hopeless situation, but she couldn't understand why. John only had a few seconds left before the flame demon Oslu would overwhelm him. Believing there was no way to turn the battle around in time, she closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap shattered the abyss. Aiden unleashed Thunder's wrath, and countless bolts of lightning crashed down on Oslu. Unlike the dark damage from Demon's Domain, this diamond rank skill dealt special lightning damage that ignored basic magic resistance. Oslu's remaining health plummeted as the demon screamed in panic, finally realizing Aiden had been waiting for this exact moment. Enraged, Oslu cursed Aiden for deceiving him and desperately cast a final forbidden curse before dying. Vespera immediately recognized the spell and shouted a warning, but it was too late. A blast of black light knocked Vespera, Vivi, and John unconscious before reaching Aiden. Although Aiden remained standing, the system informed him that he had been marked by Oslu's dying curse. From now on, whenever he entered the abyss, every demon within 10 kilometers would be drawn toward him. At the same time, Oslu's massive body crashed to the ground. The rewards were unbelievable. Thanks to the 1000x bonus, Aiden gained 200 million experience points, 1000 epic demon hearts, a damaged legendary ranked Abyss Flame demon staff, an epic Abyss Flame demon cloak, 500 glory points, and a middle rank medal. The demon hearts immediately caught Aiden's attention. Unlike ordinary monster materials, they could increase the chance of upgrading a class during future class changes. That meant his weakest Magic Apprentice class might eventually evolve into something far beyond its original limits. With enough demon hearts gathered through the abyss and multiplied by his system, Aiden even wondered if one day he could surpass mythic rank itself. He then examined the remaining equipment. The legendary staff had once belonged to the demon duke Ethan, but was badly damaged and couldn't be used used until repaired. The epic cloak, however, was immediately useful, greatly increasing his defense, agility, health, fire, and shadow resistance, while also granting short-distance flight through magic. Satisfied with the incredible haul, Aiden equipped the cloak at once. Risking everything against Oslu had paid off far beyond his expectations. Only after securing his rewards did he walk over to the unconscious students. After recovering his own condition with a mana potion, he cast Light Healing Spell, allowing Vespera, Vivi, and John to slowly regain consciousness. The first thing Vespera saw was Oslu's enormous corpse lying motionless nearby. Staring at Aiden in complete disbelief, she realized he had actually killed the terrifying flame demon. Before anyone could celebrate, her expression suddenly changed. She immediately remembered something far more dangerous and urgently warned everyone that they had to leave the abyss at once. As everyone recovered, Vespera suddenly realized the real danger wasn't over. Looking toward Oslu's corpse, she warned Aiden that the flame demon had only been a servant of Demon Duke Ethan. The terrifying pressure spreading across the abyss meant the Demon Duke had noticed what happened. Without wasting another second, Aiden activated the epic Abyss Flame Demon Cloak. The newly acquired equipment lifted him into the air, giving everyone a chance to escape. John looked at his serious injuries and knew he couldn't keep up. Vespera immediately asked Aiden to at least save Vivi if possible. Aiden agreed, but made it clear he would only do his best. If the situation became impossible, he would leave without hesitation. Relieved, Vespera quietly told Vivi that if she survived, she should ask her father to avenge them. Aiden quickly flew over, picked up both Vespera and Vivi in his arms, then told John to grab onto his legs. Pouring all his mana into the cloak, he carried the entire group through the sky. Flying wasn't easy at first. He almost crashed into obstacles, causing Vespera and Vivi to instinctively cling tightly to him. Fortunately, the epic cloak proved incredibly powerful, maintaining impressive speed even while carrying 3 passengers. After covering a great distance, Aiden suddenly noticed the red light behind them stop moving. Then an enormous ghostly blade appeared high in the sky. A massive shockwave shook the entire abyss. Vespera immediately realized what had happened. Her father had arrived. Knowing they were finally safe, John relaxed for just a moment. His exhausted hands lost their grip and he fell from Aiden's legs. The sudden shift in weight threw Aiden off balance, causing him to crash to the ground together with Vespera and Vivi. The fall wasn't serious, but the awkward landing left Aiden accidentally grabbing Vespera's chest with one hand and Vivi's backside with the other. Embarrassed, he immediately pulled his hands away while everyone quickly got back on their feet. After calming down, Vespera explained that they only needed a short rest before leaving the abyss. Aiden looked toward the distant battlefield where the enormous blade had appeared. Even from so far away, the shockwaves nearly knocked him out of the sky. He immediately understood that Vespera's father possessed overwhelming strength, far beyond anything he could currently face. Vespera then sincerely thanked Aiden, admitting that without him, none of them would have survived long enough for her father to arrive. She declared that the Wexley family of the Sovereign City owed him a favor. Vivi also thanked him and said he could seek help from the Taylor family in the military whenever he needed it. John followed by offering a black card from the Hawthorne family's trading company, promising that Aiden could rely on them in the future. Although Aiden recognized the influence of the Wexley family and understood these 3 all came from powerful backgrounds, he politely refused John's black card. He simply said they had helped each other defeat Oslu, so they were even. Vespera shook her head, insisting the debt remained because Aiden could have escaped alone, but chose to save them instead. Only then did she realize she still didn't even know the name of the mysterious young man who had rescued them. Aiden calmly introduced himself before preparing to leave. He wasn't particularly interested in the geniuses of the Sovereign City. With the 1000-fold critical hit system, he believed it wouldn't take long for him to become a far stronger reclasser before the upcoming college testing. Before he left, John couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked what class and level Aiden had. After witnessing him defeat a level 40 Abyss boss, John assumed Aiden had to be at least level 20 or even 30. Aiden simply replied that he was just an ordinary magic apprentice. The answer stunned everyone. Vespera immediately explained that Magic Apprentice was the weakest Iron rank class class. John, Vespera, and Vivi found it impossible to believe. The terrifying freezing spell, Demon's Domain, and the lightning attack that finished off Oslu couldn't possibly belong to someone with the weakest class. Seeing their disbelief, Aiden could only smile helplessly. He really was nothing more than a level 10 magic apprentice. His future plans depended on the 1,000 epic demon's hearts he had just obtained, but for now, that hadn't changed. Not wanting to waste any more time, Aiden said goodbye and activated his return from the abyss, eager to complete his class change mission. Just before he disappeared, Vivi tried to stop him, but she was too late. After Aiden vanished, Vespera suddenly realized she had forgotten to ask him about the epic demon's hearts. However, Vivi stood frozen in place before quietly revealing that her demon god's messenger class could accurately detect other people's information. Aiden hadn't lied. He truly was a level 10 magic apprentice. The revelation left both Vespera and John speechless. Unable to explain such impossible strength, Vespera concluded that Aiden had to be a once-in-a-generation genius from a hidden family. She decided to use the Abyss Pass to investigate his identity, both to thank him properly and to learn more about the mysterious young man. Meanwhile, back in the White City, Lunara anxiously waited inside the Starlight Store. She believed Aiden was still risking his life inside the epic dungeon and silently hoped he would return safely. To her complete surprise, Aiden suddenly walked back into the store without a single scratch, looking as though he had simply gone for a casual walk. Before Lunara could ask anything, Aiden immediately headed toward the Reclasser Association. Curious, she hurried after him. Aiden's only goal now was to submit his class change mission and finally unlock the mountain of experience he had accumulated. However, the moment he entered the Reclasser Association, he ran into KL and Aliera. KL proudly boasted that he had arranged for a level 30 expert from Dragonlight Guild to escort him and Aliera while leveling. He confidently declared that Dragonlight Guild had already secured an incredible opportunity and would soon become famous throughout Ironvale. Aiden only smiled and asked whether Kale had considered the possibility that Dragonlight Guild might collapse instead. Kale laughed it off, unaware that the diamond rank materials his guild had already paid deposits for actually belonged to Aiden. Aliera then stepped forward, believing Aiden had come to win her back. She declared that she had already chosen Kale and reminded him that only strength mattered in this world. Aiden calmly dismissed her assumption, telling her that her decisions had nothing to do with him. He revealed he had only come to submit his class change quest. The statement instantly stunned both Kale and Aliera. A magic apprentice had already reached level 10? Ignoring their disbelief, Aiden simply walked toward the Reclasser Association's receptionist to complete his mission. Aiden walked up to the reception desk and calmly announced that he was there to submit his class change quest. Recognizing him immediately, Tina was stunned. He had accepted the quest less than a day ago, yet he was already back claiming to have completed it. She had never seen anyone finish a class change mission so quickly. Before she could verify it, Kale interrupted, loudly mocking Aiden. He insisted there was no way an Iron Rank Magic Apprentice could reach level 10 so fast and accused him of pretending to be a genius. Aliera also doubted him, believing he was only making a scene to get her attention. Tina quickly stopped the argument and began checking Aiden's quest information. The moment the system displayed the details, she froze in disbelief. Unlike ordinary reclassers, Aiden's mission required him to enter the Abyss and defeat a level 10 Abyss boss. KL and Aliera were left speechless. Aiden calmly confirmed that the mission was already complete, keeping to himself that he had actually defeated a level 40 Abyss boss during the journey. Tina immediately began processing his class change. She explained that after receiving his new badge, he would be able to continue leveling up, but advised him to use any items capable of improving his class rank before absorbing it. Aiden simply nodded, remembering the epic demon's hearts he had obtained. Aliera still refused to believe it and demanded another system check. She couldn't accept that Aiden had already reached level 10 while she was only level 2. The man she had dismissed as useless had somehow completed one of the most difficult beginner class change quests imaginable. Ignoring her protest, Tina respectfully handed Aiden his class change badge. Instead of accepting it immediately, Aiden asked whether Lucien was available. When Tina explained that the president was away but would immediately return if Aiden requested it, Aiden simply told her to call him back. As he walked past Kyle and Aliera, he asked them to move aside because he had no time to waste on pointless arguments. Kale angrily declared that even if Aiden leveled faster, his magic apprentice class would always remain useless. He confidently claimed Dragonlight Guild would soon become become much stronger and eventually crush Aiden. Hearing that, Aiden smiled. Kale had unknowingly reminded him that he could ask Lucian to delay the Dragonlight Guild's material payments, creating serious cash flow problems for the guild. Thanking Kale for the reminder, Aiden promised him a surprise before following Tina upstairs. After he left, Elira convinced herself that her diamond rank class still gave her greater potential and that Aiden would eventually regret rejecting her. Kale, meanwhile, could no longer enjoy the thought of leveling with Elira because he couldn't understand how Aiden had surpassed him so completely. Watching everything unfold from the crowd, Lunara became even more convinced that Aiden was an extraordinary genius. She decided she needed to build a closer relationship with him. Inside Lucien's office, Tina quietly served Aiden tea before leaving him alone. Waiting for Lucian to return, Aiden took out one of the epic demon hearts, only to realize he had no idea how it was supposed to be used. Just then, Lucian arrived and politely asked permission to enter. The moment he stepped inside and saw the epic demon heart resting in Aiden's hand, the smile on his face disappeared as he froze in complete shock. Lucian froze the moment he stepped into the office and saw the epic demon's heart in Aiden's hand. As the chairman of the White City Reclasser Association, he had seen countless treasures, but even he couldn't hide his shock. Curious about his reaction, Aiden asked why he was so surprised over a single demon's heart. Lucian quickly explained that an epic demon's heart represented far more than a rare treasure. The abyss was unimaginably vast, and defeating an epic-ranked noble demon required an enormous sacrifice. Worse, every noble demon left behind a deadly curse before dying. Any reclasser carrying that curse would be relentlessly hunted by powerful demons whenever they returned to the abyss. Only then did Aiden realize that Oslu's curse marked him as a permanent target inside demon territory. Still, unlike other reclassers, he possessed 1,000 epic demon's hearts, making the risk far more worthwhile. When Aiden asked how to use one, Lucian explained that the proper method was to have an alchemist refine it into a special enhancement potion. Simply eating it would waste part of its power. Without hesitation, Aiden ignored the advice and bit directly into the epic demon's heart. Moments later, the system informed him that his class change promotion chance had increased by 45.05%. Seeing that his original chance had only been 0.05%, Aiden immediately understood how valuable the demon's heart truly was. Lucian watched in agony, convinced Aiden had wasted an irreplaceable treasure. Before he could recover, Aiden casually pulled out a second epic demon's heart and started eating that one too. Then came a third. Lucian sat there speechless. The priceless treasure every reclasser dreamed of obtaining was being eaten like ordinary fruit. When Aiden asked whether consuming too many had any side effects, Lucian admitted nobody had ever tested such a ridiculous situation. Aiden continued until his class change promotion chance reached a full 100%. Satisfied, he turned his attention to another matter. He explained his conflict with KL and requested that Lucian temporarily withhold Dragonlight Guild's deposit and advance payment for the Iron Dragon materials. Lucian agreed immediately. When Aiden mentioned Kale's name, Lucian instantly understood why the guild had fallen out of favor. Kale's arrogance had finally offended someone he never should have challenged. As thanks, Aiden promised to gift Lucian one epic demon's heart after everything was settled. The offer left Lucian completely stunned. Realizing Aiden possessed far more than he had imagined, he immediately vowed that Dragonlight Guild wouldn't receive a single coin while he remained in charge. Just before leaving, Aiden casually mentioned one final detail. He had also killed the national-level wanted boss, the flame demon Oslu, but didn't want the trouble of traveling to the sovereign city to claim the reward. Lucian nearly fell off the sofa. He immediately promised to have White City's mayor, Randy, collect the reward on Aiden's behalf. After Aiden left, Lucian couldn't stop laughing. Between the promised epic demon's heart and the credit White City would receive for eliminating a national-level wanted boss, both he and Mayor Randy stood to benefit enormously. He quickly called Dragonlight Guild's leader, Ronald. When Ronald eagerly asked about the Iron Dragon materials, Lucian coldly informed him that Kale had offended someone he never should have crossed. As a result, Dragonlight Guild would not receive a single piece of the Iron Dragon materials. After leaving the White City Reclasser Association, Aiden headed straight for the city's most luxurious hotel. Upgrading his class was too important to risk any interruptions. On the way, he spotted Kale sprinting toward Dragonlight Guild in a panic. Aiden immediately realized Lucian had already taken action. Smiling to himself, he looked forward to the day Kale discovered not only that his guild had collapsed, but that his proud epic paladin would eventually be surpassed by a magic apprentice. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted inside Dragonlight Guild. Ronald furiously slapped Kale the moment he arrived. The guild's deposits and advance payments for the valuable diamond rank materials had been frozen, throwing the entire guild into crisis. Kale desperately insisted he hadn't offended anyone, but Ronald refused to believe him. After finally calming down, Ronald revealed that the vice president of the Sovereign City Reclasser Association and several top geniuses would soon visit White City. A welcome banquet would be held, and whoever owned the diamond rank materials would certainly attend. Ronald ordered Kale to apologize no matter what to save the guild. He also reminded his son that, compared to the true prodigies of Sovereign City, someone like Illyra was nothing special. At the presidential suite of White City's finest hotel, Aiden finally absorbed his profession badge. The system immediately confirmed that his class change was complete and presented two promotion choices. The first would turn him into a platinum rank dark mage with the darkness mastery skill. The second would keep him as a magic apprentice while upgrading the class itself to platinum rank and granting a special skill called Apprentice's Heart. After briefly considering the drawbacks of becoming a dark mage, Aiden chose the second option without hesitation. His profession immediately advanced to platinum rank magic apprentice, and a brand new status panel appeared. More importantly, he unlocked Apprentice's Heart, a special skill that could grow stronger as his profession advanced. By spending experience points, the skill could randomly grant between 0 and 10 attribute points, with larger experience investments increasing the odds of receiving higher rewards. The moment Aiden read the description, he realized how perfectly it matched his thousand-fold critical hit system. Ordinary reclassers would never waste precious experience on random stat gains, but Aiden possessed hundreds of millions of experience points waiting to be used. Eager to test it, he spent 1 million experience points. The result left him speechless. He gained only 5 strength, 1 constitution, and 5 spirit, making him curse the terrible luck. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, Aiden immediately decided to gamble even bigger. This time, he poured 10 million experience points into Apprentice's Heart. As the special skill activated once again, Aiden's heartbeat quickened, convinced that this time his luck had finally begun to change. Aiden activated Apprentice's Heart once again, this time spending 10 million experience points. The result was incredible. He gained 300 strength, 200 constitution, 40 spirit, and 100 agility, for a total of 640 stat points. With his enormous experience reserves, 10 million experience was almost nothing, so he immediately continued using the skill. Unfortunately, his luck didn't last. Some attempts only granted a few dozen stat points, while one of the worst rolls consumed another 10 million experience and rewarded him with just 3 strength, 5 constitution, and 2 agility. Even so, after burning through almost all of his stored experience, Aiden's base attributes reached an astonishing 801 strength, 611 constitution, 425 spirit, and 433 agility, giving him a combined total of 2,270 points. Even an epic class paladin like Kale at level 10 wouldn't come close. Satisfied with the result, Aiden used part of his remaining experience to level up. In less than a minute, he advanced from level 10 all the way to level 20 before hitting the class change limit once again. With less than a month left before the Reclasser College testing, Aiden had no intention of slowing down. He immediately returned to the White City Reclasser Association to claim his second class change mission. As soon as he entered, he saw his former teacher, May, arguing with Tina over her missing teaching reward. The moment May noticed Aiden, she mocked him, claiming he had come back to beg for his student status and declaring he would remain a failure forever. Aiden simply replied that people as arrogant and unfair as her were beyond saving. When May continued provoking him, the killing intent he had accumulated from countless battles in the abyss leaked out naturally. She instantly turned pale, feeling as though she were facing a terrifying monster, and hurriedly fled without saying another word. After she left, Tina praised Aiden's restraint before realizing why he had returned. When Aiden calmly stated that he was there for his second class change mission, she froze in disbelief. He had only just completed his first one, yet he had already reached level 20. After preparing everything, Tina handed him the crystal. Once Aiden crushed it, the system generated another special mission because of his unbelievable leveling speed. His next objective was to kill a level 30 noble demon boss in the abyss to unlock his third class. Seeing the mission, Aiden immediately frowned. Not only was the target much stronger, but he was still carrying the curse left behind by Flame Demon Oslu. Returning to the abyss now would attract nearby demons, making the mission even more dangerous. He even wondered if leveling so quickly was causing the system to assign increasingly difficult class change quests. Just as Aiden was considering how to deal with the demon's curse before returning to the abyss, a familiar figure rushed into the association. Covered in soot with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, the artificer Lysander excitedly ran toward him and shouted that he had finally succeeded in forging a piece of epic tier equipment. Aiden quickly realized why Lysander had rushed over in such excitement. Earlier, he had given the artificer 1,000 Iron Dragon materials, and it seemed Lysander had already finished forging an epic piece of equipment. After calming the emotional craftsman down, Aiden followed him and Tina into a private room. Unable to hold back any longer, Lysander burst into tears, thanking Aiden for giving him the chance to fulfill his lifelong dream. He confessed that he had once made serious mistakes, left the sovereign city in shame, and hid away in White City. Forging an epic item had finally given him the confidence to face his teacher again. Lysander then revealed his masterpiece. The Iron Dragon Wings were an epic flying equipment that greatly increased agility, constitution, maximum health, and physical defense. More importantly, they allowed sustained flight with low mana consumption and even provided a powerful burst sprint. Aiden immediately recognized how valuable they were. While his Abyss Flame Demon Cloak offered better overall stats, these wings solved one of his biggest weaknesses by greatly improving his mobility. When Lysander tried to return the 33 unused Iron Dragon materials, Aiden simply let him keep them. Investing in such a talented artificer was far more valuable than reclaiming a few crafting materials. Then Aiden took out the damaged, legendary ranked Abyss Flame Demon Staff. The moment Lysander saw it, he was completely stunned. His hands trembled so badly that he was afraid to even touch it. After carefully examining the staff, he admitted that repairing a legendary weapon was beyond his current abilities. However, he immediately offered to contact his own master, the greatest artificer in the sovereign city, a craftsman respected even by the Empress herself. Before leaving, Aiden also asked about removing the Abyss Demon's curse. After hearing that Aiden had obtained the curse by killing a level 40 Abyss Demon boss, Lysander was shocked once again. He quickly contacted his teacher, who agreed to arrive the following evening for the upcoming welcome banquet, where Aiden could also seek help from the vice president of the Sovereign City Reclasser Association. After returning to his hotel to rest, Aiden spent the next morning searching White City for a powerful pet that could serve as a frontline tank. Unfortunately, every pet he found was too weak. Even Lunara seemed to look at him differently, though Aiden paid little attention. By evening, the city's grand welcome banquet began. Influential figures from White City gathered to welcome the vice president of the Sovereign City Reclasser Association and the young geniuses arriving from the Sovereign City. Ronald, Kale, and Alira stood among the guests, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Kale proudly boasted that this was the world of the true upper class and mocked Aiden, insisting he never would have been invited if Alira had stayed with him. Meanwhile, Lucien and Lysander anxiously looked toward the entrance. Unlike everyone else, they knew the real guest of honor wasn't the visitors from the Sovereign City. It was Aiden. Just then, Aiden calmly walked into the banquet hall. Every eye immediately turned toward him. Kale stared in surprise before breaking into a mocking grin and loudly asked what Aiden was doing there, claiming he had no right to attend such an event. As Aiden stepped into the banquet hall, dressed in his usual casual clothes, whispers immediately spread through the crowd. Many guests questioned why an F-Rank Magic Apprentice who had been expelled from school was even allowed to attend such an important gathering. The gossip instantly reached Lucien's ears, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he turned around and angrily ordered everyone to keep quiet. Aiden calmly walked forward. Lucien and Lysander had originally planned to greet him respectfully, but Aiden quietly stopped them. Kael, still wearing the swollen face his father had given him, sneered at Aiden and mocked him for showing up where he didn't belong. He claimed Alira had made the right decision by abandoning him and said someone with an Iron Rank class deserved to live among trash. Alira joined in, insisting Aiden had tried to beg teacher May for another chance at school. Right then, May stepped out and publicly declared that Aiden had been the greatest disappointment of her teaching career. Encouraged by the crowd's praise, she arrogantly told him to stop being stubborn and leave before embarrassing himself further. Aiden simply smiled. He calmly replied that when heaven wanted to destroy someone, it first made them so arrogant they lost all reason. Then he added that anyone with even a little intelligence wouldn't behave the way they did. Ignoring them completely, Aiden walked behind Lucien. Lucien immediately became nervous, thinking thinking Aiden was dissatisfied with him, but Aiden quietly explained it was only a matter of standing order. Even so, Lucian glared coldly at Kale, Elira, and May, making Ronald, the Dragonlight Guild leader, realize something was terribly wrong. While Ronald was still trying to understand the situation, Leo, the leader of the Warrior God Guild, personally approached Aiden with his daughter, Selena. Selena happily greeted Aiden as someone she already knew, and Leo politely introduced himself before chatting with him as though he were speaking to an honored guest. May expected Leo to be offended by Aiden's casual attitude. Instead, Leo smiled broadly and spoke to him with obvious respect, leaving May, Kale, and Elira completely confused. Moments later, Mayor Randy arrived. Rather than greeting the other influential guests first, he hurried straight toward Aiden, warmly shook his hand, and thanked him for his tremendous contributions to White City, Ironvale, and even the country. Everyone was stunned. No one could understand why an Rank Magic Apprentice was receiving such treatment. Before anyone could process it, another group descended from the sky. The deputy director of the Sovereign City Reclasser Association arrived alongside Vespera, Vivi, and John, the young geniuses Aiden had rescued in the abyss. Their appearance alone left everyone in White City speechless. Then Luke stepped aside and respectfully announced one final guest. The Imperial royal family's little princess had arrived. The entire banquet hall instantly fell silent. The arrival of the Imperial princess instantly stunned everyone present. As the crowd prepared to bow, Princess Kelsey cheerfully told everyone to relax before running straight toward Aiden with a bright smile. She excitedly asked if he was the Aiden Vespera had been talking about, leaving Vespera slightly embarrassed as she quickly tried to downplay it. Seeing Kelsey wanted to tour the city and taste the local food, Aiden agreed to accompany her. Together with Luke, Vespera, and the princess, he led the group into the banquet hall, while Mayor Randy and Lucian followed behind him. Watching this, Kale, Elira, Ronald, and May could barely believe what they were seeing. Kale convinced himself that the princess only paid attention to Aiden because of his appearance. Elira refused to believe Vespera could possibly remember someone like Aiden, while May began regretting expelling him from school. If Aiden had remained her student, she could have shared in his fame instead of worrying that he might expose her. Inside the lavish banquet hall, Vespera finally explained why she had come all the way from Sovereign City. First, she wanted to personally thank Aiden for saving their lives in the abyss. Second, she hoped to purchase the flame demon Oslu's demon heart from him. Since Aiden still had hundreds of epic demon hearts left, and he also wanted Luke's help with removing his demon curse, he was ready to agree. Before he could answer, Kale suddenly interrupted the conversation. He politely introduced himself as an epic-class paladin and tried to get the attention of the Sovereign City guests. Vespera's expression immediately turned cold. She bluntly told Kale they were discussing something important with Aiden and asked him to leave. Aiden couldn't help mocking him, joking that nobody cared about someone with a pig's face. Kale angrily accused Aiden of interrupting his conversation, but Vespera repeated her order for him to leave. Vivi bluntly called him ugly and stupid, while John added that he was only pretending to be noble. The surrounding guests began whispering that, compared to the true geniuses of Sovereign City, KL was insignificant. Humiliated in front of everyone, KL completely lost his composure. He loudly declared that Aiden was nothing more than an Rank Magic Apprentice who had been expelled from school, claiming everyone had been deceived by him. The entire banquet hall instantly fell silent. Mayor Randy furiously declared that Aiden was a hero of White City, while Lucian walked over personally and ordered Kale to leave. Realizing the situation had become serious, Ronald hurried over and tried to smooth things over, forcing Kale to apologize. But despite his father's repeated demands, Kale refused. Instead, he glared at Aiden and stubbornly declared that he would expose Aiden's true identity in front of everyone. Aiden simply smiled after hearing Kale's challenge. Calmly, he told Kale to go ahead and expose him. Kale immediately pointed toward May and confidently claimed that she had caught Aiden cheating during exams. According to him, Aiden refused to admit his mistakes, even threatened his teacher, and therefore had no right to attend the banquet. Mayor Randy immediately questioned May. Cornered with everyone watching, she chose to stick to her lie and admitted Kale's story was true. The hall erupted in discussion, but Randy's face turned ice cold. He had already investigated the truth. Furious that May was still slandering Aiden, he stepped forward, ready to punish her. Before he could act, Aiden calmly asked a single question. "Where's the evidence?" The room instantly fell silent. Aiden reminded everyone that accusations required proof, not not rumors. May froze because she had absolutely nothing to support her claims. Watching from the side, Vespera, Vivi, and John immediately realized what was happening. They were even more impressed by Aiden's composure. While everyone else was panicking, he remained perfectly calm. Vivi quietly remarked that Aiden was exactly like the saying her brother once taught her, a person who could remain calm even while facing a storm. Vespera agreed, adding that true strength wasn't determined only by class rank, but also by character. Even Luke watched Aiden with growing interest. Mayor Randy finally revealed the truth to everyone. He announced that Aiden wasn't just White City's hero for killing the regional wanted boss, the Iron Dragon, but had also slain the national wanted Abyss boss, Flame Demon Oslu. Hearing this, May completely broke down. Unable to accept reality, she immediately blamed Illyra. She admitted Illyra had convinced her that Aiden cheated and even gave her a damage-boosting potion, leading her to expel him without investigating. Illyra desperately denied intending any of it, but May completely lost control, grabbing her by the hair and blaming her for destroying her future. As guards pulled May away, Illyra tearfully apologized to Aiden and begged for forgiveness. Aiden ignored her completely. Instead, he turned toward Kale and calmly revealed another devastating truth. The Diamond Rank Materials Dragonlight Guild had desperately tried to purchase actually belonged to him. Kale's mind went blank. He instantly realized Aiden had been responsible for the disaster that nearly destroyed his guild and even caused his father to beat him. Ronald immediately forced Kale onto his knees before Aiden and repeatedly demanded that he apologize. Humiliated beyond belief, Kale reluctantly admitted he shouldn't have provoked Aiden. Aiden wasn't satisfied. He pointed out that Kale wasn't sorry for his actions. He was only apologizing because he had no choice. Then, with a faint smile, Aiden leaned closer and offered him a chance to settle everything. If Kale truly believed an Iron Rank Magic Apprentice was worthless, then they could settle it with a life-or-death duel. The moment those words reached him, Kale slowly raised his head. His fists clenched tightly, and the hatred in his eyes could no longer be hidden. The banquet hall fell completely silent. May was pinned to the ground, overwhelmed with regret. Illyra's elegant appearance was gone, her dress was torn, and her hair was a mess. Kale remained on his knees, glaring at Aiden with hatred. Ronald quietly urged his son not to accept Aiden's life-or-death duel, hoping to find another opportunity later. But Aiden immediately exposed the truth, pointing out that even Kale's own father didn't believe he could win. Aiden had no intention of leaving behind an enemy who could become a future threat. In this world, life-or-death duels existed to settle conflicts that could never be resolved peacefully, and Aiden wanted to end everything now instead of allowing trouble to grow later. He reminded Kale that although an epic class profession gained 100 attribute points every level, that alone didn't guarantee victory. Kale finally snapped. He declared that Iron Rank professions were worthless and that only high-tier professions represented humanity's future. Then, unable to suppress his pride any longer, he officially accepted Aiden's life-or-death challenge. Ronald's face instantly turned pale. Before the duel could proceed, Luke stepped forward. He reminded everyone that profession rank alone never determined a person's future, using the example of a legendary class genius who had later betrayed the Empire. Looking at Kale, Luke admitted it would be unfortunate for an epic class genius to die so young. After speaking privately with Aiden, Luke approached Ronald and Kale, effectively preventing the duel. Vespera, Vivi, and John could only look at Kale with pity. Luke then revealed the reason for their confidence. Aiden possessed multiple epic-grade pieces of equipment, and even his 4 basic attributes already surpassed what Kale could achieve at level 10 with his epic paladin class. The entire banquet exploded with disbelief. Everyone became convinced Aiden had to be a hidden genius from one of the Empire's top families. May completely collapsed with regret, realizing she had thrown away the chance to mentor someone who could become a city, provincial, or even national champion. Illyra was equally devastated. Watching Vespera and Vivi standing beside Aiden, she realized that if she had supported him instead of abandoning him, she would have been the one standing there now. The atmosphere quickly changed when Vespera excitedly confirmed that Aiden was truly willing to sell her the epic demon heart. Princess Kelsey teasingly wondered if he was sacrificing his own interests for Vespera, leaving Aiden speechless since the demon heart simply wasn't valuable to him. At that moment, Lysander rushed over with exciting news. His master had arrived. John immediately recognized the significance of the name. Sean wasn't just any artificer, he was the greatest artificer in Sovereign City, respected even by the Empress herself. Realizing who had arrived, Kelsey, Luke, Vespera, Vespera, Vivi, and John all hurried outside to welcome him. Sean soon entered the banquet hall, casually gifting Princess Kelsey a diamond rank necklace before greeting his disciple, Lysander. After acknowledging that Lysander had finally forged epic equipment, Sean turned his attention toward Aiden. Without wasting another moment, he got straight to the point and asked to see the broken legendary grade staff. Sean's request for Aiden's broken legendary rank staff instantly shocked everyone in the banquet hall. Even Mayor Randy had never owned an epic item, let alone a legendary one. Vespera, Vivi, John, Luke, and even Princess Kelsey stared at Aiden in disbelief. Kelsey became convinced that only someone from one of the Empire's mysterious hidden families could casually possess such a treasure. Vespera suddenly realized she had almost nothing valuable enough to trade for Aiden's epic demon heart. Meanwhile, Kale completely broke down, unable to accept that an Iron-rank magic apprentice possessed a legendary weapon. Alira could only watch Aiden from a distance with endless regret, believing that only someone like Vespera truly deserved to stand beside him. Aiden calmly handed the broken Abyss the Flame demon staff to Sean and asked if it could be repaired. Sean immediately became fascinated by the craftsmanship and confidently declared that he could fully restore it within 1 month. Aiden felt a month was rather long, but Sean misunderstood his hesitation. Thinking Aiden was dissatisfied, Sean promised to use his own precious materials, repair the legendary staff free of charge, and even forge weapons for Aiden in the future without charging labor fees, as long as Aiden provided the materials. Even Vespera and the others were stunned. Sean normally charged everyone, including the Empress herself, yet he was making an exception for Aiden. After considering it, Aiden agreed to leave the staff with him. The banquet continued, while May, Alira, Kale, and Ronald quietly left in disgrace. Vespera then made an irresistible offer for the epic demon heart. She promised Aiden the offspring of her family's epic class 6-winged dragon steed once it was born in a month. Since Aiden needed a powerful mount, he immediately accepted the trade. Soon afterward, Aiden escaped the crowd of nobles, constantly trying to flatter him by stepping onto the balcony where Luke was already waiting. Luke explained that the Evil Demons Guild attacked talented reclassers every year before the college testing. Kale would now serve as bait to lure them out, while Aiden would participate in the operation because removing his Abyss Demon curse required dark side reclassers of the same level. Luke also warned Aiden that his reputation would soon spread across Ironvale and even reach Sovereign City, making him a prime target for the Evil Demons Guild. His current platinum rank camouflage skill would eventually become insufficient, but with his 600 reputation points, he could exchange it for an epic grade camouflage skill. When Aiden asked what it would take to become the national champion in the college testing, Luke revealed that at least 2 mythic class reclassers would be competing. He also mentioned that the Empress had added a special epic item capable of improving a person's luck as part of the grand prize. That instantly caught Aiden's attention. Since his apprentice's heart's skill depended entirely on luck, such an item could dramatically increase his future stat gains. Determined not to fall behind even mythic class geniuses, Aiden decided to keep leveling as high as possible. Just then, Luke received a message and informed him that the Evil Demons Guild had taken the bait. It was finally time to eliminate Aiden's demon curse, and Kale's fate had already been sealed. Late that night, Kyle limped out of the White City alone, his body covered in wounds as he wandered into the wilderness. Clinging to the hope Luke had given him, he believed that if he survived until dawn, he would have another chance. Even after everything that had happened, his hatred for Aiden only grew stronger, and he swore to repay his humiliation many times over. High above him, Luke, Aiden, and several others silently observed from the back of a giant black crow. Luke explained that Dragonlight Guild had long been under suspicion for secretly cooperating with the Evil Demons Guild. Now that Aiden had destroyed the guild's future, Kale and Ronald had lost their value, making Kale the perfect bait. Soon, several members of the Evil Demons Guild emerged from the forest. They recognized Kale as Ronald's son and debated whether to spare him because of Ronald's past assistance. In the end, they decided an epic paladin was worth more dead than alive. A black chain suddenly shot out, piercing Kale and pinning him in place. One of the attackers, Ray, stepped forward with a silver rank dagger, preparing to kill him. Desperate to survive, Kale immediately betrayed Aiden, offering to help them assassinate him if they spared his life. Ray only laughed, revealing that Aiden would soon die as well, and hinting that something terrible was planned for the White City. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Owen suddenly dropped from the sky, exposing the ambush. The Evil Demons Guild members immediately tried to escape, while Kael rolled into the grass. At the same time, Luke unleashed the legendary Tyrant Cleric skill, Death Magic match arena, trapping everyone inside. Luke instantly realized Owen had ruined the operation. The entire purpose had been to let Kale die while secretly tracking the surviving Evil Demons Guild members back to their hidden base. Instead, Owen had saved Kale and alerted the enemy. Furious, Luke activated Despot's realm. Crimson chains captured the fleeing cultists, Kale, and even Owen himself before dragging them all before him. Luke's massive axe came crashing toward Owen, forcing the young legendary puppeteer to activate dummy life swap at the last instant. Shaken but alive, Owen revealed his identity as the grandson of Felix, the Empire's powerful chief minister. Confident that Luke would not dare kill him, Owen insisted he had done nothing wrong, arguing that humanity needed every talented reclasser it could get, especially an epic paladin like Kale, with the Abyss becoming increasingly active. Luke coldly exposed Owen's true motive. He accused him of deliberately protecting Kale in order to create trouble for Aiden, then clarified that Aiden and Vespera had no special relationship beyond Aiden saving her in the Abyss. As the tense confrontation continued, Aiden slowly descended to the ground using his Abyss Flame Demon Cloak. Without saying a word, he calmly drew out his staff and pointed it directly at the still-bound Kale. Aiden didn't hesitate. Facing Kale, he unleashed a lightning spell that struck him down instantly, leaving nothing but a charred body. The kill earned him a massive experience reward, enough to fuel several more uses of his luck-based skill, though no loot dropped from Kale himself. Owen was horrified, accusing Aiden of murder in front of him. Aiden coolly cited imperial law, pointing out that anyone judged, ready to join an extremist group like the Evil Demons Guild, could legally be executed. Luke backed him up, confirming Kale's intentions and shutting down Owen's protest. Even as the powerful minister's grandson, Owen couldn't openly defy the law. Luke then took the captured cultists aside for interrogation, while Owen confronted Aiden, warning him to stay away from Vespera and know his place as a low-ranked apprentice. Aiden brushed him off with cutting sarcasm, making clear he answered to no one, least of all Owen. Luke's interrogation of the captured members was ruthless, using corrosive substances and pain-enhancing methods to break them. As he worked, he spoke candidly with Aiden about how infighting among reclassers had claimed just as many talented lives as the Abyss or the Evil Demons Guild ever had. Eventually, one of the prisoners cracked and gave up useful information, prompting the group to move quickly before the enemy could relocate. Following the lead, they reached a hidden cave. A reclasser with an insect tamer class released swarms of insects to scout ahead, revealing around 15 enemies inside, one of whom had already detected the intrusion. Luke ordered Owen, a legendary rank puppeteer, to take point, threatening to report his lack of cooperation to the prestigious Garvard University if he refused a threat serious enough to make even Owen's powerful family nervous. Owen summoned 3 ornate puppets, and Luke explained his class abilities to Aiden, how a skilled puppeteer could rival an army with enough resources, and how the key to beating one was locating the real body quickly, rather than getting drawn into a drawn-out fight. As the plan unfolded, Aiden casually mentioned a specific puppeteer trick, creating decoy copies to fool enemies, not realizing it was one of Owen's closely guarded secrets. Owen was stunned, assuming it must have been a coincidence. After a short fight, over a dozen Evil Demons Guild members were subdued. Luke selected 6 for a ritual, arranging materials into a 5-pointed star to transfer Aiden's demon curse away from him permanently. Aiden stepped into the circle, and after a few tense minutes, the curse was lifted, but at the cost of the 10 guild members used in the ritual, who died in the process. Relieved that he could finally take on the Abyss boss, Aiden noticed the mood around him had shifted. Owen looked shaken and guilty. Luke's expression turned grim as he delivered urgent news. Most of the Evil Demons Guild members hadn't just been on the move, they had already infiltrated the White City itself. The Evil Demons Guild's decision to head straight into the White City instead of fleeing struck Aiden as deeply suspicious, especially given the earlier warning about the city's destruction. Luke confirmed that high-ranking members had entered the base that morning, though details were scarce. Owen, terrified for Princess Kelsey's safety, was reassured by Luke that the strongest of the royal guard, Sean, was protecting her. With communications jammed, Luke summoned his giant dark raven, Onyx, and the group flew toward the city, only to see an explosion light light up the horizon. In the sky, they encountered Orion, codenamed Demon Serpent, an S-class fugitive and legendary rank demon warrior. Luke recognized him instantly and revealed that he himself was once ranked as a level 1 top target among the Evil Demons Guild's list of dangerous talents, even higher than Vespera or Kale had been. Orion summoned shadow snakes to attack, forcing Luke to expand into a massive battle stance and send the group's bird fleeing back toward the city under his orders to leave him behind and minimize the coming destruction. As they retreated, Aiden used his enhanced senses to spot hidden enemies ambushing them from the forest below and shouted for everyone to scatter. Before anyone could question him, he leapt off the bird using his Abyss Flame demon cloak moments before energy beams tore through the sky and struck the raven. Aiden folded his cloak to avoid being spotted and carefully controlled his fall, narrowly escaping into cover as an enormous explosion erupted where Luke and Orion had clashed, flattening the surrounding forest. Sheltering behind a rock from the shockwave, Aiden was struck by how outmatched he'd be if caught between high-level combatants, reaffirming his need to grow stronger quickly. Using his iron dragon wings to stay low and evade detection, he soon spotted Owen crawling out of the rubble, saved only by a protective item from his grandfather. Owen was stunned to see Aiden already flying with what he recognized as epic tier gear, a possession even he, despite his powerful family, didn't have, and a flicker of envy crossed his face. Before he could react further, they both heard the sound of enemy footsteps approaching, along with voices ordering a thorough search for survivors. Owen quickly downed a recovery potion and summoned 10 level 40 puppets, urging Aiden to team up and fight rather than flee, though his greed was obvious. Aiden refused, choosing to keep flying toward the White City, instead of risking a fight against unknown numbers of enemies. Furious, Owen ordered a puppet to attack him, but Aiden froze it solid with an ice spell, revealing skills Owen hadn't expected. Moments later, several high-level Evil Demons Guild members arrived, including a dangerous epic rank fighter. Owen panicked and fled, sacrificing one of his valuable puppets to stop pursuing vines summoned by the enemy. When he saw Aiden had turned back, he begged for help, but Aiden simply mocked him by drawing even more pursuers toward him before splitting off in another direction. Cornered from both sides, Owen tried using another puppet against Aiden, who responded by unleashing a massive fire tornado that incinerated it and created cover for his own escape. Owen was left to face 2 waves of enemies alone, screaming curses at Aiden as he vanished into the sky. Approaching the White City, Aiden found it already in ruins, dead soldiers, slaughtered civilians, and clear signs the defenders had been overwhelmed with ease. He suspected another powerful epic rank enemy was involved beyond just Orion fighting Luke. Deciding it was safer to move on foot, Aiden pressed deeper into the city, growing angrier as he passed the bodies of children among the dead. A massive explosion drew his attention to the city center, where a colossal golden-red illusion loomed over the luxury hotel, a projection resembling Sean, one of Sean's own class abilities. Aiden rushed toward it and found Sean standing his ground with a giant hammer, protecting Kelsey, Vespera, Vivi, and John, who were surrounded by dozens of identical black-robed enemies perched on rooftops and lampposts. The enemies mockingly acknowledged Sean's reputation as the Titan Artificer, but demanded the princess be handed over, promising mercy in exchange. Sean refused outright, slamming his hammer into the ground and unleashing a wave of molten magma at the surrounding attackers. Sean's magma attack passed harmlessly through the black figure, revealing it as an illusion and confirming the enemy wasn't just a random Evil Demons Guild member, but one of the 4 Heavenly Kings elite, the Shadow Assassin serving under the Dark Dragon King. Vespera explained the terrifying reputation of the 4 Heavenly Kings and their subordinates, noting this particular assassin had once killed an 85-level Imperial warrior. Kelsey, guilt-ridden, offered to give herself up to spare the city, but Sean refused to let her, explaining that the black figures were fast but weak clones meant to stall for time while the real threat held back, and that reinforcements, especially Luke, might still turn the tide. He also suspected a traitor within the Sovereign City royal family had leaked Kelsey's whereabouts, since the royal guards, who should have been protecting her, were mysteriously absent. Hiding nearby, Aiden was terrified to sense that the Shadow Assassin's power rivaled Orion's. Realizing how outmatched he still was, despite his system's potential, he resolved to prioritize survival tools, stealth, escape skills, a tanky pet, and better gear once he made it out alive. He also silently vowed future revenge against the evil Demons Guild, listing Orion, the Shadow Assassin, and the 4 Heavenly Kings as future targets, alongside those from his old life who had already paid for wronging him. Just then, Owen burst onto the scene, injured and having sacrificed 8 of his 10 puppets, escaping the earlier chase, but thrilled to find Sean and the group safe. He dramatically declared himself their protector, oblivious to the tension, prompting the Shadow Assassin to dismiss both him and Aiden as targets not worth ignoring and mark them for death first. At that moment, Aiden sensed overwhelming danger, despite seeing nothing around him. A spectral scythe materialized behind him just as Sean, using Owen as a diversion, swung his hammer toward him to disrupt the enemy's positioning. Aiden reacted on instinct, triggering his iron dragon wings and casting ultimate frost behind himself just as the blade struck, taking a wound to the back, but managing to follow up with his demon's domain skill, trapping his unseen attacker in dark energy. The assassin, now revealed as a pale, scythe-wielding figure, complimented Aiden on surprising him. Refusing to waste time on healing, Aiden downed a mana potion and unleashed everything he had left into a desperate follow-up. Thunder's Wrath. Aiden held nothing back against the Shadow Assassin's clone, layering Thunder's Wrath on top of Demon's Domain to exploit the fact that lightning bypassed magic resistance and could deal true damage. Despite the clone's brutal speed, its health was surprisingly low, and Aiden's assault chipped it down fast. Startled by the strength of a level 2-0 Magic Apprentice, the assassin demanded to know his real class. Aiden brushed him off and finished him with Blazing Tornado, stacking all 3 area spells until the clone was destroyed. The kill dropped a massive experience reward along with an epic tier skill book, Shadow Stealth, a rare find that let him become undetectable to sight, sound, and most tracking abilities while boosting his movement speed, with only domain level or mythic tier detection able to sense him. Aiden immediately learned it, healed his spine-deep wound with light healing spell, and slipped into the shadows to observe Sean's ongoing fight, marveling at how much faster the new skill made him than even his iron dragon wings. Nearby, Owen had been caught by another clone before Sean intervened, losing both his legs and reduced to screaming for help, invoking his grandfather's name as leverage. Vespera, Vivi, and John ignored his cries at first, more concerned with whether Aiden had survived the explosion they'd heard, the same skill signature Aiden had used against the flame demon Oslu, a fight they remembered nearly killing them despite Oslu being weaker than this clone. Kelsey grew increasingly guilt-ridden as the group realized a level 2-0 apprentice shouldn't have been able to survive at all. Ultimately, worried about the political fallout of letting Felix's grandson die, Vespera reluctantly tossed Owen a healing potion, stabilizing him enough to crawl away from the fighting, unaware that Aiden, hidden in the shadows nearby, was watching him with cold, calculating eyes. Aiden had been ready to silently kill Owen using Fireball as cover, while everyone's attention was on Sean's fight. But Owen's high spirit stat let him sense the killing intent just in time, forcing Aiden to abandon the plan before anyone spotted him. The interruption drew Luke back onto the scene, battered, missing an arm, half his face stripped to bone, dragging Demon Serpent Orion's corpse behind him as proof he'd won that fight. The Shadow Assassin's clones were stunned that Luke had killed an opponent, stronger than himself, and Luke coldly promised to make them pay before the fight resumed. Still hidden and unnoticed, Aiden realized the odds had shifted in the defenders' favor with both Luke and Sean present against a single Shadow Assassin. But the enemy revealed the true plan, an entire network of space formations set up by mythic-class dark mages surrounded the White City. With enough death energy already generated, the formations would tear the city into the abyss itself, flooding it with demons while forcibly ejecting anyone above level 50, sacrificing everyone else. A massive rift opened overhead, and red-black light columns began pulling Sean, Luke, the Shadow Assassin, and even Owen, protected by his own Dark Formation Puppeteer class, into the air toward ejection. Sean's attempt to smash the formation only cracked the space dangerously further, confirming the trap was inescapable. Believing Aiden dead, Vesper revealed to Luke that the Shadow Assassin had reportedly killed him, prompting Owen's cruel gloating cut short when Aiden calmly stepped out of hiding, having survived the encounter, after all. With everyone rising toward the ejection point and time running out, Luke urged the others to trust and follow Aiden, insisting he could keep them alive before he, Sean, Owen, and the shadow assassin vanished from the collapsing space. Left facing a stunned and hopeful Vespera, Vivi, John, and Kelsey, Aiden admitted he hadn't escaped the assassin he'd defeated the clone outright, though he didn't elaborate. With the abyss closing in and monsters ready to pour through, he told them plainly, once the unstable space ejected everyone above level 50, he would be the one keeping the rest of them alive. Kelsey lit up with hope at Aiden's claim, trusting his proven strength over the others' unawakened levels. Vespera, however, worried the merging of the White City with the Abyss could unleash far more monsters than anyone could handle, while Vivi, drawing on her military family background, suggested finding a defensible position instead of engaging directly, also noting this incident could spark all-out war between the Empire and the Abyss. Aiden countered that hiding wasn't sustainable once the demons finished off the scattered survivors and came looking for them next. His plan was to go on the offensive, rally as many survivors as possible using their home field knowledge of the city's layout, turning what looked like a hopeless slaughter into an organized defense. Vivi, recognizing the tactical soundness of unifying the fractured reclassers into a coordinated force, backed him immediately, while John contributed a silver rank megaphone from his personal collection to help broadcast the call. To ensure people would actually listen, Kelsey invoked her authority as princess, using a rare wartime provision to formally appoint Aiden as temporary commander of the White City, granting him a huge stat boost and the power to conscript both reclassers and civilians for the coming battle. With his new authority visibly marked above his head, Aiden took to the sky and began broadcasting instructions for everyone to converge on the city center. Elsewhere, Tina, paralyzed with despair and preparing to end her own life rather than face the horrors of an abyss invasion, was pulled back from the brink upon recognizing Aiden's voice overhead. Seeing him flying with his commander's title blazing above him gave her a spark of hope, and she abandoned her suicide attempt to join the crowd heading toward the center of the city. Back at the rally point, Aiden found the gathering smaller than he'd hoped, with only an hour left before the Abyss's forces arrived. Vivi warned that even trained military commanders would struggle to organize such a frightened, disorganized crowd on short notice. Aiden reassured her that desperate people cling to any source of hope, then handed Kelsey his Abyss cloak so she could fly beside him as a visible symbol while he spoke. As he rose into the air to address the crowd, he began his speech by reminding them exactly who he was, the man who'd already killed both the Iron Dragon and the Abyss Flame Demon Oslu, and the commander the princess herself had chosen. Aiden's speech landed exactly as intended. The crowd erupted in disbelief and excitement, realizing the man addressing them had killed both a regional and a national-class red-flagged boss, and that the princess herself stood beside him. He built on that momentum, reminding them of the massacre he'd witnessed on the way in, invoking the deaths of children and loved ones to turn their fear into rage. The survivors roared back in defiance, chanting to fight, and Aiden sealed the moment by declaring the coming battle wasn't just about survival, but about humanity's future. With morale ignited, Aiden shifted immediately into military organization, sorting survivors by role and summoning the city's key authorities: Reclasser Association Chairman Lucien, Warrior God Guild Chairman Leo, and Mayor Randy, who submitted to his command without resistance. He ordered them to fan out among the survivors, consolidate all available resources, and offered a massive bounty system for kills to incentivize combat participation, backing it with the threat of execution for anyone who disobeyed under the justification that selfishness now would doom everyone. When a woman refused to hand over her stockpiled potions, invoking her son's military rank as protection, Aiden executed her on the spot without hesitation, using the moment to publicly donate his own valuable gear as proof he wasn't asking more of others than himself. The brutal display cowed any remaining resistance, and the surviving crowd, along with a humbled Lucien, fell in line completely. Meanwhile, in the capital, Empress Era raged at her ministers for downplaying the invasion and demanded to lead troops to the White City personally. First Minister Felix suggested first checking the situation using the Mirror of 10,000 Cities, a national treasure capable of showing distant locations in real time, and the Empress summoned the massive silver mirror to reveal what was unfolding. The Empress's group watched Aiden's actions unfold in the mirror, his execution of the woman, his commands, his sheer authority, leaving the ministers stunned that someone with that level of composure wasn't a seasoned officer. James, the war god, immediately recognized his sister Vivi's account matching up. Aiden was the same man who'd saved her, Vespera, and John from the abyss, killing the red-flagged boss Oslu in the process. Era was floored to learn Aiden was officially only an Iron-Rank Magic Apprentice, expelled from school, yet already credited with 2 red-flagged boss kills and rapid advancement toward his second-class change. Felix, however, seized on the situation to push his own agenda, driven by private fury after Owen had blamed Aiden for his injuries and demanded revenge. He argued that gathering the survivors together was reckless, that scattering would have given more people a chance, and painted Aiden as reckless and inexperienced. His conservative allies echoed the sentiment, framing Aiden as unqualified and dangerous. James pushed back, defending the necessity of resistance against abyss invaders, but privately conceded that without reinforcements, the survivors likely couldn't hold out. The White City currently had no top-tier warrior left to anchor the fight. Atlas, the Sovereign City Reclasser Association chairman, proposed sending genius students under level 50 from the Empire's top academies to reinforce the White City before the space fully destabilized. Felix immediately objected, trying to limit the deployment to a handful of students tasked only with protecting Kelsey, effectively abandoning the rest of the city's population, a stance Atlas condemned given the death toll from the Abyss invasion 50 years prior, a point James also invoked to argue against repeating the Empire's past failure of inaction. Torn between the political risk of committing resources and the reality that her daughter's survival depended on Aiden holding the line, Era made her decision. Qualified students would be sent to stage near the White City, but would only be deployed if Aiden's group proved capable of holding out. Watching him on the mirror, she silently resolved that if he survived this, she would personally invest in training him, regardless of his officially lowly rank. Kelsey, weighed down by guilt, told Aiden she intended to stay with the survivors even if it meant dying alongside them, invoking the same historical tragedy a city lost to the Abyss 50 years earlier with no survivors. Aiden gently pushed back, telling her the blame wasn't hers to carry, then rallied her spirit by declaring that this time would be different, that his name and hers would be remembered as the moment humanity began fighting back. Moved, Kelsey stood beside him in solidarity. Before the fight began, John gifted Aiden a Starlight rank skill book he'd found while gathering supplies Victor's Hand, a utility skill that automatically collects loot from anything Aiden kills, sparing him the need to manually gather drops mid-battle. Aiden learned it immediately, and John refused any repayment, genuinely more invested in Aiden's survival than any reward, being independently wealthy as heir to the powerful Hawthorne trading family. As black cracks split open across the city and the invasion began, Aiden flew to the front lines to steady the visibly terrified survivors, confirming with Randy, Leo, and Lucien that their assigned tactics were set. Then the first true threat emerged, a 30-meter demon noble spider boss, Lord Roth, easily around level 50 and clearly stronger than the previous abyss threats Aiden had faced, with more bosses visible waiting behind him in the rift. The survivors' morale wavered visibly at the sight, but Aiden showed no fear. Recognizing the moment demanded a decisive show of strength, Aiden burned through the massive experience reserve from killing the Shadow Assassin's clone, triggering his apprentice's heart skill repeatedly to convert 200 million experience into a huge stat boost, hundreds of points each in strength, constitution, spirit, and agility. He then planted a sword in the ground before the survivors as a symbolic line, declaring that if he ever retreated past it, they had the right to kill him themselves before turning to face Lord Roth alone. Vivi immediately buffed Aiden with her epic tier demigod boost, dramatically raising his constitution, defense, and resistances, while other support class survivors layered on additional buffs of their own. As Roth unleashed corrosive toxic breath that leveled nearby buildings, the mood in the capital darkened. Felix predicted Aiden's inexperience would doom the fight before it began, while James privately conceded that even Garvard University's top students would struggle against a boss of Roth's caliber, especially with untrained civilians rather than disciplined soldiers backing him. James estimated the group would collapse within 10 minutes, unless Aiden could land a serious blow early. Back in the White City, Aiden opened with ultimate frost, freezing Roth's massive body solid despite the demon's shock that a supposed level 2-0 human could pull off such a feat. As Roth began melting free and mocking him, Aiden followed with Thunder's Wrath, triggering its bonus true damage effect and tearing his health down rapidly, forcing Roth to summon a defensive poison armor to slow the bleeding. Aiden pressed the advantage immediately with Blazing Tornado, shredding the armor and sending Roth into a panicked retreat toward a space rift, only for him to collapse dead before escaping. The kill delivered an enormous experience payout, along with a flood of epic tier loot, 1,000 demon's hearts, 1,000 spider demon fangs, an epic venom glove granting massive stat bonuses, and poison-based offense and defense, and an epic skill book for Metal Element Arrow, a piercing attack capable of ignoring a portion of enemy defenses, with the added note that mastering all 5 elemental variants could eventually combine into a legendary rank skill. The kill also completed Aiden's 3rd-class mission. He immediately equipped the glove and learned the new skill, before rallying the stunned survivors with a triumphant call to fight, and the crowd, having just watched him casually destroy a boss that should have doomed them, roared back in support. In the capital, the entire assembled court, Aira, her ministers, Atlas, and James, sat in stunned silence. Roth's death sent the Imperial Court into stunned disbelief, prompting Aira to immediately order the reinforcement students into the city. Felix, panicking privately that Aiden's success threatened his political influence and could tip power toward the military faction, tried to frame Aiden as suspicious, theorizing he might be hiding a true mythic-class identity, while warning that Aiden had used a dark skill, invoking the memory of a past genius who'd betrayed the Empire. After learning similar abilities, he pushed to reward Aiden, but block him from military recruitment, a suggestion James countered by openly proposing Aiden for the military department instead. The tension was cut short when 2 more 50-level Abyss bosses emerged from the rift, forcing Aira to prioritize routing all reinforcements towards supporting Aiden rather than diverting anyone to guard Kelsey directly. Back in the White City, the battle turned brutal as more defenders fell, several dying in defiance, refusing to retreat even as they bled out watching Aiden fight. Recognizing he couldn't sustain reckless aggression without eventually losing, Aiden signaled Randy and the others to pull survivors back into the buildings for cover while he drew both incoming bosses' attention himself, using his flight speed to keep them separated from the vulnerable crowd. He punched through a demon's bone shield with his new Metal Element Arrow, stunning it, while dodging relentless charges from the 4-armed brute. Elsewhere in the city, small groups of defenders used the terrain to ambush and pick off Abyss monsters in the narrow streets, several sacrificing themselves deliberately to buy others time. A newly arrived reinforcement student from Ironvale University was horrified by the sheer scale of carnage, only to realize with shock that most of the bodies weren't human casualties, but dead demons, a scale of destruction the 4-armed boss himself couldn't comprehend either. The 4-armed demon boss finally understood the horror unfolding around him. This wasn't a slaughter of humans, but a coordinated ambush, exemplified by a dying 1-armed reclasser who'd strangled and bitten a demon to death even after being gutted. That man's final words to Aiden, urging him to keep pushing the survivors to fight visibly, shook Aiden, who used his remaining strength to vanish via shadow stealth just as reinforcements from Garvard University and Ironvale finally arrived, re-energizing the exhausted defenders into a full counterattack. As the 2 remaining demon bosses tried to flee back through the rift, Aiden reappeared directly in their path, unleashing everything he had left, ultimate frost, and a barrage of dozens of metal element arrows crippling both before the newly arrived students finished them off. Having completely drained his magic power, Aiden dropped from the sky into a cluster of demons, but the sight of him alone was enough to send them fleeing in terror, while horrified survivors rushed to catch him, saved at the last second by a reclasser's vine net spell. Though he'd only get partial credit for the 2 boss kills since the students landed the final blows, Aiden was satisfied his real goal had been making sure no invading demon escaped alive. Evan, one of the arriving Garvard University students, informed Aiden that the Empress herself had dispatched the reinforcements specifically to support him, then moved off to mop up the remaining enemies. Aiden, still burning through mana, spent his remaining strength healing the badly wounded around him, prioritizing the critical cases over minor injuries. By the time Kelsey and Vespera found him, he was running on empty, haunted by the memory of the dying warrior's final words and thumbs up. Refusing to rest, Aiden sought out the man's body in the alley to give him a proper separation from the demon he'd killed, quietly promising not to forget what he'd said. As the battlefield was cleared and the fallen were gathered in the city center, Evan reported that the White City was secure and would soon return to normal. But looking at the rows of dead, Aiden felt no triumph, only grief. He called the surviving crowd together once more, preparing to speak. Standing before the shaken, grieving survivors, Aiden confronted the grim reality that only half of the White City's tens of thousands had survived. Randy publicly credited him as the sole reason anyone lived at all, and even the war-hardened officials around him were stunned that an 18-year-old, freshly awakened, had achieved the Empire's best-ever survival rate against an Abyss invasion. When someone declared the battle won, Aiden rejected the idea that it was truly over. The dead deserved more than silence, he said, and vowed that what happened in the White City would mark not an ending, but the start of humanity's war of revenge against the Abyss. The crowd erupted into a unified, furious chant for vengeance, and even gentle Kelsey found herself swept into the fury. Vespera and Vivi, watching him, felt their view of Aiden shift permanently. He had become something like a hero in their eyes. Luke and Sean arrived shortly after with medical support, relieved to find Kelsey safe. Luke relayed that the Empress wanted Aiden brought to the Sovereign City to be formally rewarded, admitting he'd only expected Aiden to protect the princess until reinforcements came, not single-handedly turn the tide of the battle. Aiden reminded him of the bounty he'd promised the survivors for their kills, and Luke assured him it, along with compensation for the fallen, would be honored as the will of the Empire. Evan, before departing with the other student reinforcements, confirmed for Aiden that he'd only been at Harvard University for a year, underscoring how much the school could accelerate a reclasser's growth. Luke also warned that this incident with the Evil Demons Guild might prompt the Empire to move up the college testing to protect talented students from further attacks. News of the White City exploded across the Empire, met initially with disbelief and accusations of fabrication until video evidence and survivor testimony overwhelmed the skepticism. Online reaction shifted rapidly from doubt to stunned admiration, with military analysts picking apart Aiden's tactical decisions and concluding his choices had been near flawless, though many were baffled by his abnormally high base stats for a level 20 reclasser, some suspecting a hidden stat-boosting skill. Within half a day, Aiden was hailed nationwide as a hero, and word that he'd travel to the Sovereign City for his reward triggered a surge in ticket demand from people hoping to see him in person. Back in the White City's Reclasser Association Hall, Aiden completed the paperwork for his class change mission with Tina's help, receiving a new badge. Afterward, he stepped into a private room, intending to consume the epic demon's heart he'd obtained, in hopes of boosting his odds at a higher-tier class upgrade. Aiden began consuming his stockpile of epic demon's hearts to boost his class change odds, needing all of them to push his chances from a mere 10.5% to a guaranteed 100% before absorbing his new badge. The class change completed, upgrading his Magic Apprentice class and offering him 3 paths forward: a Starlight rank Dark Mage route, a Starlight rank Elemental Mage route granting a Water Element arrow skill, which would have complemented his existing Metal arrow toward the eventual legendary combo skill, or staying on his current path with an upgraded Apprentice's heart and a triggered special mission. Despite the appeal of the Elemental Mage option, Aiden chose to stay on his current path for the mission reward potential. The special mission, Bane of all races, required killing 10 different level 50 or higher race bosses before his 5th class change, promising a mythic tier item as the reward, something even rarer than anything he currently owned. He noted the naming suggested more chapters to this mission line existed, likely with even greater rewards, but set that aside for later, given he still had time before the deadline. With his upgraded Apprentice's heart, now capable of granting bonus health alongside stats, Aiden spent millions of his enormous experience reserve testing his luck, ending up with a combined stat total already dwarfing what an epic rank reclasser could achieve at his level, likely surpassing even legendary rank power once his gear was factored in. The experience dump also rocketed him from level 20 to level 30 almost instantly, though he decided to hold off pursuing his 4th class change immediately, worried that leveling too fast might make the next class change mission harder, and reasoning he could use the downtime to rest after the battle. Stepping out of the Reclasser Association, Aiden was mobbed by survivors and outside bloggers eager for interviews and details about his true class, which he brushed off simply as Magic Apprentice before trying to leave. When one intrusive blogger kept pushing past the survivors trying to protect his privacy, Mayor Randy stepped in and publicly banned the man from the White City for disrespecting Aiden, prompting the blogger to storm off, revealing, as he left, that someone had specifically hired him to try to damage Aiden's reputation. Daniel, the blogger humiliated earlier, revealed his true colors. He'd been secretly paid to destroy Aiden's reputation, and his plan was a calculated praise-killing, flood the internet with excessive glorification of Aiden until any misstep, real or fabricated, could be weaponized against him. Watching a statue of Aiden being unveiled in the city center, he privately vowed the people worshipping their hero now would tear him down soon enough. The conspiracy traced back to First Minister Felix, who confided to his servant that he genuinely respected Aiden's heroism, but viewed him as a destabilizing threat to the empire's fragile political balance, believing the rise of extraordinary prodigies risked provoking direct conflict with the Abyss, an enemy he considered unbeatable. Felix ordered his plan set into motion once Aiden reached the sovereign city. His servant then visited a captive woman held in a cage, coercing her through torture via a magical doll link to send an untraceable message to the Evil Demons Guild, instructing them that Aiden could only be killed once his reputation had been thoroughly destroyed first. The message reached a hooded, red-eyed figure underground, who reported to a faceless, mechanical-voiced entity that the Nightworm Lord had marked Aiden for assassination after his interference disrupted their plans. The exchange revealed larger stakes. The Abyss's gods were said to be stirring, with an all-race war looming, though the cloaked figure noted humanity still needed Felix's cooperation for now, authorizing the guild to select an assassin for Aiden. Back in the White City, a lighter moment unfolded as Aiden mounted Luke's injured giant Dark Raven, who scolded him, through Luke's translation, for forgetting to warn it about an earlier ambush. Learning that Demon's Hearts could boost pet tier upgrades too, Aiden tossed the Raven an epic grade heart, thrilling the bird, and even earning a joking comment that it wished it were Aiden's pet instead of Luke's. Aiden then casually gifted epic grade Demon's Hearts to John and Vivi as thanks for their earlier support, casually revealing he had nearly 2,000 of them stockpiled from his boss. Kills an amount that left the group stunned, since even top Sovereign City geniuses didn't possess anything close. With gifts distributed, Luke announced it was finally time to depart for the Sovereign City. Massive crowds gathered outside the Sovereign City overnight, desperate for a glimpse of Aiden as his legend spread nationwide, with many treating his feats as unprecedented in recorded history. Escorted by Luke's Raven, Aiden flew the ceremonial route into the city under a special exemption to the sky barrier, greeted by roaring crowds, fireworks, and camera flashes that briefly overwhelmed him with the surrealness of his transformation from failed apprentice to national hero. Watching from the palace, Empress Era privately noted that Atlas believed Aiden's class had already climbed to platinum rank, comparing his trajectory to Luke's own rise from a low-ranked priest to a level 8-9 tyrant cleric, suggesting Aiden's ceiling could be even higher. When Felix tried once again to limit Aiden's reward and block military ties by invoking his dark magic skills, Era calmly overruled him by announcing Aiden would also receive access to an Imperial secret trial, catching Felix off guard. Upon landing, Aiden was formally excused from bowing and introduced first to the military faction James, who complimented his tactical mind, while noting his combat skills still needed work, and Atlas, who invited him to see the Wexley family's soon-to-birth epic-class mount. Both leaders angled for Aiden's favor, hoping to draw him toward their circles. When introduced to Felix, who feigned friendliness by inviting him to visit the recovering Owen, Aiden coolly needled him by implying Owen would likely be afraid to see him visibly rattling Felix's composure and confirming to Era that Aiden had already picked up on the political tension surrounding him. Era then formally bestowed the title of Imperial Hero, granting Aiden major stat bonuses, battlefield damage bonuses against Imperial enemies, and the authority to command soldiers in emergencies. Beyond the title, she awarded him a military rank of Lieutenant Colonel, access to the Imperial Secret Realm, a Starlight rank equipment piece, and $5 billion in currency, a reward package worth over $100 billion in total value. Yet Aiden received it all with visible indifference, thanking her without any real enthusiasm. And when she tried to stress just how coveted the secret realm access was among geniuses, he casually admitted it didn't hold much importance to him. The room reacted with disbelief when Aiden requested trading his entire reward package for a luck-changing item, since only the previous college testing's top scorer had ever received the Empire's sole twin coin, already earmarked for the next top scorer. Aiden accepted the refusal but pivoted to trading his Imperial secret realm access for cash instead, explaining he had other means of raising his professional tier. Felix seized on this, mocking him as an ungrateful Iron-Rank apprentice who didn't understand the value of what he was giving up, prompting Aiden to fire back with a pointed insult, delighting James and Atlas. When Felix pushed further, Aiden used detection to reveal his own status publicly. Level 30, Starlight rank, a jump that stunned everyone present, since he'd been only level 20 and presumably far lower rank just the previous day. No one could explain how such a leap was possible, and Felix's attempt to claim Aiden had been secretly hiding his true level collapsed under the obvious impossibility of the numbers. Aiden shut him down coldly, asserting his rank and growth were his own business, and pointedly noted he'd nearly killed Owen outright rather than merely humiliate him. A group of ministers aligned with Felix tried to capitalize on the tension, publicly suggesting Aira revoke Aiden's Imperial Hero title over his disrespect. Aiden turned the accusation back on them, calling out their hypocrisy for prioritizing loyalty to Felix over the people they claimed to serve, silencing the room and visibly rattling Felix. Aira ended the confrontation by validating Aiden's point, agreed to convert the Imperial Secret Realm access into 10 billion in currency, and led him off toward the banquet, leaving James and Atlas openly amused at Felix's expense. Privately, Felix reaffirmed his resolve to eliminate Aiden before his influence could grow further. At the banquet, Kelsey greeted Aiden warmly, but as he moved to pat her on the head, Atlas quickly interjected with a formal bow to remind him of her royal status, and another guest immediately criticized Aiden's casual manners toward the princess as unbefitting someone from a small place. Logan, a royal cousin whose secret realm slot had effectively gone to Aiden, publicly confronted him over touching Kelsey's head, but Kelsey defiantly defended Aiden and pressed into his hand herself, embarrassing Logan further. Vespera quietly filled Aiden in on Logan's grievance, explaining the coolness from the Sovereign City crowd as resentment over the lost opportunity. Ira shut the confrontation down firmly, reminding Logan of his place and dismissing the incident before leaving the young geniuses to mingle, confident Aiden could handle himself. Both James and Atlas made competing invitations for after the banquet, and John tried to relay his own grandfather's invitation before backing down under their pointed stares. Once the older generation dispersed, Aiden reconnected with Evan, who mentioned rumors that the Empress planned to move the college testing up within days' news that mattered to Aiden, given the luck-changing twin coin tied to the top scorer's prize. Evan also hinted, cryptically and with visible discomfort, that there were things about Kelsey and her relationship with Aiden that Aiden didn't yet understand, promising to explain privately later, while noting how unusually happy and relaxed she seemed around him. The tension escalated when Victor, a rising mythic rank talent known for skipping social events, arrived and immediately targeted Aiden, publicly declaring his tactics during the White City battle had been flawed, and that scattering survivors into buildings had gotten more people killed than necessary, framing Aiden's hero title as undeserved. Aiden, who could tolerate insults about his rank or origins, found this attack unbearable given the cost in lives he'd personally witnessed, and coldly dismissed Victor as a fool without engaging his argument. When Logan piled on, praising Victor's tactical genius and accusing Aiden of getting innocent people killed through incompetence, the accusation struck a nerve tied directly to the survivor's dying words Aiden still carried with him, and his composure finally cracked as he turned on Logan with open fury. Logan doubled down publicly, invoking James's praise of Victor to argue that his tactics would have saved more lives, framing Aiden's disrespect toward Kelsey and himself as royal disrespect, on top of resenting Aiden for costing him his secret realm slot. Aiden responded by challenging him directly to a fight-lose, and Logan would kneel before the White City's victims, win, and he could ask for anything. Logan, having seen the footage of Aiden's spider demon kill, knew he'd lose but couldn't gracefully back out either, since he'd effectively become the face of Sovereign City elite resistance to Aiden. When Aiden pressed him to either fight or admit uselessness, Logan tried to save face by claiming he'd only pointed out a mistake, prompting Aiden to draw his staff and demand an apology or a fight outright. Victor intervened before it escalated further, defending Logan's point while distancing himself from the harshness of it, insisting a better strategy existed that could have saved more lives. That framing hit Aiden harder than any insult about his rank or origins, resurrecting the memory of the dying soldier's final plea, and he coldly challenged both Victor and Logan to fight him together. The surrounding crowd split in reaction, some calling Aiden arrogant and drunk on his new title, others quietly agreeing that Victor and Logan had crossed a line, with a few dismissing Aiden's achievement entirely as luck bought with other people's lives. Empress Ira arrived to defuse the confrontation, and Kelsey immediately spoke up in Aiden's defense, explaining that Logan had provoked him using the White City casualties. Victor pressed his argument directly to Ira, insisting Aiden's strategy had been needlessly costly and that he didn't deserve the Imperial Hero title, prompting Aiden to dismiss him outright, pointing out that under Victor's leadership, no one would have survived at all. Ira, backed by a subtle headshake from James, confirming even he saw no flaw in Aiden's tactics, tried to close the matter by affirming Aiden had done nothing wrong. Unconvinced, Victor requested access to the Ministry of War's military simulation map to prove his alternate strategy would have worked better. And despite James's quiet reluctance, sensing Victor was about to embarrass himself against a plan that had no real flaws, Ira granted the request. James unveiled the Ministry of War's rare simulation map, tasking Victor with recreating the White City battle using his own strategy, while Aiden watched, uninvolved. Even before combat began, James privately noted Victor's rallying speech fell noticeably short of Aiden's, foreshadowing trouble. When the simulated invasion began, Victor's fight while retreating approach collapsed almost instantly. The front line's deaths triggered a panic that shattered the formation, and the survivors were slaughtered while fleeing. James halted the simulation before it finished. Aiden tore into Victor mercilessly, pointing out that under his plan, literally no one but Victor himself would have survived, and mocked his silence when confronted with the result. Victor tried to protest that he could have personally intervened to change the outcome, but Aiden dismissed the excuse as hypocritical given his earlier insistence that Aiden admit fault. When Logan tried to defend Victor's mythic class potential, Aiden challenged him directly to prove himself in the simulation instead, then needled him further by offering to fight without any of his epic tier gear, a reveal that stunned the surrounding Sovereign City elite, since multiple epic items were something even Logan's family didn't possess. Cornered by the social pressure of backing down, Logan proposed a bloodless alternative, a straight academic competition at the upcoming college testing, no gear involved, purely on merit. Aiden agreed but raised the stakes. If Logan lost, he'd have to pay $1 billion to the families of the White City's dead. Logan, confident a magic apprentice couldn't outscore him without equipment, accepted and audaciously countered that if he won, he'd take all of Aiden's epic gear. Aiden, incredulous at the imbalance of the wager, instead offered 5 epic demon's hearts as his stake if he lost an offer that left the entire room, including Empress Ira, stunned at the scale of wealth Aiden was casually wielding, especially after Vespera confirmed he'd already handed hearts out to friends and even a pet. Logan was floored when Aiden actually produced 8 epic demon's hearts on the spot, a sight that left the entire crowd, even Empress Ira, stunned into silence. Since even the Imperial Treasury lacked such wealth, Logan immediately locked in the wager with witnesses and his father's financial backing, confident that without high-tier gear allowed in the college testing, a mere magic apprentice couldn't possibly outscore him. Ira quietly tried to talk Aiden out of the bet, but his casual admission that losing 8 epic hearts wouldn't even hurt only deepened her shock, since he was implying a stockpile far beyond anything she could account for. Victor, Having regained his composure after the humiliating simulation defeat, doubled down on his belief that his strategy would have saved more lives and challenged Aiden to prove strength mattered as much as tactics in the college testing, declining any material stake, wanting only to prove himself. Aiden accepted both challenges, confident he'd outscore them both. With tensions escalating into a citywide topic of gossip, Aira used the moment to formally announce the college testing would proceed in 1 week as scheduled, with each province's top 1,000 first-round finishers advancing to the final test. Afterward, Kelsey pulled Aiden aside, offering him a collection of her own valuable gear as a token of encouragement, which he gently declined, insisting she'd need it once she awakened her own profession. Kelsey then revealed something she wasn't supposed to share. She was secretly dying of an illness, with limited time left, catching herself immediately and trying to brush it off with a forced smile. Before Aiden could react, she grew pale and began sweating, and just as Aira, James, and Atlas arrived to take her, Kelsey briefly lost consciousness, only to reopen her eyes completely black, radiating an overwhelming aura of death and destruction. Kelsey's episode grew worse, her body limp and repeating cryptic warnings about something inescapable coming, before finally calming in Aira's arms. James explained that even divine-tier powerhouses, reclassers who'd surpassed max level entirely, had failed to diagnose or treat her mysterious illness, and Atlas noted that such divine powerhouses were the only reason the Abyss hadn't fully invaded yet, since its demons weren't the only hostile race waiting for an opening. Before parting ways, James quietly encouraged Aiden to spend more time with Kelsey and warned him to stay alert heading into the college testing, given how much was now riding on his bet with Logan. The next morning, public buzz over the looming testing and Aiden's wager with Victor was already spinning out of his control, with online speculation turning suspicious of the diamond rank dark skill, Demon's Domain, he'd used in the White City, skill books that Rare hadn't dropped from low-level Abyss monsters in a decade. Aiden recognized the narrative was being deliberately steered and traced it back to Daniel, the blogger he'd previously run off from the White City, who framed his concern as protective while subtly building suspicion around Aiden's supposed ties to dark power. At the Sovereign City's massive Reclasser Association building, Aiden was ambushed by Edward, a young military officer publicly accusing him of murdering his mother, the woman Aiden had executed back in the White City, for refusing to surrender her supplies under wartime order. Edward played the moment for maximum sympathy in front of gathering cameras, and the crowd's murmurs shifted toward doubting Aiden's judgment, questioning whether a single potion had been worth a life. Aiden, unmoved, calmly reiterated that military orders were absolute during an Abyss invasion, then quietly began trying to identify who was orchestrating the ambush, ruling out Owen as too incompetent and Logan as having no clear motive given his confidence at the banquet. Before he could get further, chaos erupted outside as shouts rang out about a reclasser wielding dark skills and attacking people in the street. A staged terror attack erupted right outside the Reclasser Association, wounding and killing bystanders, including children, and instantly flooding social media with narratives, painting it as the work of a dark skill reclasser, coverage that conspicuously erupted right after the video campaign, questioning Aiden's own dark skills. Vespera pulled Aiden into Atlas's office to escape the chaos, and together they noticed the timing of the trending videos was too synchronized to be coincidence. Aiden explained the manipulation wasn't about directly accusing him. It worked by layering suggestive content, his dark skill reputation, Daniel's fear-mongering video, Edward's public accusation, now a dark skill terrorist attack, so that people would connect the dots themselves without ever being told outright. Vespera, walking through the logic herself, was unsettled by how effective and untraceable the manipulation was. Unable to identify a motive tied to Owen, Logan, or Victor, Aiden concluded someone with real influence had taken an interest in him specifically since arriving in the Sovereign City, and enlisted Vespera to dig into past terror attacks and other geniuses who'd faced similar smear campaigns, ruling out the Evil Demons Guild as too direct for this kind of scheme. While she investigated, Aiden took on his next class change mission, learning it required killing 2 different race level 5-0 Abyss bosses, conveniently overlapping with his ongoing Bane of All Races special mission, needing 10 such kills for a mythic reward. Realizing he needed to reach the Abyss border region where multiple races intersected, rather than risk a random entry point, Aiden contacted John, who promptly provided a specialized Abyss pass and, unprompted, an even more valuable item, a Starlight rank warning compass capable of detecting powerful Abyss beings within 25 kilometers, which would have saved him from his earlier brush with the flame demon Oslu. John again refused any payment, insisting the earlier demon's heart gift was more than enough. Just as Aiden was preparing to head out, Vespera returned from her research, her expression grim, and delivered an ominous warning. Aiden might be in real danger. Vespera's research confirmed Aiden's fears. Multiple past geniuses across various empires had followed the same pattern: public reputation collapse, followed by assassination at the evil Demons Guild's hands. With John shaken by the implications, Aiden calmly explained his read on the situation, ruling out staying permanently in the sovereign city since every prior victim had eventually been maneuvered out of the capital, and Aiden himself needed to return to the White City anyway for the college testing. Working through his suspect list, he cleared Ira, James, and Atlas as too closely watched to be the mole, landing instead on Luke, someone with proven hostility toward the evil Demons Guild, and less public scrutiny than the others, as the one person he could trust to help him lure out the real conspirator. Meeting Luke in his office, Aiden laid out the threat and his intention to use himself as bait rather than flee. Luke didn't question the theory at all, revealing he'd seen this exact pattern before: young geniuses secretly eliminated by people pursuing their own agendas rather than genuine Abyss loyalty. He agreed to help, cautioning that the trail might still dead end at the guild itself, and the two worked out a plan. Aiden would remain in the Sovereign City 2 more days to shift public sentiment and complete his class change mission before heading back to the White City, timing his return to draw the enemy out. Luke also gifted him an epic tier shielding skill, Black Tortoise Shielding Technique, capable of concealing his identity and blocking detection up to epic rank, a major upgrade over his previous stealth options. Returning to his hotel amid a shifting tide of public suspicion and whispered doubts about his stability, Aiden brushed off the noise, more focused on strengthening himself before the confrontation to come. He activated his Abyss Pass and teleported in, and immediately John's warning compass began shaking violently. Moments after entering the Abyss, Aiden's warning compass revealed a chaotic scene. 2 fleeing shrine maidens, a race he'd never encountered, being pursued by a dozen-plus demons after allegedly stealing something from Demon Duke Ethan. He hid using shadow stealth as the chase swept directly overhead, narrowly avoiding detection, and let curiosity about the stolen treasure pass without pursuing it, prioritizing safety and his actual mission. Pressing on at low altitude, Aiden made quick work of a group of low-tier earth demons with metal element arrow, though the kills only yielded minor loot given their weak tier. Sensing a possible monster nest, he confirmed no immediate danger with the compass before engaging a trio of elite earth demons, freezing and shattering them instantly with ultimate frost, a curb stomp that nonetheless produced a solid haul of crafting materials and potions. The commotion drew out the true threat: an earth demon boss, Carl, a demon baron affiliated with Demon Duke Ethan, standing 15 meters tall. Though Carl's tier was unimpressive for a boss, his level 50 status meant he still qualified for Aiden's class change requirements. Recognizing an opportunity, Aiden considered interrogating Carl before killing him, reasoning that a demon connected to Ethan's court might know something about the treasure the Shrine Maidens had stolen. Aiden overpowered Carl quickly, freezing him solid with ultimate frost before pinning his limbs with metal element arrow and testing out his new spider demon venom gloves to finish him off. Dropping the demon baron to the ground in a panic, Carl immediately begged for his life, offering up what little he knew. Aiden had entered the border zone between Demon and Miko territory, and 3 days earlier, the fleeing Shrine Maidens had been overheard discussing a stolen pure-blood dragon egg, a bloodline far purer and more valuable than anything in the human world, including Aiden's own Iron Dragon. Carl couldn't offer more details, having been too intimidated by the Miko's strength to eavesdrop further. Having gotten what he needed, Aiden killed him anyway. The kill triggered another massive experience payout, along with a full set of diamond rank equipment, a ring, gauntlets, and boots, rounding out Aiden's gear to nearly all epic quality, save for one remaining platinum piece. It also completed the first kill toward both his class change requirement and his Bane of All Races special mission, leaving 9 more different race bosses to go. As Aiden prepared to head west toward Miko territory, his warning compass buzzed again, revealing 2 more approaching entities. Before he could identify them, the same 2 shrine maidens from earlier reappeared in the sky, badly wounded, their robes torn, clearly having barely escaped their demon pursuers. Seeing an opportunity tied to the dragon egg rumor, Aiden's interest sharpened immediately. Hidden nearby, Aiden watched the 2 Miko sisters, Cheryl and Rain, debate their dwindling options after their winged snake mount collapsed from exhaustion. Cheryl offered to sacrifice herself so Rain could escape with the stolen pure blood dragon egg, revealing it held enough significance to qualify whoever absorbed it for the Origin Miko's inheritance, but Rain refused to let her risk a forbidden, likely fatal technique, insisting Cheryl was the only family she had left. Their emotional standoff was interrupted when the sisters detected Carl's freshly killed body nearby and briefly suspected they weren't alone, though Aiden's shadow stealth held up under scrutiny. Aiden initially planned to let the coming fight between the sisters and pursuing demons play out, intending to swoop in afterward to claim the dragon egg and finish off whichever side survived, until 2 demon warriors located the sisters and cornered them, revealing that Demon Duke Ethan himself, a level 9-0 domain-wielding threat, was inbound to personally reclaim the egg. Realizing Ethan's arrival would render even his epic tier shadow stealth useless, Aiden recalculated. Rather than flee alone, he offered the increasingly desperate sisters an epic-grade demon's heart in exchange for being included in their teleport escape, assuming only 2 of them could go. When Rain and Cheryl began arguing over who would sacrifice themselves to let the other 2 leave, Aiden revealed he had enough demon's hearts to take all 3 of them, tossing over 3 at once. Rain immediately activated the teleportation circle just as Ethan himself arrived in a burst of overwhelming demonic power, recognizing Aiden's aura on sight and hurling a massive, mountain-sized destructive attack directly at him before the group could fully escape. Ethan's devastating attack fell short as Aiden and the sisters vanished through Rain's teleportation, though not before Aiden mockingly gestured a thumbs down at the Demon Duke, cementing his place as a marked target. Furious and humiliated, Ethan ordered his warriors to contact the Evil Demons Guild directly to hunt Aiden down, blaming him for the earlier destruction of his plans involving Oslu. Arriving in Miko territory, Aiden immediately vanished into shadow stealth, watching as an exhausted Rain returned his generosity by tossing back the 1 demon's heart he hadn't used, declaring their debts settled, though Cheryl clearly coveted it. Aiden used detection to size up the sisters properly for the first time, both epic tier, high level, but visibly weakened from their ordeal. When he revealed himself and tried negotiating for the pure blood dragon egg directly, Rain refused outright, and their exchange revealed a mutual, calculated wariness, each recognizing the other as too dangerous to underestimate. Sensing a new threat approaching on his warning compass, Aiden departed without pressing further, leaving the sisters to assume he'd abandoned interest in the egg. The relief was short-lived. Using her teleportation had badly strained Rain's body, and before they could recover and flee, a monstrous killing Miko, an abyss predator who sustains her stolen beauty by devouring other Miko, arrived, delighted to have stumbled onto easy prey. She attacked Rain directly, forcing Cheryl to deflect the strike and prepare to sacrifice herself with a forbidden spell to protect her sister. Desperate, Rain called out for Aiden, hoping he was still nearby and could be bought off with what he wanted. Just as the killing Miko mockingly dismissed the idea that a human could pose any threat, a quiet voice cut through the silence Aiden had stayed after all. The killing Miko's excitement at finding easy prey shifted to unease when her detection couldn't read Aiden at all, his black tortoise shielding proving effective even against Abyss native senses. Meanwhile, Aiden tried to leverage the crisis for the dragon egg, offering help in exchange for it outright, only for Cheryl to refuse on her sister's behalf, insisting she'd protect Rain herself using a forbidden spell. When Aiden pretended to leave rather than negotiate further, Rain broke and threw him the egg immediately, unable to let her sister sacrifice herself. The egg's true nature stunned Aiden, a mythic tier heaven-devouring mystic dragon egg currently dying, explaining the intensity of the pursuit by demons and Ethan alike. Recognizing Rain had deliberately withheld the hatching method as leverage, Aiden agreed to deal with the killing Miko first in exchange for that knowledge later. The killing Miko, still unaware of what she was facing, used a rare artifact to probe Aiden's identity, only to be baffled when it revealed him as merely a level 30 Starlight rank Magic Apprentice, a discovery that left Rain equally stunned, since she'd assumed some hidden power or item explained his earlier kill of Carl. Aiden ignored the confusion and, needled by the witch's casual admission that she found young humans delicious, unleashed a brutal combo, Ultimate Frost, Thunder's Wrath, shattering her defensive barrier, then Demon's Domain, Metal Element Arrow, and his Venom Gloves in rapid succession. The killing Miko, realizing too late that he was no ordinary apprentice, tried a desperate counterattack with a death-infused spell, but Aiden evaded it, using Shadow Stealth's burst speed, and she died moments later, leaving Cheryl and Rain staring at him in stunned silence. The killing Miko's death left both sisters stunned, unable to reconcile Aiden's supposedly weak Magic Apprentice classification with the ease of the kill, and convinced he must have some hidden trick or item explaining his strength. Meanwhile, Aiden's loot confirmed the fight had been another major payoff: a mountain of materials, a new Starlight rank defensive skill, Blacklight Ward, and an epic detection item, the Black Cat's Eye, capable of reading enemies and identifying unknown items. The kill also completed his 4th class requirement. When Aiden pressed for the promised hatching method, Rain revealed the basic process was simple feeding the egg energy, but withheld deeper ancestral knowledge about the heaven-devouring mystic dragon as leverage, demanding 10 epic demon's hearts for it. Her real motivation became clear. She needed resources to eventually earn the title of Origin Miko, the clan's ruling position, in pursuit of an unspecified revenge. Wary of being cheated, Aiden extracted a binding Miko oath from her, guaranteeing a future favor once her revenge was complete, a vow so serious that Cheryl immediately tried to take it in her sister's place rather than let Rain risk it. Recognizing the long-term value of having an Origin Miko candidate bound to him, and seeing potential in Cheryl as well, Aiden proposed both sisters swear the same oath, offering an outrageous sum in return. Not 50 epic demon's hearts total, but 50 each. The number left both sisters stunned into disbelief, certain no human could produce that kind of wealth, unaware of just how deep Aiden's reserves actually ran. Aiden dropped 100 epic demon's hearts on the ground in front of the sisters, leaving both women visibly stunned and disbelieving a wealth display that shattered their understanding of what any single human could possess. Once they'd verified the hearts were real and finished frantically gathering them, Rain and Cheryl swore the binding Miko oath, promising Aiden a future favor once Rain achieved her revenge as Origin Miko, with the vow's sole binding consequence confirmed through a system notification. Rain then explained the true nature of the heaven-devouring mystic dragon, a being capable, at full power, of swallowing even gods, and revealed the abyss operates on a hidden 4-tier racial hierarchy: common, king, emperor, and imperial, with demons ranking as merely ordinary, and Miko having fallen from king rank status. The implication that vastly more powerful abyss races existed, waiting to awaken later than weaker ones, left Aiden unsettled, though he took some comfort in the delay. With his class change complete, and the Bane of all races mission now a 5th finished, Aiden considered the trip an overwhelming success. New gear, a mythic dragon egg, and 2 bound Miko allies, and prepared to head back. Before he could leave, Rain's condition worsened, prompting Cheryl to rush off in search of soul essence to heal her sister, unknowingly leaving Rain alone with Aiden. When Rain realized Aiden was withholding the Slaughter Witch's soul essence he'd already collected, she attempted to negotiate for it and, lacking other leverage, began to offer something more personal instead, pulling back her cloak to reveal her shoulder. Cheryl's sudden return interrupted Rain mid-gesture, and Aiden quickly diffused the tension by handing over the Slaughter Witch's soul essences to heal her, then stepping out to give them privacy. Rain, left processing the encounter, quietly grappled with a mix of humiliation and grief tied to her family's death, resolving that the wealth Aiden had already given them meant she'd never need to offer herself again, save for his eventual binding request. After her recovery, she returned the unused soul essences, which Aiden let her keep, and gave him a platinum rank communication conch, allowing her to respond if he ever needed her help in the abyss again. Before leaving, Aiden offered her a rare moment of genuine encouragement, telling her he believed she'd become Origin Miko, a comment that visibly moved her. Back at his hotel, Aiden reflected on the trip's success and the growing conviction that raw power was the only real currency that mattered, a lesson reinforced ever since his breakup with Alira. Heading to the Sovereign City Reclasser Association to finalize his class change mission, he found the rumor mill had escalated dramatically in his absence. Edward, who'd publicly accused him of killing his mother, had turned up dead in an apparent suicide, with a blurry surveillance figure resembling Aiden circulating online, despite his verified absence in the abyss at the time. Aiden recognized it as another deliberate manipulation of public opinion, likely signaling that a real assassination attempt from the Evil Demons Guild was drawing closer. At the association counter, he was greeted warmly by Tina, who'd been promoted to the Sovereign City branch, following her role in the White City Resistance, along with Lucian and Mayor Randy, both of whom had voluntarily requested assignment to a dangerous border city instead of accepting safer promotions, hoping to eventually fight alongside Aiden again. Many White City survivors, driven by grief and a desire for revenge against the Abyss, were holding off enlisting until Aiden's return, a weight of expectation he acknowledged solemnly before promising to come back soon. Before he could submit his class change mission, Logan strolled in, freshly boasting about acquiring an expensive Starlight rank pet, and immediately needled Aiden with a mocking greeting about his supposed achievements. Logan mocked Aiden's apparent ease with his class change mission, comparing it unfavorably to his own harder third-class task and touting his newly acquired Starlight rank pet as proof of his superiority heading into the college testing commentary that fueled a wave of onlookers dismissing Aiden's chances entirely. Victor, still smarting from his earlier humiliation, tried a more condescending approach, framing Aiden's class change difficulty as inherently limited by his weak class choice and offering unsolicited help, which Aiden shut down coldly by pointing back to the simulation defeat. When Tina processed Victor's own third-class mission killing a level 30-plus boss, the crowd was suitably impressed by the difficulty gap between a mythic class talent and ordinary reclassers. But the tables turned completely when Tina announced Aiden's fourth-class mission requirement: 2 different race level, 5-0 Abyss bosses, already completed, despite Aiden being only level 30, a 20-level gap that stunned Logan and left Victor visibly rattled. Tina, clearly enjoying the moment, revealed Aiden's mission difficulty had escalated with each class change, further undercutting the room's assumption that his earlier setbacks in the simulation reflected his true caliber. Victor tried to rationalize the feat as purely gear-dependent, questioning whether Aiden could ever access legendary or mythic tier equipment to sustain his advantage, a jab Aiden dismissed outright, hinting he had no doubt about acquiring such gear eventually. Logan, still riding high on his own pet purchase, needled Aiden about being unable to match a Starlight rank pet, unaware that Aiden was secretly nursing a mythic, heaven-devouring mystic dragon egg capable of one day swallowing gods, a comparison so absurd it amused Aiden privately rather than provoking a response. As he turned to leave and continue his apprentice's heart stat investment, Lysander, Sean's apprentice, called out to him from the elevator, mentioning that Sean wanted to update him on the progress of repairing his legendary staff. The room's shock over Aiden's legendary staff repair only deepened when Lysander treated Logan's attempt at flattery with open disdain, dismissing his offer of 7 diamond rank materials as beneath his interest, while showing genuine deference and gratitude to Aiden for the materials and inspiration that had reinvigorated his teacher Sean's craft. Learning that Aiden had standing access to Sean, someone even the Empress had to schedule around, left Logan seething with jealousy, especially after Aiden treated the privilege with visible indifference. Humiliated further by Lysander's dismissal, Logan stormed off with an empty threat about the college testing, exposing Aiden's inadequacy. Aiden learned his legendary staff repair would take under 10 days, satisfied with the timeline since his current epic staff still served him well in the meantime, and privately noted he could eventually have John's trading company auction off the older weapon once it was replaced. Back at the hotel, Aiden began the process of upgrading his Magic Apprentice tier again, finding the Epic Demon's Hearts less effective at higher tiers, needing over 30 this time to guarantee success, compared to fewer in previous upgrades. The class change offered him 4 paths: an Abyss Mage route granting a tempting legendary rank skill, an Elemental Mage route adding 2 more elemental arrow types, a Spellblade hybrid combat path, or staying his current course with an improved Apprentice's Heart. Despite the pull of the legendary skill and the appeal of a frontline combat option, Aiden reasoned his incoming heaven-devouring mystic dragon would eventually cover the ally role and chose once again to preserve his apprentice's heart, scaling the backbone of his entire build as his new professional tier upgrade activated. Aiden's upgraded apprentice's heart now included a rare chance to boost a hidden charm attribute, though his luck proved persistently poor after dumping his entire 1.2 billion experience reserve into the skill. His combined stats rose to a staggering 20,000, but the gains felt disproportionately small given the investment, and he resolved to stop gambling with experience until he secured a luck-boosting item, like the twin coin. Turning to the heaven-devouring mystic dragon egg, Aiden began feeding it his stockpiled materials from the Earth Demon and Slaughter Witch kills, watching it devour everything almost instantly, with no visible progress until the combined haul finally nudged its status from near death to weak, barely registering 1% hatching progress. Undeterred by the egg's enormous appetite, he fed it materials from the flame demon Oslu as well, watching it shift from lifeless to visibly responsive, nuzzling his leg with newfound energy before settling into a digesting state, still only at 1% progress. Confident his stockpiles could sustain the feeding process and that another abyss trip could always replenish materials if needed, Aiden pocketed the egg and headed out to find Luke. At the Reclasser Association, he found Vespera and Vivi staring at him with an odd, flustered intensity neither seemed able to explain, visibly affected in a way that caught even Aiden off guard. Whatever hidden charm boost Aiden had gained from the apprentice's heart upgrade was clearly working. Vespera and Vivi found themselves inexplicably captivated by his presence, with Vivi even catching herself drooling before covering it up. Both women, confused by their own reactions, brushed it off and redirected the conversation to logistics before Aiden headed off to meet Luke, leaving them to puzzle over the strange new pull he seemed to have. The next morning, Aiden left the Sovereign City by train, planning to fly the rest of the way to the White City using his iron dragon wings once he reached a nearby station, deliberately setting himself up as bait per his and Luke's plan. He noticed the carriage was suspiciously empty and remained outwardly calm as new passengers boarded and settled near him, confirming the trap was closing in. When an elderly woman traveling with a young man staged a medical emergency to draw him in, Aiden coldly refused to help, unknowingly forcing their hand. The young man dropped the act, revealing they were agents working for Demon Duke Ethan, who wanted Aiden captured alive for personal torture, and the disguised grandmother peeled back her face to reveal a young woman underneath. Luke's instant activation of Despot's realm pulled Aiden back just as an invisible attack, Charles's cursed hand skill, capable of instantly killing anyone below level 50 by draining their spirit, hit him without warning. Aiden's absurdly high spirit stat of 8,000, far beyond what a level 30 reclasser should have, absorbed the full assault and caused the skill to fail outright, leaving both him and Luke stunned once the numbers came out. Luke explained that Charles, a legendary rank Soul Curse priest and former Imperial genius who defected to the Evil Demons Guild, was notoriously hard to catch since he fled at the first sign of danger, and that the 3 guild members present had merely been his soul-controlled puppets rather than useful captures. When Aiden asked why Charles had betrayed the Empire in the first place, Luke went uncharacteristically quiet, hinting at some deeper injustice behind it and promising vague future retribution against unnamed parties, a mystery he refused to elaborate on. With the assassination attempt failed, and the mastermind likely to go dormant until after the heightened security of the college testing passed, Aiden resolved to keep drawing them out by staying visible, determined to eventually expose and kill whoever was targeting him. Luke, now fully aware of Aiden's staggering 20,000 combined stats and 8,000 unbuffed spirit, insisted on personally escorting him through the college testing period before eventually accompanying him back to the Sovereign City for the final round. Returning to a jubilant welcome in the White City, Aiden was mobbed by grateful survivors who refused to stop calling him general despite his correction, venting their continued anger at the capital's slander campaign and their determination to enlist for revenge against the Abyss. Among the crowd, a young boy missing an arm and blinded in one eye, having lost his parents and sister in the invasion, approached Aiden with desperate hope, asking if he too could one day become strong enough to seek vengeance like his hero had. Moved by the boy's determination, but unable to promise him easy regeneration, Aiden gently encouraged him instead, while the boy's grandfather revealed the community had already raised funds for his care and pointedly refused to touch any of Aiden's promised prize money from the sovereign city bet, insisting Aiden keep it to grow stronger. Aiden, unwilling to break his word despite the crowd's clear rejection of the wealth, reaffirmed he'd honor the pledge anyway, prompting fierce collective loyalty from the survivors who made clear anyone badmouthing him would answer to the White City itself. Watching from above, Luke privately reflected that Aiden possessed something even he lacked, the ability to unite people around a shared cause rather than fear, and that the Empire's obsession with raw genius blinded it to what leadership against the abyss truly required. At Mayor Randy's house, Aiden reconnected with Randy and Lucien before their departure to a border city, where Lucien confessed guilt over hesitating to execute Edward's mother himself, a hesitation that had ultimately fueled the public backlash against Aiden. Aiden dismissed the self-blame and gifted both men epic demons' hearts to strengthen them for the dangers ahead, framing it as investment in their shared cause of vengeance against the abyss rather than charity. Both men, deeply moved, vowed unwavering loyalty and readiness to die on the border rather than let the White City's name be dishonored. Back at his hotel, Aiden settled into an extended stretch of feeding the heaven-devouring mystic dragon egg, watching its hatching progress climb steadily from an initial breakthrough to 90% over the following days as the college testing approached, nearly exhausting his remaining high-tier materials in the process. With the egg on the verge of hatching and the exam looming, a message finally arrived from Luke. A suitable level 50 boss had been located. Eager to squeeze in one more boss kill before the college testing, Aiden had Luke locate a level 50 treefolk in a nearby valley, dispatching it in under a minute, a quick contribution toward both his Bane of All Races quest and the dragon egg's feeding needs. In the sovereign city, Owen fumed to Felix about his lingering injuries and demanded action against Aiden, still furious over being used as bait during the White City assault. Felix, privately disappointed in his grandson's lack of subtlety, refused to act before the testing began, given the political risk, but agreed to Owen's petty request to have officials scrutinize Aiden more harshly during the exam. Alone afterward, Felix reaffirmed his resolve that Aiden's death was necessary to protect the political balance he'd spent his career maintaining, regardless of the cost. The next morning, as the college testing began, Elira, humbled and ostracized since Kale's death and her public disgrace, tearfully apologized to Aiden from a distance, consumed by regret over rejecting him and even entertaining fantasies of comforting him if he somehow failed. Aiden, aware of her presence through his heightened senses, dismissed her as irrelevant and led the White City students toward the testing officials. Luke made a dramatic show of personally escorting Aiden to the exam via his massive giant dark raven, stunning onlookers and reinforcing Aiden's reputation among students and teachers alike, many of whom hadn't grasped just how feared Luke's name was outside the capital. Landing before the gathered test takers from other cities, Aiden rallied the White City students with a final call to return victorious before the exam officially began. As the first round of college testing kicked off across the Empire, online buzz centered on the staggering scores of the sovereign city's elite Logan, posting a shocking 700 points off his Starlight rank pet and inflated gear, and Victor edging closer to the all-time record with 855. Aiden brushed off the chatter entirely, uninterested in either of them as real competition since his sights were fixed solely on the national top spot. At the Iron Vale Testing Center, ordinary candidates cycled through the evaluation machine with modest, life-changing scores, while news broke that another Sovereign City Mythic reclasser, Jade, had shattered the Empire's all-time first-round record with 901 points, supposedly without even a pet. When Aiden's turn came, the examiner stalled him with a suspicious maintenance check, then dropped the pretense entirely, revealing that no amount of investigation would expose the rigging in play and taunting Aiden that only a truly unprecedented score could save him. Aiden immediately guessed Felix was behind it, catching the examiner off guard and confirming the sabotage was real and untouchable. Undeterred, Aiden calmly noted that reaching an unheard-of score was simple, then pulled out the heaven-devouring mystic dragon egg, revealing that thanks to the examiner's stalling, it had reached 100% hatching readiness right at that moment. The examiner mocked Aiden's claim as delusion, ordering a spirit pressure evaluation to publicly embarrass him, a move that split the testing hall between loyal White City candidates defending him and skeptics assuming he'd cracked under the pressure of Logan and Victor's scores. Before the medical staff could intervene, the egg began cracking open, unleashing a wave of ancient, oppressive energy that darkened the sky and silenced the room entirely. The heaven-devouring mystic dragon hatched fully formed, with instinctive hunger, immediately bonding to Aiden through a blood contract sealed with a bite, triggering a massive draconic phenomenon visible for miles. Her stats stunned Aiden outright. Even at level 1, her combined attributes and HP dwarfed what an epic rank reclasser 10 levels higher would have, and her 3 innate mythic skills swallow a growth-fueling absorption ability mirroring his own apprentice's heart, draconic pressure, an area-wide stat-suppressing aura, and absolute defense. Massive damage mitigation, plus a 1-second delay on lethal blows, represented power far beyond anything in his current arsenal. She named herself Faye, leaving Aiden, usually unshakable, visibly stunned by what he'd actually created. Luke, the Empire's feared tyrant, was reduced to stammering disbelief at witnessing a true, mythic pureblood dragon up close, and even his own powerful giant dark raven instinctively submitted to the newly hatched Faye, despite her being only level 1, a hierarchy shift that visibly stung Luke's pride. With the stunned examiner and crowd still processing what they'd just witnessed, Aiden calmly turned back to the man who'd tried to humiliate him and asked if he still doubted his mental state. The examiner was left speechless, and the White City students turned the moment into a full public roasting of the doubters, delighting in vindication after the earlier mockery. Cornered, the examiner tried to save face by shifting his skepticism to whether Aiden's dragon could actually outscore Victor's mythic tier talent, a comparison Aiden brushed off before proceeding calmly into the testing. Equipment himself. Meanwhile, in the Sovereign City, Logan basked in his 700-point score and confidently dismissed any chance Aiden could win their bet, while Owen reassured him that Felix's people controlled the testing centers near the White City, guaranteeing Aiden couldn't post a record-breaking score even if he tried. Their confidence shattered instantly when live footage of Faye's hatching hit the internet undeniable, unedited, and witnessed by Luke himself, sending both of them into stunned disbelief. Owen quickly pivoted to reassurance, insisting the rigged testing equipment would still cap Aiden's official score regardless of his new pet, and consoled himself with the reminder that failure at the college testing would push Aiden toward the deadly battlefield instead, potentially solving their problem entirely. The news reached the capital as well, where Empress Era's advisors interrupted her discussion of Jade's record-breaking score to report the impossible. Aiden had hatched a mythic pure-blood dragon egg. The revelation stunned the entire imperial court into silence, with even Felix reflexively insisting the report had to be a mistake. At the palace, the minister's confident dismissal of the dragon rumor collapsed. The instant footage confirmed a genuine pure-blood Dragon Clan pet. Even Atlas and James, who'd never seen one in 9 decades or countless secret realms, were floored. The military faction erupted in celebration, recognizing that between Aiden, Jade, and Victor, the Empire finally had genuine leverage against the Abyss, shifting from defense to offense in both military and public morale terms. Felix, caught off guard for a moment, quickly recovered upon remembering the rigged testing equipment his own scheme had set in motion the same sabotage he'd approved purely to spite Owen's grudge, now conveniently doubled as insurance against Aiden's threat. Felix reassured the room that Aiden's class limitations and the Empire's already stretched resources would cap his usefulness regardless of the dragon, and confidently predicted a low first-round score once the manipulated machine ran its course, a prediction that seemed to hold true when the light column stalled around 5 meters, translating to roughly 500 points. Logan and Owen celebrated prematurely in the Sovereign City, certain the bet was won, while Felix privately congratulated himself on preserving the Empire's fragile political balance at Aiden's expense. Ira, James, and Atlas exchanged disappointed looks respectable as 500 was. It fell far short of Jade's and Victor's marks. Then, the machine began visibly shaking, and shouts erupted across the live broadcast that something was still happening. The 5-meter reading turned out to be a false start. The machine convulsed before producing a light column dozens of meters tall, registering a score of 999, an unheard-of number that even Luke confirmed as consistent with Aiden's actual 20,000 combined stats. The examiner desperately insisted the equipment had malfunctioned, but Luke shut down the excuse by having a previously tested candidate repeat the exam with identical results, proving the machine was functioning correctly and that Aiden's score was real. The White City students erupted in vindicated celebration, while the historic result, surpassing even Jade's supposedly unbreakable record, went viral instantly, complete with a suspicious lip-reading video hinting at the earlier confrontation with the corrupt examiner before it was quickly scrubbed from the internet. In the Sovereign City, Logan's premature celebration collapsed into panic over the now nearly certain $10 billion he'd owe, while Owen spiraled into paranoid theorizing about Aiden possibly belonging to a hidden noble bloodline, unable to rationalize his repeated failures against him. The two agreed to escalate their alliance beyond the college testing bet, explicitly plotting to ensure Aiden didn't survive the final round, motivated as much by humiliation and lingering trauma from the earlier assassination attempt as by greed for his epic tier gear and demons' hearts, which they assumed would become available once he was dead. At the palace, Felix's outward composure masked genuine shock, unable to fully process that his sabotage had failed to prevent an unprecedented, unbreakable record. Aira, visibly relieved and proud, framed Aiden's success as fortune for the entire empire, while noting the final round would be a much steeper challenge dominated by Jade, a mythic, divine-eyed swordsman capable of predicting enemy movements seconds in advance, widely considered unbeatable in direct combat. Before the celebration could settle, an official burst in with urgent news. The neighboring Elephant Empire had come under large-scale attack by Abyss demon forces. News of the Elephant Empire's invasion sent Aira into immediate crisis mode, delaying the college testing's final round and calling for an emergency global response, while the palace atmosphere turned grim with worry from James and Atlas and calculating silence from Felix. Back at the test center, Luke praised Aiden's historic score, but warned that even it might only guarantee a top 3 finish given Jade's terrifying divine-eyed swordsman ability to predict attacks seconds in advance, and briefed him on Victor's fearless warrior class, which rewards sustained courage with powerful all-around bonuses, reinforcing that mythic classes operate on an entirely different tier than even legendary ones. Learning of the Elephant Empire situation deepened Aiden's unease about the growing Abyss threat, and with videos on the incident being scrubbed from the internet, he sensed the Empire was suppressing panic rather than confronting the danger openly. Back at the hotel, he reflected on his priorities securing the Twin Coin, advancing the Bane of All Races mission, leveling up, and addressing his current vulnerabilities to control effects like the Soul Curse Priest's cursed hand, while feeding Faye a stash of Starlight rank materials, discovering her growth scaled directly and reliably with what she consumed, unlike his own luck-dependent apprentice's heart. An anonymous message then warned him someone intended to kill him during the final test, and specifically to watch the examiners, though the sender refused to identify themselves and went silent afterward. The next morning, with the final round no longer delayed, Luke escorted Aiden to the gathering point before departing for the Sovereign City, given the deteriorating situation abroad. Only 6 White City examinees, including a subdued Alira, had made it into Ironvale's top 1,000. Officials explained the final test's structure: teleportation into a secret realm to earn points by killing monsters scaled to level difference, with unauthorized cooperation resulting in disqualification before Aiden stepped through the portal into the test realm without hesitation. Entering the secret realm, Aiden studied the final exam structure, a delayed special zone with a high-value boss, where killing rival examinees would net half their score, deliberately designed to keep competitors from trusting each other even in a shared threat. Equipped with standardized gear that felt laughably weak compared to his own 20,000 stat build, he began exploring, quickly dismissing a level 2-0 Gale Wolf as beneath his skills and instead using it to test whether his pet Faye could trigger his 10,000x critical system. She couldn't. The multiplier was exclusive to Aiden himself, though she still gained standard experience and materials, confirming pets grew through more conventional means rather than his broken luck mechanic. Checking the live rankings, Aiden was startled to see Jade already dominating with 50 points, and mildly surprised that Logan had actually outpaced Victor for second place. Deciding efficiency mattered more than showmanship. He began luring groups of monsters together to clear with a single area spell rather than wasting effort on individual kills, dismissing Faye back to her pet space so her presence wouldn't scare off targets. Just as he prepared to unleash Blazing Tornado on a gathered pack of Gale wolves, another examinee, an archer, intercepted the kills with well-placed shots, mockingly thanking Aiden for flushing out the prey before deliberately provoking him, clearly counting on the no-attacking rule to bait Aiden into disqualifying himself. Aiden remained unfazed, recognizing the tactic and recalling the earlier warning about a plot against him during the final test. A hovering examiner immediately zeroed in on Aiden rather than the actual instigator, ready to strike down his qualification at the first sign of retaliation, while the archer taunted him further, confident that he wouldn't be the only one sent to harass him throughout the exam. The examiner confirmed the mithril archer's harassment was technically within the rules, since only intentional attacks counted as violations, but conceded the same loophole would apply if Aiden accidentally caught the archer in an area spell while targeting a monster. Rather than simply outpacing the archer with his superior speed, Aiden chose to bait the situation further, deliberately holding back while checking the live scoreboard. Jade had rocketed to 150 points, Logan sat at 103, and oddly, Victor had vanished entirely from the top 100, his score frozen a discrepancy that struck Aiden as suspicious given how unlikely it was for a mythic reclasser to go that long without encountering monsters. Recognizing the archer's tactic was inadvertently helping him by drawing potential enemies into one location, Aiden sent Faye out to hunt in the distance, unable to be legally targeted as a pet, while Examiner Sam sneered at the growing crowd converging on Aiden's position. The senior examiner Ruby, a much higher-ranked instructor from Harvard University, arrived and immediately recognized the situation as deliberate interference. Though she was bound by the same rules, loophole preventing intervention unless an outright violation occurred, and privately resented the nobility's skill at exploiting the system. 7 examinees surrounded Aiden, taunting him with framing that painted him as selfishly hoarding opportunities that should go to real nobility, and mockingly dismissed his warning that provoking him was a mistake. Aiden calmly corrected the narrative, reminding them Logan had started this conflict, not him, and warned them they'd made a serious miscalculation, prompting laughter from the group and even Sam, since technically none of them had broken any rule by simply surrounding him. But Sam's amusement curdled into unease when he noticed Aiden's mocking stare fixed directly on him, just as a stampede of monsters, driven by Faye's hunting, came crashing out of the tree line straight toward the group. As the examinees scrambled to coordinate against Aiden, he raised his staff not toward the monsters, but toward them. Aiden unleashed Blazing Tornado at devastating range and intensity, engulfing the 7 examinees, along with the incoming monster. Stampede a scale of destruction his opponents hadn't accounted for, given his lack of visible epic gear. Sam rushed in to save the badly burned candidates, getting scorched himself in the process, while Ruby arrived to assist despite recognizing the whole confrontation had been engineered against Aiden from the start. Aiden calmly turned Sam's own earlier rule interpretation back on him, insisting he'd merely been defending himself from the monster stampede, and Ruby backed him up, confirming no rule had technically been broken, even as she noted he'd pushed things dangerously close to lethal. She introduced herself as a senior Harvard University examiner, clearly impressed by his willingness to retaliate rather than absorb repeated provocation, while Sam fumed and vowed to report the incident regardless. The 7 examinees, now reduced to half their scores and near the bottom of the rankings, were left devastated, realizing their gamble on sabotaging Aiden for Logan had cost them everything. Elsewhere, Logan celebrated his own progress, confident that harassment squads were successfully keeping Aiden off the leaderboard entirely until he checked the rankings and found Aiden sitting in second place with 195 points, just 5 behind Jade. Shaken but recovering his composure, Logan reminded himself of the secret, undetectable potion he'd taken and Owen's contingency plan to have Aiden killed within the realm once the timing was right, then pushed on toward the special zone. Arriving at the assembly point where examiners guarded a massive caged boss, and not spotting Aiden among the gathered examinees like Jade and Vespera, Logan assumed he'd dropped out just as the countdown ended and the order came to release the boss. The boss reveal a level 4-0 two-headed Frostfire. Abyss Hound worth a substantial point pool prompted immediate calculation among the gathered students, who recognized cooperation was the safest path to securing at least partial credit. Before any alliance could form, Aiden struck Logan directly with Ultimate Frost from a distance, catching him off guard and inflicting severe injuries that only his hidden, undetectable potion allowed him to survive. Logan, shaken and genuinely frightened despite his bravado, tried to leverage the group's shared interest in the boss to delay Aiden's retaliation, framing further conflict as sabotage against everyone's shot at points. As the Hound unleashed a devastating fireball attack, forcing the crowd to scatter, Logan doubled down on pushing collective focus toward the boss first, and the other students backed him, reasoning that Aiden and Logan wounding each other in a side conflict only worked in their favor. Vespera tried to caution Aiden into holding back, wary of Jade's unpredictable intentions once any of them were weakened post-fight. Aiden, unbothered by the level 4-5 Hound's threat but privately disappointed it wasn't high level enough to advance his Bane of All Races quest, locked eyes briefly with Jade, sensing something unusual in her mysterious black and gold god's eyes. Then, in front of the entire assembled group, he flatly rejected the idea of cooperation altogether, stunning the crowd, who mockingly dared him to prove he could solo the boss without his usual epic gear. Ignoring the taunts, Aiden raised his staff, not at the Hound, but once again at Logan, declaring he'd start with him. Logan revealed he'd secretly consumed Ultimate Ascension, an internationally banned potion that maximized combat potential at the cost of long-term spirit damage, betting it would let him wound Aiden badly enough for Owen's assassination plan to finish the job. Confident in his enhanced state, he unleashed his strongest diamond rank skill, spinning Overlord Spear, only for Aiden to casually counter with a seemingly mocking basic fireball which, unbeknownst to the onlookers, subtly redirected the spear's trajectory entirely, letting it fly past Aiden untouched. Only Jade, with her mythic tier predictive eyes, recognized the precision behind what looked like arrogance, correctly identifying it as a masterful display of spirit-based skill manipulation rather than luck. As Logan's confidence collapsed, Aiden followed up with Metal Element Arrow, an attack whose raw pressure alone signaled epic tier power. Despite the potion pushing Logan's reflexes to their peak, he could only manage a doomed block that shattered his weapon and left him pierced through the shoulder, collapsing in genuine terror and begging to concede. When an examiner confirmed conceding wouldn't fully end his participation, Aiden needled him further, dangling the implication that Logan still hoped for a chance to finish him off later, a comment that visibly rattled Logan into insisting he wasn't giving up, clinging to the assumption that exam rules would protect him from real harm. Undeterred, Aiden advanced anyway, planted a foot on Logan's back, and demanded to know who else was involved in the plot against him, naming Victor and Owen directly. Aiden had deliberately spared Logan's vital points, using the confrontation as a controlled experiment to gauge his reaction to specific names. Victor drew nothing, but Owen's name visibly rattled him, confirming a connection Aiden had suspected. Despite the surrounding examiners' outrage at his treatment of a royal-blooded genius, Aiden dismissed their concerns and turned his focus to the boss, ignoring the temptation of Jade's proposed alliance to split points evenly since she was his actual rival for the national top score. The other examinees, sensing an opportunity, held back and readied themselves to jump in and challenge Aiden once he weakened the boss and left himself vulnerable. The two-headed Frostfire Abyss Hound opened with a combined fire and ice assault that Aiden absorbed effortlessly using his black light ward, stunning onlookers who hadn't expected him to have a second dark-tier defensive skill beyond Demon's domain. He then called out Faye to apply her draconic pressure debuff before chaining Thunder's Wrath, Ultimate Frost, and 4 metal element arrows in rapid succession, annihilating the level 4-0 boss in under 2 seconds, far faster than anyone could react to intervene. Even Jade, caught off guard by the speed and precision of the combo, was forced to reconsider just how dangerous Aiden truly was, both from his own skill set and from Faye's already formidable mythic tier debuffing power. With the boss dead and the crowd of examinees now spread out and surrounding him, one of them shouted the order to attack together, A standoff followed the boss kill. Every examinee wanted to jump Aiden while he seemed weakened, but none dared go first after witnessing the speed of his kill, resulting in a comedic stalemate where a bluffed skill sent one candidate fleeing prematurely. Aiden openly taunted the crowd to attack together, using calm bravado to mask his actual depleted magic reserves while relying on Shadow's stealth as his real safety net. Jade, ever cautious, declined to make the first move and departed, warning Aiden that beating her wouldn't be easy and reasoning that a failed attack would only make her the next target if Aiden turned out to still have fight left in him. Logan, watching from just outside the special area's boundary where Aiden couldn't legally touch him, tried desperately to incite the crowd into attacking by dangling the promise of instantly vaulting into the top 10. But the examinees, cowed by what they'd already seen, ignored him entirely and drifted back to farming monsters instead. Aiden closed the distance and mercilessly mocked Logan in front of the others, deliberately needling him past his breaking point to provoke a reaction, and the humiliated Logan stormed off, vowing revenge, beelining toward wherever Owen's hired operatives were stationed. Trailing him from the shadows, Aiden reviewed his rewards from the boss kill: massive experience, crafting materials, and most significantly, a legendary rank, mysterious treasure map fragment. One of 5 pieces leading to the legendary High Miko's treasure, a relic said to grant its finder recognition from every origin, Miko, and potentially even godhood. Given his sworn allegiance from Rain and Cheryl, the implications of controlling or influencing the entire Miko clan through this artifact stunned him, even though he possessed only the first of 5 needed fragments. Faye, meanwhile, had leveled up to 3 from her participation in the fight. Before Aiden could examine her progress further, footsteps approached from Logan's direction. Victor confronted Logan directly, revealing he'd refused to join the assassination plot and had been tracking Logan's movements after spotting one of the conspirators, demanding to know the real plan. Logan taunted him, confident that stopping him now wouldn't matter given how many enemies Aiden had already accumulated, while Victor insisted Aiden, despite his flawed tactics in Logan's view, didn't deserve to die this way and vowed to keep interfering. Unable to physically attack Logan without forfeiting his own exam qualification, Victor decided to seek out Aiden directly to warn him in person, only for Logan to sabotage him first, deliberately impaling himself on Victor's sword and screaming for an examiner, framing Victor as the aggressor to buy time and remove him from the equation. Examiner Sam arrived and moved to disqualify Victor, despite his protests that Logan had staged the injury. Though Victor managed to get out a warning about a plot against Aiden's life before being pulled away for investigation, watching from the shadows, Aiden confirmed Victor had been his anonymous warning source the previous night, but found nothing further actionable. In their exchange, the trail went cold. More troublingly, his wrist device revealed the next special area zone would form exactly around his current position, a coincidence too precise to ignore, suggesting the conspiracy's endgame might unfold inside the special zone itself, whether through planted examinees or the boss encounter. Weighing the risk of exposure against the necessity of maintaining his lead over Jade, whose score kept climbing, Aiden dumped his remaining experience into leveling up to 39 and boosting his stats past 21,000 total. He noted a suspicious, short-capped student loitering near his position before more examinees, including Jade, began gathering as the countdown continued. As officials wheeled in an even larger cage, suggesting a tougher boss than before, Aiden sensed eyes on him and caught a blurred figure reflected in his staff. Aiden identified the capped student as one of Owen's operatives through the staff's reflective surface, prompting him to hold back from immediately engaging the new boss and instead scan the terrain for anything altered or tampered with. The examiners revealed the second boss, a level 50 epic Soul Eater demon serpent, carried a soul-weakening effect that could induce despair in nearby examinees. Even Ruby expressed concern about the choice, though officials insisted the 20-minute window made it safe, with Ruby privately reserving the right to end things early if trouble emerged. Jade organized a coordinated assault, claiming the killing blow for herself, while allowing others to soften the boss, and moved with effortless precision through its wild counterattacks, reinforcing to Aiden just how dangerous her divine-eyed swordsman class truly was. Meanwhile, Aiden pieced together the shape of the plot. Familiar terrain around him had been subtly altered, and combined with the boss's soul-draining ability and the capped student's fixation on his position, he realized the plan was to lure him toward a specific tampered spot, so the dying Soul Eater serpent's death throes or the student's own hidden summons could finish him off disguised as collateral damage. mirroring the same layered manipulation used in the earlier smear campaigns and Edward's staged suicide. Confirming Owen alone couldn't have devised something this sophisticated pointed again toward Evil Demons Guild involvement. To test his theory, Aiden pretended to abandon the special area outright, needling the sideline examinees for hoping to scavenge points once the boss was weakened. The capped student, panicking at the thought of losing his target before the trap could spring, broke cover and rallied the sidelined examinees to join the fight immediately, using the ticking clock and Jade's uncertain ability to solo the kill as justification for group action. The Soul Eater Demon Serpent unleashed a fear-inducing pulse of red light, stalling much of the fighting force with panic and despair, giving Alex, revealed as a rare epic-tier secret summoner, the perfect cover to persuade Aiden into staying close, flattering him as a devoted fan while subtly steering him toward the danger zone. Aiden played along convincingly, casually lobbing weak fireballs while secretly watching Alex's every move, internally marking him alongside Logan, Owen, and their unnamed backers for eventual retribution. The fight escalated as Jade proved her divine-eyed swordsman mastery, dodging effortlessly while chipping the boss's health down. And Victor broke free from Sam's restraining vines, using his fearless warrior class to physically charge toward Aiden and shout a warning, inadvertently blowing his own credibility in front of Logan, Alex, and Sam. Aiden brushed off the warning with practiced nonchalance, letting the conspirators believe he remained oblivious, while Victor, unable to stop him, resolved to stay nearby in case he could intervene. Logan, panicked by Victor's interference, followed Aiden back into the special area to make sure nothing went wrong. Jade accelerated the boss fight further by unleashing a mythic tier ability, Divine Eye's Weakness Enhancement, marking exploitable weak points across the serpent's body and rapidly draining its health toward a dying state. Alex, watching the countdown to his own strike, prepared to unleash his Soul Eater spores the moment the boss neared death, banking on the resulting chaos and soul-weakening effect to make Aiden's death appear like unfortunate collateral damage, untraceable even to witnesses like Logan and Victor. Then, right on cue, Aiden began charging Blazing Tornado, the exact skill Alex had anticipated using as convenient cover for his ambush, and just as the wind and flame began to swirl, Aiden turned his gaze not toward the boss, but toward Logan standing in the heart of the coming storm. Alex triggered his ambush the moment the boss neared death, but Aiden had already used the tornado's cover to shadow stealth behind Logan and swap positions with him, meaning it was Logan, not Aiden, who got caught in the Soul Eater Demon Serpent's Death Throw's soul-draining attack. Alex's horror was immediate and total, realizing his target had escaped while the Empire's own royal genius took the hit instead, leaving him paralyzed with the knowledge that exposing the plot now would doom his family regardless. As Logan's soul was visibly torn loose and drawn toward the dying serpent, examiners scrambled to intervene, with Aiden buying critical seconds by freezing part of the boss to block Jade's approach before finishing it off himself with Demon's Domain, Thunder's Wrath, and Metal Element Arrow, completing another kill toward Bane of all races and earning a massive loot haul, including an epic soul protection skill book and a rare skill enhancement stone, both addressing real gaps in his current build. Logan's fate proved unsalvageable. His soul damage was severe enough that only hundreds of high-grade Miko soul essences, a near impossible quantity to obtain, could restore him, leaving him functionally reduced to a vegetative state. Sam immediately accused Aiden of orchestrating Logan's death through his skill use, but Aiden calmly redirected suspicion toward Alex, who'd been caught mid-summon. Cornered, Alex broke completely, revealing himself as a true believer of the Evil Demons Guild's ideology, vowing that Aiden would never be safe from future attempts, and ranting about the Abyss's inevitable dominance, confirming to everyone present that this had been guild orchestrated all along. As examiners moved to restrain him, Alex bit down on a hidden poison capsule, preparing to silence himself before he could be questioned further. Aiden intercepted Alex's suicide attempt just in time, shattering his jaw before he could bite down on the poison capsule, a move drawing on lessons learned from his time with Luke. Sam tried once more to implicate Aiden as untrustworthy, given his proximity to a captured Evil Demons Guild member, but the surrounding examiners shut him down, pointing out Aiden had just prevented the man's suicide, rather than facilitated it. Ruby arrived to formally close out the situation, confirming Aiden's runaway lead, made further competition from Jade moot, and asking him to simply wait for the incoming investigators. Jade confronted Aiden privately about whether he'd deliberately stolen her kill during the chaos, and though he admitted it outright, he also revealed he'd identified a genuine weakness in her divine-eyed ability. Her precognition couldn't account for reactions to unpredictable events like Ultimate Frost's timing, leaving her visibly unsettled that a mere magic apprentice had read her that precisely. Victor, watching nearby, insisted to Jade that he still considered himself stronger than Aiden, though his tone carried more uncertainty than conviction. The final tally crowned Aiden the undisputed national champion, 1,400 points in the final round, atop his historic 999 first-round score, for a combined 2,399, nearly 800 points ahead of Jade's 1,621, a gap larger than many epic-tier examinees' entire scores. Public opinion, still reeling from the earlier smear campaign around Edward's death, flipped overnight once hotel security footage cleared Aiden and bloggers began exposing the manipulation behind the original narrative. The White City survivors reveled openly in vindication online, and Aiden's reputation solidified around three defining achievements: Imperial Hero, owner of a mythic pure-blood dragon, and the highest college testing score in the Empire's history. Back at the palace, Luke revealed the ceremony had been moved up specifically to distract the public from the escalating crisis in the Elephant Empire, where a mere 10,000 Abyss demon soldiers had already claimed 30% of Imperial territory, a ratio that deeply alarmed Aiden given how outmatched even a major military power seemed to be. Before Aiden could process the implications for his own long-term safety and the world's, a furious voice erupted from outside, demanding his death by name. Logan's father, Henry, a legendary rank Arhat warrior enraged over his son's vegetative state, forced his way into the palace, demanding Aiden's death, clashing violently with Luke, who shifted into his full tyrant cleric combat form to hold him off. The confrontation escalated to the point of nearly destroying the room before General James intervened with overwhelming presence, his mere proximity conjuring visions of mass death and carnage that unsettled Aiden more than anything he'd faced yet, including Demon Duke Ethan, revealing James as a level 9-5, venerable, a tier of power Aiden hadn't previously known existed. James forced Henry to stand down, reminding him of Era's standing order confining him to his estate, though Henry left with an explicit threat to reduce Aiden to the same vegetative fate as Logan if he ever stepped outside the palace's protection. Alone with Luke afterward, Aiden learned the scale of the power gap separating him from the Empire's true elites. Henry at level 80, James at level 95, and Luke coached him to publicly maintain that Logan's condition was entirely the evil Demons Guild's doing, regardless of the truth, given how critical Aiden's morale value had become alongside Victor and Jade. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Luke opened up about Charles, the Soul Curse priest, who'd once been one of the Empire's most promising talents, before Henry's attempt to take his girlfriend drove him to defect to the evil Demons Guild, finally answering the mystery Luke had refused to explain earlier, and underscoring how repeatedly the Empire's own corruption had cost it its most valuable people. Left alone to process everything, Aiden resolved with cold determination that everyone plotting against him would ultimately pay with their lives. Faye had grown rapidly from the recent feeding, reaching level 4 with stats already surpassing an epic reclasser 20 levels higher, confirming Aiden's investment in materials was paying off exponentially. Mentally cataloging his priorities, securing a soul control breaking skill, upgrading his remaining gear to epic quality, and using his newfound fame to trade for resources, Aiden drifted off to sleep, still fixated on the bane of all races quest, having killed 4 of the required 10 different race bosses, with no easy way to compete for future ones against established reclasser groups. Across the Empire, people gathered to watch Aiden's award ceremony live, with the White City's survivors treating it as a communal celebration around his statue. At the ceremony, Empress Era formally crowned Aiden the National College Testing Champion with a record 2,499 points, while Aiden remained privately fixated on the twin coin rather than the accolades. Vespera and Vivi had placed 4th and 5th respectively, while Victor's poor final round performance kept him out of serious contention. When asked to address the nation, Aiden used the moment not to celebrate, but to deliver a raw, unfiltered account of the trauma from the White City, recounting the dying soldier's bloodied thumbs up and final wish for him to keep killing demons so fewer people would die. He declared the war against the Abyss far from over, forever, framing his personal grief and rage as inseparable from his role as a symbol, and vowed to become the Empire's most unshakable weapon against the coming conflict. His speech silenced the entire nation, visibly moving Victor, Jade, Luke, and the assembled officials alike. Aiden's raw, unscripted speech left the entire nation visibly shaken, prompting Era to seize the moment and reveal the Elephant Empire's invasion live on air. A deliberate move to channel the surging public emotion into national resolve, catching Felix and his faction completely off guard. Felix, furious at losing political ground to the newly emboldened military faction, privately resolved that Aiden's death was now more urgent than ever, silently marking Henry's mansion as his last viable option while outwardly cheering the Empire's rise for the cameras. Aiden, noting Felix's suspicious timing and connection to Owen, began seriously considering him alongside the volatile Henry as the true architect behind the assassination plots. Once the broadcast ended, Aiden examined the twin coin, a deceptively simple item cursing 7 days of bad luck in exchange for 1 day of good luck, which he immediately recognized as a perfect multiplier for his apprentice's heart gambling mechanic, planning to hoard experience and unleash it all on the lucky day for maximum stat gains. Before he could act on the plan, Felix approached directly, publicly extending an olive branch by inviting Aiden to a reconciliation dinner and offering to have Owen apologize, a gesture so uncharacteristically generous it visibly stunned onlookers, including James and Atlas, who suspected an ulterior motive. Aiden flatly refused the apology in front of everyone, embarrassing Felix, who recovered his composure and insisted Owen would seek him out anyway, given their shared future at Harvard University. Turning away, Aiden reconnected briefly with Kelsey and Era, who complimented his speech before pivoting to business, an upcoming global reclasser exchange tournament in 10 days, a high-stakes international competition offering legendary rank equipment, mentorship from a divine tier powerhouse, and a legendary treasure map fragment as top prizes. An event Era wanted Aiden, Victor, and Jade to attend on the Empire's behalf. The mention of a legendary treasure map immediately caught Aiden's attention, and pressing Era for details revealed the tournament reward was rumored to connect to the Supreme Miko, a being said to surpass even gods, whose long-vanished authority the Miko clan still honored above all else. Learning that two Origin Miko currently ruled with ongoing internal conflict gave Aiden fresh context for Rain's ambitions, and the possibility that this prize was the second fragment of the map he already carried made his decision instant. He agreed to represent the Empire in the Global Reclasser Exchange Tournament, an international event born from rising panic over the Abyss Demon invasion, capped at level 55 to keep the playing field competitive among the world's other rising talents. The moment Era departed, Aiden was mobbed by business representatives and media outlets, desperate for his attention, a stark reversal from his early treatment in the Sovereign City, now openly mocked by bystanders who remembered how coldly the city's elite had once regarded him. Atlas and James openly competed for his time in front of the crowd, an unprecedented display given their usual status, before John humbly stepped forward with an offer far more valuable than networking. Lodging at the Hawthorne family's legendary fortified villa, engineered by a level 90+ formation specialist to withstand near-apocalyptic threats, along with a personal invitation from his father, a request that visibly shifted James and Atlas's demeanor, hinting his family carried more weight than Aiden had realized. Before Aiden could learn more, the crowd parted in alarm as Henry, defying Era's confinement order, stormed in with open hostility, confronting Aiden directly over Logan's condition. Henry accused Aiden directly of orchestrating Logan's condition, citing Examiner Sam's account that Logan had been standing too far back for Alex's spell to have hit him accidentally, an accusation that briefly rallied public sympathy against Aiden until James physically blocked Henry from advancing further. Felix, alarmed that Alex's survival threatened to expose the deeper conspiracy if he ever talked under Luke's interrogation, stepped in to defuse the confrontation, but with a calculated motive. He wanted Aiden's death to look like Evil Demons Guild, retaliation to preserve national morale, not an internal power struggle that would tarnish the Empire's unity. By steering Henry toward personally interrogating Alex instead of leaving him to Luke, Felix effectively created an opening for Henry to silence Alex permanently and frame it however suited him. The public read Felix's intervention as genuine goodwill toward Aiden, further cementing the minister's reputation as an ally, but Aiden saw through the maneuver immediately, recognizing that steering Alex into Henry's hands rather than diffusing anything was the real goal. Watching Felix's practiced diplomacy up close, Aiden's suspicion hardened into near certainty that the Empire's top minister was the true architect behind the plots against him. Coldly resolving that rank meant nothing if Felix turned out to be responsible. Henry pressed Luke for custody of Alex, but Luke flatly refused, asserting his authority over Evil Demons Guild interrogations and his lingering belief that Aiden was somehow connected to Logan's fate. When Henry threatened to escalate the dispute directly to Empress Era, banking on his status as her brother, she arrived on the scene herself, her expression cold. Henry's plea to Era for custody of Alex backfired catastrophically. Furious that he defied her confinement order, she summoned the terrifying shadow of the Golden Dragon of National Destiny, the Empire's ultimate symbol of ruling authority, forcing both Henry and an overreaching Felix to their knees in fear. Era publicly affirmed Aiden's loyalty beyond question, granted Luke exclusive authority over Alex's interrogation, and then punished Henry, directly binding him in golden chains embedded with spikes that would inflict escalating pain over 7 days. A clear message that even her own brother wasn't above consequence for defying her twice. The court buzzed with speculation that Aiden would need to intervene diplomatically to spare himself Henry's lasting enmity, and when Aiden did ask Era to pause the punishment, onlookers assumed he was about to plead for mercy on Henry's behalf, a move Felix privately dismissed as weakness that wouldn't actually placate Henry's rage. Felix, rattled by how thoroughly the day's events had exposed his faction's declining influence, resolved to accelerate his plans against Aiden by any means necessary. Instead of mercy, Aiden coldly reaffirmed that Logan's fate was deserved, dismissed any notion that he was pleading on Henry's behalf, and pivoted the moment entirely, turning to Era to formally demand the 10 billion Logan owed the White City's victims per their original bet, now that Aiden's championship status made the debt due. The unexpected shift left the entire room stunned. Aiden pressed the confrontation further, deliberately provoking Henry with cold mockery about the debt and Logan's vegetative state, rather than seeking reconciliation, calculating that a man in blind rage would make catastrophic mistakes. His gambit worked beyond expectation. Henry, in his fury, accidentally revealed Kelsey's terminal illness in front of the entire court, a devastating breach that instantly silenced the room and shattered Era's composure. The mother in her overtook the Empress, and she coldly sentenced her own brother to the royal prison, a punishment reserved for the Empire's gravest internal offenses, while Kelsey tearfully tried to defend her uncle, even as she quietly acknowledged her own dwindling time. In the aftermath, Felix privately marveled at how thoroughly the situation had turned in Aiden's favor, resigning himself to waiting out Henry's imprisonment before making further moves. Once the crowd dispersed, James, Atlas, and Luke pressed Aiden about whether he deliberately manipulated Henry into losing control, and upon confirming it, James was floored enough to declare that Aiden could surpass even his own legendary status within 3 years if he joined the military, sparking a renewed tug-of-war between James's push for the military department and Atlas's insistence on Harvard University. Aiden deflected any commitment, his mind still fixed on completing the bane of all races quest rather than institutional politics. Off to the side, Victor and Jade watched the exchange with unreadable expressions. Victor visibly wrestling with whether to finally approach Aiden now that their bet had ended in his defeat. Jade and Victor discussed James's bold prediction that Aiden could surpass him within 3 years, with Victor determined to prove himself in the upcoming Global Reclasser Exchange Tournament, rather than accept defeat quietly. Honoring the terms of his earlier bet, despite it never being formalized like Logan's, Victor approached Aiden and conceded outright, offering to do whatever Aiden asked as repayment. Aiden's request was oddly vague, simply to go do some good things for the people of the White City, leaving Victor puzzled, and Jade pointing out the practical problem that White City's residents largely despised him for his earlier confrontations with Aiden. Outside, Aiden met John's father Jerry, himself a former Imperial hero who awkwardly requested to purchase Epic Demon's hearts to treat John's ailing grandfather. Aiden immediately gifted 5 outright, refusing payment given how much John's earlier Warning Compass gift had contributed to his survival and eventual bond with Faye, a gesture that moved John to declare Aiden his brother. Jerry then invited Aiden to stay at the Hawthorne family's fortified villa, the Empire's fortress, and Aiden accepted, tired of the security limitations of hotel living. Touring the opulent property complete with round-the-clock staff, a starlight rank chef, and formidable defensive protections capable of holding off anything below level 90 for an hour, Aiden was amused when Faye, presented with a platinum rank meal specially prepared for her, dismissively noted it wasn't good enough and offered to eat less to avoid inconveniencing anyone, leaving the household staff stunned at what baseline standard the young dragon had apparently grown accustomed to. Aiden simply smiled and handed her an epic-grade material instead. Faye's casual mention of previously eating multiple epic materials daily before the current shortage forced a downgrade from lower-tier diamond and starlight materials left Luke and John reeling, both slowly grasping just how staggering Aiden's material wealth actually was, treating rare crafting resources as expendable pet food on a scale neither the Reclasser Association nor the Hawthorne Trading Empire could match. The revelation retroactively explained Aiden's earlier casual gifting of epic demons' hearts, and both men could only laugh it off with growing disbelief as the meal continued, with the villa's staff increasingly captivated by Aiden's presence, some visibly angling for his attention. Afterward, Luke urged Aiden to stay in the Sovereign City for safety given Henry's lingering network of followers despite his imprisonment, but Aiden refused. The bane of all races quest still needed 6 more different race bosses, and continuing to hunt in demon or Miko territory wouldn't satisfy the different race requirement anymore. With Luke unable to personally escort him due to Reclasser Association obligations, he mentioned having an alternative way to keep Aiden protected, though it would come with a cost. Luke assured Aiden that his plan would be difficult for most reclassers, but simple for him. He revealed that he had a level 83 legendary rank friend who could temporarily serve as Aiden's bodyguard. Hearing that immediately caught Aiden's attention, and he asked what the plan involved. Luke explained that his friend was a rare money warrior. Unlike ordinary reclassers, her abilities consumed valuable items instead of relying only on strength. The more valuable the item she used, the more powerful her skills became. With enough resources, she could even hold off a level 90 reclasser for a considerable amount of time. When Aiden questioned how effective that really was, Luke admitted that the power gap between high-level reclassers was enormous. Even as a level 79 legendary rank reclasser, he could survive only a few minutes against a level 90 opponent going all out, while an ordinary level 79 would likely be defeated in less than a minute. The explanation reminded Aiden why Henry had fled from the royal palace instead of fighting James directly. Aiden then asked about Felix. Luke admitted that even he knew very little. Felix had already reached level 80 more than 10 years ago, but his current level and profession remained unknown. Even the vice president of the Sovereign City Reclasser Association had no reliable information on him, making Felix seem even more mysterious. Before leaving, Aiden asked Luke to gather information on level 50 or higher bosses. Luke agreed and promised to contact his friend that very night so she could arrive in Sovereign City the following day. After Luke and John departed, Aiden remained in the villa to organize his next priorities. His most important goal was still completing the special mission, Bane of All Races, to obtain the mythic reward before accepting his class advancement quest. He also intended to participate in the Global Reclasser Exchange Tournament to compete for another map fragment, legendary equipment, and guidance from a divine powerhouse. At the same time, he remained wary of Felix, Henry, and the Evil Demons Guild, all of whom could become major threats before he had enough time to grow stronger. Assuming Luke's bodyguard would require expensive payment, Aiden guessed a few epic materials, or an epic demon heart, would probably be enough. He then focused on improving his own abilities. First, he learned the epic skill, Soul Protection. Using the soul essence of a slaughter witch as fuel, he created an invisible shield around his soul. After testing it for half an hour, he discovered that a single portion of soul essence could maintain the shield for at least 3 days, making it both efficient and practical. Next, Aiden used his epic skill enhancement stone on Demon's Domain, upgrading it from Starlight rank to epic. The strengthened skill now dealt increasingly deadly damage, converted half of its damage into true damage after 2 seconds, reduced an enemy's physical and magical defenses, and could expand into a much larger area by consuming additional mana. Finally, Aiden decided to activate the twin coin instead of hiding for 7 days. Time was too valuable with the global reclasser exchange tournament approaching. The moment the coin touched his forehead, the curse took effect. Almost immediately, the villa's massive crystal chandelier began swaying violently before crashing onto the sofa where Aiden had been sitting only moments earlier. Several maids rushed over in alarm, and the blonde maid quickly checked that he was unharmed before introducing herself as Cecilia Wright, whom everyone called Leah. Aiden calmly explained that it was simply bad luck and later headed for a relaxing bath. However, the curse struck again. As soon as he settled into the bathtub, the lights flickered and the water pipes suddenly burst, flooding the bathroom. Hearing the explosion, Leah called from outside and hurried over to check if Aiden was safe. Aiden was just about to answer when the bathroom lights suddenly flared brightly before another loud explosion echoed through the room. Without waiting any longer, Leah rushed inside. The moment she entered, a burst pipe drenched her from head to toe. Her soaked maid uniform clung tightly to her body, while Aiden stood in the bathtub with only water covering him. Embarrassed by the awkward situation, Aiden explained that the pipes and lights had suddenly broken. Leah immediately offered to help and grabbed a towel, but the slippery floor caused her to lose her balance. She fell straight into the bathtub, and Aiden instinctively caught her before she was hurt. The accident left them pressed closely together, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Flustered, Leah repeatedly apologized, as both of them struggled to regain their composure. Although the situation became increasingly intimate, Aiden remained clear-headed. He remembered that he was still suffering from the twin coin's curse and refused to act impulsively. Right on cue, another pipe burst, reminding him that the curse was still causing one disaster after another. He handed Leah a towel, told her to change into dry clothes so she wouldn't catch a cold, and watched as the embarrassed maid hurried out of the bathroom. After wrapping himself in a towel, Aiden chose another bedroom in the villa and finally lay down to rest. Thankfully, nothing unusual happened for a while, making him think he might finally get some sleep despite the 7-day curse. Late that night, Leah nervously knocked on his door. Shaken by the series of bizarre accidents throughout the villa, she admitted she was too frightened to sleep alone. Aiden opened the door and found Leah wearing a silk nightgown, her face pale with fear. Before either of them could say much, a bird suddenly slammed into a nearby window. Startled, Leah instinctively threw herself into Aiden's arms. Still frightened, she quietly asked if she could stay with him. She stepped inside, closed the door, and confessed that the strange events had left her terrified. As the two remained close together, the atmosphere gradually became more intimate. Leah openly expressed her attraction to Aiden and invited him to stay with her. The curse, combined with the emotional tension between them, quickly intensified the situation. Leah continued drawing closer, while Aiden responded to her advances. The two of them slept together that night, and after hours of strenuous activity, they finally fell asleep. The following morning, Aiden woke up to find Leah already out of bed. She soon returned to inform him that breakfast was ready while quietly replacing the bedsheets. Embarrassed by everything that had happened the previous night, she kept her head lowered throughout the conversation. Aiden simply asked if she had rested well before getting ready for the day. Before he could contact Luke about finding a suitable boss monster, another maid arrived with news that John, Vespera, and Vivi had come to visit. Aiden immediately went downstairs to greet them. Vespera explained that Luke was occupied with an important matter, so he had asked her to deliver several files instead. John almost revealed who Luke had gone to meet, but quickly stopped himself after noticing Vespera's warning glance. The group decided to eat breakfast first, while Leah and the other maids attended to them. After the meal, Vespera handed the documents to Aiden. She had already organized them based on distance, difficulty, and the likelihood of interference from other reclassers. Among all the available targets, she believed the two best choices were nearby bosses located close to Sovereign City. One was a level 50 boss, hidden deep beneath a lake, while the other was a level 55 boss, capable of moving underground. Their unusual abilities made them difficult to eliminate, which was why they remained alive despite being close to the city. Although the information saved him considerable time, Aiden hesitated. Luke's level 83 ally had not arrived yet, and Henry still had many powerful subordinates who could be watching him. Felix also remained a dangerous unknown. Vespera reassured him that no one else was targeting those bosses at the moment, and she had already arranged for people to monitor them. If anything changed, they would receive immediate updates. Vivi confidently added that she, John, and Vespera could accompany Aiden if necessary. With the support of the Taylor family, the Wexley family, and the Hawthorne business group, very few people would dare attack them openly. Even so, Aiden reminded them not to underestimate the evil demons guild, whose recent silence could mean they were preparing something larger. Deciding caution was the better choice, he chose to wait for Luke's ally before making his move. As time passed, Aiden continued suffering from the twin coins curse, enduring one bizarre accident after another, including collapsing furniture and electrical appliances suddenly catching fire. Eventually, Luke finally sent him 2 messages. The first confirmed that his ally had arrived and assured Aiden that even Henry himself would not be a threat with her protection. The second informed him that Alex was still being questioned, but the incident involving Logan would not be traced back to Aiden. Not long afterward, a security guard announced that someone claiming to be connected to Luke's assistant had arrived. Aiden, along with Vespera, John, and Vivi, went outside to meet the visitor. Waiting, there was an ordinary-looking young woman dressed casually in a hoodie and baseball cap. She introduced herself as Dora, the level 83 legendary rank money warrior Luke had sent. Despite her unremarkable appearance, she immediately demonstrated her ability by summoning a golden rope and revealing that someone had been hiding outside the villa unnoticed. The rope instantly shot toward the bushes to capture the hidden intruder. Aiden's new bodyguard, Dora, demonstrated her worth immediately, effortlessly catching one of Henry's spies who'd been secretly surveilling the villa despite Luke's own failure to notice him the day before, confirming her exceptional skill. John had the man dragged off for questioning, and Aiden noted grimly that Henry's imprisonment hadn't stopped his agents from continuing to move against him. Negotiating terms, Dora laid out her pricing as a money warrior, a class whose skills run entirely on consuming high-value items rather than mana or experience, making her unusually expensive but low maintenance in traditional resource terms. She named a price, 2 epic demon's hearts for 3 days, fully expecting to haggle, only to have Aiden accept instantly, without pushback, catching her completely off guard given how casually wealthy he clearly was. The real shock came at lunch, when Faye's routine feeding of epic-grade materials, treated as utterly mundane by Aiden and the household, left Dora stunned into silence. Despite years traveling and working across countries, she'd never seen wealth handled so carelessly, especially once she learned Faye would be fed again that same night. The chapter ends with her incredulously asking just how much the young dragon eats in a single day. Dora was floored to learn Faye's daily diet 4 or 5 epic materials, framed casually by Aiden as not much, confirming she was dealing with a client of unimaginable wealth. Despite her fearsome reputation, Dora proved surprisingly frugal in person, insisting on using her own gold-tier material to fuel a flight skill rather than call a taxi, and meticulously logging every expense in a notebook to make sure Aiden would reimburse her, even for something as minor as the flight itself. Her actual power showed once airborne. Her golden wings let her break the sound barrier, ferrying Aiden to a lake outside the sovereign city in moments. At the lake, before Aiden could dive in to hunt the boss beneath the water, Dora's heightened senses picked up trouble nearby a young store clerk, Lunara, fleeing a pack of level 40 wolves, alongside a male co-worker who abandoned her, revealing in his panic that he'd been resentfully pursuing her romantically, and blamed her secret hope of glimpsing Aiden in the sovereign city for getting them into this mess. He fled, leaving her to die. Aiden intervened just in time, effortlessly wiping out the wolves with simple fireballs, while Dora backhanded the cowardly companion into a tree without even using a skill. Lunara, stunned and grateful to be rescued by Aiden himself, explained that she and her delivery team had stumbled into a strange situation near a valley. A glowing portal-like screen had appeared, releasing monsters, including a massive red beast riding an onyx wolf. Dora immediately recognized the description as a previously unexplored realm, the kind known to hold valuable materials and treasures inaccessible to normal reclassers. Aiden, still technically under the influence of the twin coins curse, found the timing suspicious given his supposed bad luck, though Dora took it as a sign of incredible fortune instead. Before they could discuss it further, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, sending a violent shockwave rushing toward them. Dora demonstrated her money warrior kit further, deploying a diamond rank material to conjure a golden shield that absorbed the shockwave from the distant explosion effortlessly, dutifully logging the cost, even mid-crisis. When Dora hesitated over whether to investigate or stay protecting Aiden, he simply vanished into shadow stealth to prove he could handle himself, stunning her with the sheer quality of a skill she couldn't even categorize. With Aiden safely guiding Lunara toward soldiers and doubling back invisibly, Dora flew to the blast site alone. At the valley, elite reinforcements, including James and Atlas, arrived to investigate, identifying signs of a fight between at least 2 level 80+ combatants, and traces of dark energy hinting at Evil Demons Guild involvement. Atlas found Dora hiding nearby using a concealment item, and she reported witnessing several unknown, high-level figures, some wearing black masks marked with a white orchid, entering the newly formed realm portal alongside additional cloaked figures. The orchid symbol immediately worried Atlas, who suspected involvement from the Wycliffe family, a secretive, legendary tier hidden bloodline whose appearances reportedly always precede major events. Reuniting with Aiden, Dora relayed the implications this wasn't a routine New Realm event, but something entangled with both a hidden noble family and the Evil Demons Guild. Adding to the unease, Vespera called, revealing that similar realm portals had appeared not just near the Sovereign City, but also in Ironvale, and, reportedly, in other countries, simultaneously, an unprecedented pattern she promised to research further. Aiden, already suspicious given the ongoing Abyss Demon invasion of the Elephant Empire, asked her to check whether the Elephant Empire had experienced the same phenomenon, sensing all these threads might be connected. Despite the mounting mystery, Aiden prioritized finishing his original task, using Thunder's Wrath to devastate the lake and force out a massive turtle boss from its depths. As he and Faye moved in to finish the fight, Vespera called again. Aiden dispatched the lake boss with a devastating combo of Faye's Draconic Pressure, Ultimate Frost, and Demon's Domain, while simultaneously fielding Vespera's call, casually multitasking in a way that stunned her once she heard the boss's death scream mid-conversation. She reported that no new realm had appeared in the Elephant Empire's current territory, prompting Aiden to speculate that the Abyss Demons might be specifically targeting land where a realm existed, and further, that all the scattered light curtain portals appearing worldwide might be entrances to a single, massive, shared realm. Impressed and slightly unsettled that Aiden had connected dots even Atlas and James had missed, Vespera relayed his theory to her father before he moved on to hunt his next required boss. Back at the villa, Aiden pressed forward on his Bane of All Races quest, despite 2 recent kills yielding no bonus multiplier due to their low tier, driven by growing unease about the unfolding crisis. Vespera confirmed her father's investigations were underway both in the Elephant Empire and the newly formed realm near the Sovereign City, while admitting Aiden's insight had outpaced even the Empire's top strategists. When Atlas, James, and Luke arrived with confirmation that a matching light curtain had appeared in Abyss-controlled demon army territory, suggesting a single, world-spanning hidden realm, and that other hidden noble families beyond the Wycliffe had begun stirring across multiple countries, the implications deepened. Something inside this realm was valuable enough to draw in Abyss Demons, the Evil Demons Guild, and reclusive legendary tier bloodlines simultaneously. James floated the idea of formally recruiting Aiden into the military, given his uncanny strategic instincts. The group flew to the valley, where Era, Felix, and the ministers had gathered. Dismissive murmurs from the ministers about Aiden's inexperience were silenced instantly by Era, who bluntly told them to stay quiet unless they had something useful to contribute. Aiden then laid out his assessment. The realm was clearly critical to all 3 hostile factions. Other countries might be facing identical circumstances, and the explosion proved at least one hidden family was in conflict with the Evil Demons Guild, rather than allied with them. He proposed a coordinated international strategy, sealing all realm entrances to trap those inside and force information out of the hidden families by attrition. The room fell into stunned silence, with even Felix visibly shaken by the clarity of the plan. John admitted to Vespera and Vivi that he barely understood Aiden's plan, and Vivi confirmed even partial comprehension was an achievement, underscoring how far ahead of the room Aiden's thinking had run. When skeptical ministers pressed for clarification, Aiden explained the deeper logic. Sealing the realm entrances would force trapped hidden family members to either break out by force or emerge through the Abyss demon-controlled side, and either outcome conflict or peaceful passage would reveal whether the families were allied with the demons or merely coexisting uneasily near them. The room's confusion gave way to grudging admiration, even from Era. Felix pushed back, warning the plan risked alienating the hidden families and wouldn't win support from countries unwilling to get entangled with them, a real strategic concern, but one that also revealed his deeper belief that humanity's fractured self-interest made unity impossible, reinforcing his commitment to stability over Aiden's more idealistic vision. Aiden, watching Felix closely, used the moment to further test his suspicions about the minister's true loyalties, though he had no way to prove anything concrete. Ira, unmoved by Felix's objections, ordered a global summit to be convened, then withdrew to a private tent to process the day's events. While Aiden's friends admitted their limited grasp of his reasoning, Felix approached with unsettling praise, wistfully comparing Aiden's brilliance to his own disappointing grandson Owen, a comment whose motive Aiden couldn't quite parse before a masked figure emerged from the realm's light screen, wearing the same black mask and white orchid insignia Dora had described. James, Atlas, and Luke moved instantly to confront him, and Felix's fingers twitched almost imperceptibly, catching Aiden's attention. The masked man identified himself as Gareth of the Wycliffe family, greeting Ira with practiced diplomacy while refusing to explain his purpose, hoping to avoid confrontation and return home quietly. When Ira invoked the intimidating presence of the Golden Dragon of National Destiny and demanded answers, Gareth reluctantly conceded he'd have to say something. Aiden, noticing Gareth lingering suspiciously close to the portal rather than committing to leave, quietly pointed out to James that 3 people had originally entered together, meaning Gareth's partner was still unaccounted for, likely trapped or in trouble inside. The observation visibly rattled Gareth, and when he turned his intense gaze on Aiden, the pressure radiating from him triggered an overwhelming sense of mortal danger in Aiden, though he forced himself to stand firm given the powerful allies surrounding him. Gareth, impressed by Aiden's composure under his piercing scrutiny, mistook him for Victor, the Empire's other celebrated genius. James called Gareth's bluff, revealing that his terrifying venerable domain was actually a masterful illusion crafted by combining his eye technique with an unfinished level 9-4 approximation of a true venerable's power, a distinction only a genuine level 9-5 venerable like James could detect. James privately credited Aiden's earlier interaction with tipping him off, since Gareth's use of his eye technique on Aiden had exposed the deception before things escalated to a fight that could have devastated the nearby sovereign city. With Gareth forced to cooperate, James deferred the questioning to Aiden, whose composure under the earlier illusion attack had clearly earned real trust. Gareth revealed the secret realm was called the Place of the Fallen God, that his companion was trapped inside after some kind of accident, and that a central floating city within the realm had already triggered something called the Bonding Trial, with entry now locked for a month, requiring a young, powerful genius reclasser to qualify for the next attempt. He warned that even level 9-0 reclassers could die inside. Aiden, piecing together the timeline, recognized that Gareth's group, despite being among the first parties into the realm, had still arrived after someone else had already reached the floating city, given how quickly they'd returned relative to the realm's described scale. Since Gareth's account hadn't mentioned the Evil Demons Guild reaching the city first, Aiden deduced a 4th, unaccounted-for party must have gotten there ahead of everyone. When he voiced this directly, Gareth was visibly impressed, remarking that even within his own family, few possessed that level of deductive sharpness, and asked how Aiden had caught the inconsistency in his story. James's initial, meaningless question about Gareth's family affiliation turned out to be a test, but even with Gareth's face concealed by the mask, no one could detect any deception, leaving Aiden to admit he'd found nothing off about that particular answer, which earned him genuine, rare praise from Gareth, who noted Aiden's tactical mind would rival Wycliffe family geniuses if not for his low-tier class. Aiden brushed off the backhanded compliment, confident his Magic Apprentice class and Apprentice's heart skill made tier irrelevant to his actual growth. Pressed further, Gareth revealed the mysterious group that beat everyone to the floating city was likely the Dawn Society, an organization so secretive that even his own hidden family knew almost nothing about them, except that their members were uniformly level 9-5 venerables or higher, and that a full-scale war between races was approaching. He also described the floating city itself as a mythic tier artifact capable of killing any reclasser below level 100 once sufficiently powered, information that visibly shook even James despite his own venerable status. Gareth then vanished into the sky, leaving the group reeling. Era reacted decisively, ordering the top college testing examinees gathered for elite training, key universities to identify their strongest talents, James and Atlas to monitor the evil Demons Guild members still trapped in the realm, and word to be sent to other nations about the floating city's danger, recognizing that such a weapon falling into hostile hands could threaten the balance of power maintained by the world's divine tier guardians. Aiden absorbed the mounting threat, but refocused on his own priorities, given he still had a month before the floating city reopened. 2 days later, deep in the desolate realm outside the place of the fallen god, Aiden and Dora tracked down the final boss needed for his Bane of All Races quest, the dead silent rock giant, Edgar Spencer, a level 5/5 epic construct. Faye, now level 10, helped locate it, and Aiden opened with Ultimate Frost, only for the giant to shatter into loose stones and reform itself unharmed, an unusual regenerative ability. He adapted by using his spider demon venom gloves to corrode the stones directly, then layered in the newly upgraded demon's domain to push its health past the halfway mark. Just as he prepared his next move, Dora warned him someone was approaching. Aiden intercepted a volley of arrows aimed at stealing his kill on the rock giant, deflecting them with Thunder's Wrath before finishing the boss off with a barrage of metal element arrows, exploiting the giant's already lowered defenses, completing the final requirement for his Bane of All Races quest just as 3 rival reclassers arrived: Bruno, Epic Endless Archer; Elise, Epic Soul Devouring Mage; and Rain, Legendary Savage Bear Warrior. The latter, a much higher level threat at level 80. Dora's detection skill, itself costing money to use even for her, confirmed their stats, and Aiden shrugged off Bruno's furious accusation of boss stealing with blunt insults, unbothered that the fight had technically been his the whole time. When Bruno's follow-up shots failed to breach Aiden's blacklight ward, the group shifted from bluster to open threats, demanding Aiden's staff and gear in exchange for letting him and Dora go, with Elise quietly suggesting to Bruno that they should kill them afterward, regardless, to prevent future retaliation. Dora considered retreating to avoid burning resources, but the situation escalated once the trio revealed their origin. The Chaotic City, a lawless criminal territory outside any nation's control, explaining their bandit-like behavior and confirming Rain as a wanted arsonist who'd fled the Great Shaw Empire's justice. With no clean way to avoid confrontation and his Bane of All Races quest already complete, Aiden decided against fleeing, splitting the fight with Dora. She'd handle Rain, the stronger opponent, while he took on Bruno and Elise himself, dismissing her concern about his ability to manage 2 epic-tier enemies without her protection. Aiden mused that the twin coin's lingering bad luck likely explained the improbable odds of running into hostile reclassers in such a vast realm, but decided to make the best of it, viewing the coming fight as free experience toward his eventual good luck stat dump. Taking to the air, he dodged Bruno's arrow barrage using his iron dragon wings while Dora engaged Rain on the ground, transforming into golden armor and cutting the Savage Bear Warrior down hard enough to sever an arm and send him crashing into a crater, all while grumbling about the cost of her materials. In the air, Aiden baited Bruno and Elise with a blazing tornado, then used shadow stealth to circle behind them undetected, freezing their feet with Ultimate Frost. He finished both off instantly with a volley of metal element arrows through the chest and skull, killing them before they even hit the ground, dismissively noting they'd proven far weaker than Dora's warnings about Chaotic City fighters suggested. Turning to watch Dora's ongoing fight with Rain, Aiden checked his rewards from the rock giant kill: a massive experience payout, a full set of epic materials, a new Earth Elemental Arrow skill book, 2 Starlight rank skill enhancement stones, and most importantly, confirmation that he'd triggered the 1000x critical multiplier and fully completed the Bane of All Races quest. His reward was a mythic tier Bane of All Races ring, though the completion also unlocked a punishing follow-up task, killing 10,000 level 50+ demons to progress further, a goal Aiden decided to shelve for, now given the danger of provoking Demon Duke Ethan again in Abyss territory. He resolved to instead pursue his newly available 5th class quest. Before he could examine the ring further, chaos erupted on the battlefield. Rain, engulfed in black smoke with a monstrous tentacle sprouting from his severed arm, had lost all coherence and begun attacking indiscriminately in a screaming frenzy. Dora, her expression turning grim, urgently shouted for Aiden to retreat as far and as fast as possible. Aiden fled the moment Dora warned him, using Shadow Stealth's speed boost to escape just before Rain fully transformed into something inhuman, a massive black tentacle covered in screaming, eye-opening human heads. Aiden briefly found himself unconsciously drawn toward it before snapping free of its influence and retreating further, watching from safety as Dora detonated it in a massive explosion. Dora emerged battered and torn, but relieved to find Aiden's mind intact. Explaining the creature was a taboo tentacle, an exceedingly rare and poorly understood abyss origin horror capable of driving anyone who encounters it insane, evidenced by a past case of a level 9-0 reclasser who mutilated himself and murdered his family after surviving contact with similar entities. Dora had only seen one before, alongside her mother, and had burned through 13 epic materials, destroying this one, a cost Aiden casually covered with 20 in reimbursement. Delighting her, turning to his rewards, Aiden claimed the mythic bane of all races ring. Discovering it granted massive stat bonuses, 5,000 each, to spirit, speed, constitution, and strength, halved skill casting time, and boosted life recovery, but its standout feature was an uncapped, permanently scaling damage bonus against any non-human race whenever he killed their geniuses, elites, bosses, or even deities, with the effect intensifying further if enough of that race grew to fear him. Recognizing the ring's potential to make him overwhelmingly powerful at higher levels, he equipped it immediately. He then processed the rest of his loot, learning the new Earth Elemental Arrow skill, needing only wood, water, and fire variants to complete the elemental set for a future legendary combo skill, and using his 2 Starlight rank skill enhancement stones to upgrade both Ultimate Frost and Thunder's Wrath to significantly more powerful versions, improving crowd control, damage, and true damage mechanics, respectively. With the battlefield noise likely to attract more attention, Dora urged that they move on quickly given her weakened state. That's all for this video. We'll be back again with another one soon, so drop a like and do subscribe if you enjoyed it and want more of the same.